Chapter 1. That year I had my hands in my pockets. On March 38, Konoha 3, the bulletin board outside the ninja school was already crowded with people. There are students taking the assessment and there are parents of the students. Hashida Shuichi's eyes quickly passed through each name, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his own name. Although he was very confident about being admitted to the Konoha Ninja School, he was not completely relieved until the dust settled. Passing the assessment means that the only thing left to enter the ninja school is to submit the documents after the entrance ceremony. Once the documents are submitted, you can officially enter the school on April 4 st. While thinking about the process secretly, Hashida Shuichi focused his attention on a tree in his mind. He called it the entry tree. At this moment, the tree had only 2 bare leaves, which represented the entry. One of the leaves is 90% white and 10% gray. Entry, student. Obtain conditions, become a student of ninja school. Effect, when studying, concentration is increased by 100%. Look at another leaf that has been completely activated and wrapped in white light. Entry, self-discipline. Conditions for obtaining, adhere to the exercise plan, at least half an hour, every day for 1 consecutive year. Effect, diligence can make up for weakness, and efforts will be rewarded. Even if it is insignificant, you will not reach 1,000 miles without taking small steps. For this entry, 4-year-old Suhui awakened Hashida Shuichi spent a whole year, rain or shine, from half an hour of exercise every day to at least 1 hour a day now. Although he had obtained the entry a long time ago, he was already addicted. Of course, it's also because this entry is really useful. Diligence can make up for weakness, and hard work will pay off. This effect is simply incredible. What people fear most is that they have paid but cannot get feedback and gain nothing. If it weren't for his orphan status, he would have trained even more fiercely. And at such a young age, he was able to exercise without any hindrance because he had a good dean. Yakushi no. The orphanage does not have much funds and cannot support him in purchasing various secret medicines to assist in his training. However, pharmacist Nanoyu's mastery of medical ninjutsu can make up for the lack of secret medicines to a certain extent. Thinking of that loving and gentle woman, Zyuyi Xingxia felt warm in his heart. But he couldn't help but think of the disgusting Danzo, and his heart immediately became cold. We need to become stronger as soon as possible. And make money. Hashida Shuichi clenched his fists. He is not an orphan without foundation. His father was once a Chunin of Konoha, and his mother was a genin and left a legacy. Now that he has passed the exam and started attending ninja school, he can get his parents' inheritance back and move out of the orphanage. However, the inheritance left by his parents may not be much. Coupled with the village's subsidies, life will definitely be no problem, but it may be a bit difficult to support his crazy cultivation. But how to make money? Too young. Hashida Shuichi thought hard to himself, and then heard crying from next to him. No, my name isn't on it at all, Dad. Keep looking, Kai, you've tried your best. It is impossible for your efforts to go unrewarded. On the road full of tears, you will eventually find your name. Xingxia Xiu turned around and saw 2 figures that were so green that it made people panic. Mat Day and Met K. This scene indeed makes people want to laugh, but when listening to the conversation between father and son, Hashida Shuichi couldn't laugh anymore. Then he turned to look at the people next to him who were likely to be classmates in the future. Nohara Lin? Sunset Red. Very childish. Look away to avoid starting to pervert. Hey? Hashida Shuichi saw a white-haired man with his hands in his pockets walking past the crowd. This guy started showing off at a young age, damn it. The crowd gradually dispersed, and just as Hashida Shuichi was about to take a step, his mind felt cold, and then he saw an extra grey leaf on the entry tree. Xingxia Xiu paused, secretly surprised that the entry was triggered. Entry, strong and strong. Acquisition conditions, accompany Metkai to exercise, lasting 100 days. Effect: physically strong, powerful, recovery increased by 100%, injury resistance increased by 100%, physical skills increased by 100%. What the hell? 300% made Hashida Shoiki's breath hitch immediately. This entry must be taken down. Shoiki Hashida immediately changed his plan and did not turn around to leave. Instead, he sat down on the swing on the side, swinging on the swing, and looked at the backs of the father and son Matei and Metkai. Not long after, Matei and Metkai father and son also left, but Hashida Shoiki did not leave, waiting quietly. Sure enough, within half an hour Metkai appeared again. Metkai started running around the courtyard of the ninja school with a long banner hanging on his body. This scene attracted the attention of many people nearby, and some mixed ridicules reached Hashixia Zioyi's ears. With a smile on his face, Xingxia showed off the swing and walked up. Metkai, who was running, suddenly noticed that there was someone else around him. He was startled for a moment and couldn't help but slow down his pace. He looked at Hashixia Shoiki and asked, didn't you pass too? Xingxia Zioyi said, no, I passed the assessment, but that doesn't mean I don't need to work hard. I think what Uncle Dai said is right. Metkai's eyes lit up and he subconsciously asked, what? Hashida Shoiki smiled and was taller than Metkai. There is no way your hard work will not go unrewarded. I believe that hard work will always pay off, it's just a matter of time. Kai, my name is Hashida Shoiki. I believe you can enter the ninja school. A bowl of chicken soup made Metkai stop completely. He looked at Hashida Shoiki's back, but infinite power suddenly surged out of his body, and then he smiled. The goal is 500 laps. If you don't achieve it, then walk upside down. 500 laps. Saying loudly, Metkai quickly caught up with Hashida Shoiki and the two started running side by side around the school grounds. From this day on, there were two more figures in the ninja school grounds who were training regardless of the weather. Sometimes Mat Dai would cheer for Hashida Shoiki and Metkai loudly from the side, sometimes it was just the two of them, and from time to time, the disdain and ridicule of some brats could be heard in their ears. Occasionally, a white-haired person will pass by with his hands in his pockets, and then his eyes will linger for a moment. 10 days later, March 10th. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen came to inspect the ninja school to prepare for the start of school in April, and then he saw Shoiki Hashige and Metkai sweating profusely. He was very happy to have a junior who worked so hard. Only such kind of Konoha would have a future. The next day, Metkai's name was added to the bulletin board of the ninja school. Congratulations, Kai! Hashida Shoiki smiled sincerely. Although he knew the plot, without Metkai's hard work, would Sarutobi Hiruzen have added him? Absolutely not. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't see the future, and the current Mat Dai has never performed well. Metkai was already crying with joy. Thank you, Shoiki. Hashida Shoiki shrugged. You see, hard work cannot go unrewarded. Let's go, our training is not finished today. Metkai wiped away tears and runny nose, and shouted loudly, today I must challenge 1000 laps. If you can't do it, then do 1000 push ups. Also, I have to last longer than Shoiki today. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 The Top Student. Please vote for recommendation and follow up. January 38, Konoha 4. Click. With the sound of the camera, the entrance ceremony for Shoiki Hashida's class came to an end. The originally quiet crowd suddenly became noisy, and everyone walked out and left the school. Hashida Shoiki and Metkai walked home side by side, and then saw the panting and belated Uchiha Obito. Seeing his classmates leaving in 2s and 3s, Uchiha Obito sighed with disappointment. He was still late. Kakashi stopped, turned his head slightly, and said in a mocking tone, "You are even late for the entrance ceremony." Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and turned around. This guy really knows how to make sarcastic remarks. Hashida Zaiwichi also stopped and turned to watch the show. Uchiha Obito used to be the brightest cub among many friends, until Kakashi appeared. Indeed, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, Kakashi and others were already familiar playmates before they entered school. 2. Unlike Shuichi Hashida, who had been living in an orphanage before, his playmates were also children from the orphanage. "Hey, this is for you." Nohara Lin held a document bag with a smile on her face. "I have already collected the documents for you." Uchiha Obito was stunned for a moment, then a blush appeared on his face, and his anger towards Kakashi disappeared instantly, with a smile on his face. "Thank you, Lin. What a memorable scene." Shuichi Hashida sighed secretly, then patted Metkai. "Let's go." Metkai stepped forward to catch up, and then asked, "Shuichi, do you know them?" "Ah. That guy with white hair is the son of the famous White Fang." "I see, it seems that I have one more opponent. He is very powerful, we all have to work hard." "Of course, why not double the amount of training today?" "Oh." When Shuichi Hashida took Metkai back to his home, the house that had been uninhabited for a long time had been cleaned up by pharmacist Nunwoyu and several older orphans. In addition, Matt Day is also helping, and he basically does all the dirty and tiring work. The next step was to work together to prepare a sumptuous Chinese meal, which Shuichi Hashida had purchased after finishing morning training in the morning. So Matt Day, who had originally planned to leave, also stayed because there were too many dishes prepared and they could not be wasted. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, after a sumptuous lunch, after cleaning up, Matt Day and Metkai took their leave first. Then Shuichi Hashida also sent the pharmacist Nono and others to the door. "Don't worry, Dean, I will take care of myself." Hashida Shuichi smiled and assured the pharmacist Nono, who warned him. Pharmacist Nanoyu nodded, "I believe you, but if you have any difficulties, please return to the orphanage." Hashida Zaihoyi nodded heavily, "I will." Pharmacist Nono took out a notebook he had prepared long ago and handed it to Hashida Shuichi. "These are some notes on my practice of medical ninjutsu as a gift this time. You can come to me anytime if you need anything." Hashida Hidetoshi was pleasantly surprised. He quickly took the notebook and hugged Yakushi Nono's soft waist. "Thank you." Pharmacist Nunwoyu gently touched Hashida Shuichi's head. "From today on, Shuichi is also a man of his own, so work hard." Hashida Shuichi let go of Yakushi Nono, and then watched the latter gradually go away with a group of former friends. Today's walking witch is actually only in her early 20s, still very young, and has not even completely broken away from Danzo's roots. Because when he was in the orphanage, Hashida Shuichi discovered that Yakushi Nanoyu would be away from the orphanage for a long time every once in a while. Although I don't know the specific time, Kabuto Yakushi entered Konoha after the Third Ninja War, and it must have been in the later period. Then Kabuto Yakushi was sent to various countries to become spies, which happened later, at least 10 years later. 10 years. Hashida Shuichi withdrew his gaze and turned to go home and close the door. "In 10 years, I will become a Jonin, even become a Sunin, and even become as famous as White Fang. Of course, there is another way to kill Danzo. It's not like there's no chance. In the next 10 years or so, Danzo, as the root leader, will still often go out on missions. The premise is that you have enough strength to kill Danzo at that time. Even though Danzo stabbed Susanna with a kunai later, the person who can be the second most powerful person in Konoha is definitely not weak in strength. That wind release ninjutsu is probably rare in the entire ninja world, let alone Konoha." After gathering his thoughts, Hashida Shuichi came to the study room with his notes. "The house left by my parents has a total layout of 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen, so in addition to one room being used as a bedroom, the other is used as a study. On the desk in the study room, there were still 2 scrolls. This is a ninjutsu scroll left by Hashida Shuichi's parents, with notes inside. He doesn't have many ninjutsu, because his parents are only Chuyunin and Genin. In addition to the three-body technique, my father left behind two fire-release ninjutsu, one is the flame bullet and the other is the dragon fire technique, both of which are sea-level in terms of training difficulty. In addition to the three-body techniques, my mother left behind a wind-release ninjutsu, gale wind palm. Yes, the rare wind escape chakra attribute. Of course, chakra attributes and talent are completely different things. Putting Yakushi Nono's notebook on the desk, Hashida Shoaki did not check it immediately, but focused on the entry tree in his mind. There is a surprise. At the end of today's entrance ceremony, the word student was completely illuminated. But the surprise is that a prompt appeared in the entry tree. The entry student can be combined with the entry self-discipline to form the entry student. Obtaining conditions, possess both the terms student and self-discipline, and maintain 100% concentration in studying for at least hours. Entry effect, the overlord machine among learning machines, with 10 times the concentration and 100% increase in thinking speed. At the same time, the original entry effect will not disappear. Good guy, Hashida Shoaki became excited. He had only tried it briefly before to double his concentration. He could enter a state of high concentration in an instant in an extremely noisy environment. Obviously, this is the effect of subduing one's own thoughts and eliminating external interference. If that's the case with twice the concentration, then 10 times. I'm afraid I won't sleep or eat, I can't extricate myself. Hashixia Shoaki was speechless, and it also doubles the speed of thinking, which means the brain operates faster, which also means faster reaction. Whether it is concentration or thinking speed, it is definitely not only useful when studying, but also when fighting. The speed of thinking, the speed of the brain processing information, can also be said to be the speed of neural response, right? A cute new guy is here, please take pity and love from readers. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Memory Palace. Please vote for recommendations to follow up. Academic entries must be synthesized. Study with 100% concentration for 100 hours. With the blessing of the entry student, concentration is not a problem, but 100 hours, even 1 hour a day, is days at most. If it really takes 100 days, there will be no hope. Turning his attention to the desk again, Hashida Shoaki picked up the alarm clock next to him and set the time, then unfolded the scroll left by his father. He had only briefly read it before, but now he wanted to study it carefully. With the blessing of the student entry, Xingxiaxiu immediately fell into studying without any distractions. There is a lot of content in the scroll, and it can be seen that a lot of the content was added later and was not created in one go. From the refining of chakra, the throwing of shuriken, to the three-body jutsu, to many things that need to be paid attention to as a ninja during the mission, and then the explanation of the two fire escape ninjutsu. Very detailed. However, just in terms of chakra refining, Hashida Shoaki quickly judged that his father was far inferior to Yakushi Nono in this regard. This is not surprising. Yakushi Nonoyu is a medical ninja after all, and now he is also at the Jounin level, and his level is much higher than that of a Chuyunin. But regarding the refining of chakra, Hashida Shoaki still gained something from the scroll. Time passed little by little, and as the alarm clock rang, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Xingxiaxiu raised his head and slowly pulled his thoughts away from the scroll. In one word, cool. 2 words, exhausted. Not only is the brain and spirit exhausted, but the body is also weak and feels like it has been drained dry. Weakly pressing the alarm clock, Xingxiaxiu rolled and crawled to eat. Fortunately, there was a lot of food left at noon, so there was no shortage of food and drink. After a hearty meal, Hashida Shoaki felt alive and couldn't help but sigh. High-intensity concentration cannot be used for a long time. It only lasted for more than 2 hours. My body is still too weak. After packing 2 more lunch boxes and 2 bottles of salt water, Hashida Zaiwichi went out leisurely, taking a walk to eat while meeting up with Metkai. After meeting up with Metkai in the Konoha Grove, the two began their afternoon training. Running circles around the woods, handstand circles, push UPS, sideways jumps, straight punches, kicks, and the final sparring session. After draining all their energy, the two of them lay on the grass and gasped for breath while looking at the stars in the sky. As expected of me, Shuaki is my eternal rival. Metkai suddenly grinned. In the past, whether it was training or sparring, Hashida Shuaki never fell behind in any way. Listening to Kai's words, Hashida Shuaki wanted to complain, "Kakashi is your eternal rival." But what he said was, "You will not be let down if you work hard, Kai, I am not behind you in terms of hard work." He knows how to make chicken soup and stuff like that. Of course, Hashida Shuaki knows better that 99% of hard work is important, but the 1% of talent is what determines the height. Therefore, whether it is the entry for student master or the entry for strong body, he must get it. Not only that, he also needs to trigger more entries. Otherwise, how can he, who is mediocre, compare with a genius like Kakashi? How can he fight with Danzo, and how can he compare with the stupid Uchiha and Otsutsuki? After regaining their strength a little, the two of them got up and took out their lunch boxes and started eating and drinking. The 3 lunch boxes were swept away, and Metkai even licked all the lunch boxes clean. "I'm so young, I'll eat you to death." The inheritance left by his parents, plus the village's subsidy, is completely enough for Hashida Shuaki's food and clothing. But no more. How can I make money? Too young. Hashixia's thoughts were running wild, and he was still chatting with Metkai all the way home, and his laughter from time to time startled a few birds. It was almost 8 o'clock when he got home. After washing the lunch box, Hashida Shuaki took a quick shower and washed off his clothes. And the time came to 8:30. After preparing a late-night snack in advance, Hashida Shuaki sat at the desk, set the alarm clock, and once again devoted himself to studying with high concentration. At 11 o'clock, the alarm clock rang. Hashida Shuaki weakly turned off the alarm clock, and then quickly finished the supper he had prepared. 3. After eating and drinking, he took a walk around the house while reviewing the contents of the scroll in his mind to deepen his memory. My memory is much stronger than in my previous life. Maybe I can try the memory palace I trained in my previous life. Whether it was due to time travel or Naruto's own reasons that his memory far exceeded his previous life, Shuaki Hashida felt the need to give the memory palace a try. In particular, Naruto has Genjutsu, a curse seal that seals the brain, and a sealing technique. When I was almost finished eating, it happened to be 12 o'clock. Turn off the lights and go to bed. In less than a minute, Hashixia Zaihoyi fell asleep quietly. On April 4, at 2 o'clock in the morning, Hashixia Zaihoyi got up on time. Wash up, go out for a run and buy groceries and breakfast. After making a lunch and having breakfast, Shuaki Hashida entered the school at 8 o'clock with his lunch box and came to the classroom of class, grade. It was half an hour before 8, and there was no one in the classroom. Shuaki Hashida didn't care. After finding a seat and sitting down, he lowered his eyes and started trying to build his own memory palace. As time went by, the classroom became lively. Hitaki Kakashi, Nohara Rin, Ui Kurane, Sarutobi Asuma, who has always been obsessed with red, Yamashiro Aoba, Ebisu, and various other clans such as the Inorikacho tribe, Shimura clan, Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, etc. People from the big and small ninja clan. Obviously, this class is an elite class. When Metkai arrived in the classroom, Hashida Shuaki opened his eyes and saw Shizuan sitting next to him. "Hello, my name is Shizuan." Shizuan, who still has a little baby fat, took the initiative to say hello. Hashida Shuaki immediately smiled. "Hello, Hashida Shuaki. It seems that Tsunadeheim hasn't left Konoha yet." After chatting with Kai and Shizuan for a while, the bell rang and a young man wearing a green vest walked into the classroom. The classroom gradually became quiet. The young man glanced at the little carrots in the classroom and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I am Kimura Kazuya, and I will be your homeroom teacher from today on. Then, now, everyone, please come with me to get the textbooks back." A group of people followed Keiya Kimura out of the classroom to collect textbooks, and then Uchiha Obito came in a hurry. Kakashi Hataki's venomous tongue struck out, there were almost no textbooks left. Uchiha Obito was angry, and before he could defend himself, Nohara Rin quickly said, "Obito, hurry up and follow me." Snort! With a slight hum, Uchiha Obito followed Nohara Rin. After receiving the textbook Hashida Shoeki, he realized that there were many courses in the ninja school. Chakra analysis, Madra and Chakra, secrets and codes, traps and tracking, first interpretation of Genjutsu, three-body technique, will of fire, ninja way, wood yajinian, ninja world, initial explanation of spells, mathematics, mechanics, biology and poison. There are actually as many as 20 courses. Although this is the content of the entire ninja school career for 6 years, it is not too few. The Will of Fire and The Way of Ninja are ideological and political courses, while Konoha Chronicle and Ninja World can be said to be history courses. Apart from these, they are all professional courses, including courses like mathematics and mechanics that Shoeki Hashida had never thought of before. Is it useful? Shoeki Hashida thought about it carefully. Courses like mathematics and mechanics are indeed useful for ninjas who are all-rounders and mercenaries. Whether it's fighting, assassination, or becoming a spy. Holding a large stack of textbooks, Hashida Shoeki felt that he had to re-examine the profession of ninja. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Brain, I am very fast. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Ninja School, 1st grade and 1 class. Kimura Kawiya was chatting endlessly about the key points of chakra extraction, while more than half of the students in the seats were doing their own thing. Kimura Kawiya didn't care about this, because he knew that most of the students who came from the ninja clan, or whose parents were ninjas, had already been able to refine chakra before entering the school. Shoeki Hashida, who was sitting in his seat, was not listening to the lecture. His chakra extraction was taught by the pharmacist Nono, and there was no problem at all. At the moment, he is memorizing and filling the textbook content word for word into the memory palace he built. Of course, for many of ninjas' lessons, it's not just about memorizing them. For example, remembering Madra is only the first step. The second step is to be able to complete it skillfully and accurately with both hands. The third step is to form the seal while also driving chakra. After all, the existence of the seal is to guide chakra to better release ninjutsu. Only after completing 3 steps can one be able to form the seals to perform ninjutsu. As for the speed of forming the seals, it depends on long-term training and muscle memory. Of course, while filling in the memory palace, Hashida Shoeki was also taking notes, making some annotations, and leaving questions one by one. This can be considered a preview. Next to Hashida Shoeki, Shizune didn't listen to the class either. She also has a foundation, but at this moment most of her eyes are attracted to the serious Hashida Shoeki. Although Shoeki Hashida is not as cold as Kakashi, his appearance is delicate and clean, his smile is gentle and warm, and most importantly, his serious look at this moment makes Shizune feel particularly good. At 12 noon, the bell rang, and the last class of the morning ended. After the teacher left, the students in the classroom dispersed. Students who are close to the school go home, while those who are far away stay at the school and eat lunch with them. Shoeki Hashida and Matkai are the latter. But while the two were fighting, a voice interrupted them. "Shoeki-kun, I have spinach here, do you want to try it?" Hashida Shoeki and Matkai both raised their heads. Looking at the slightly shy Shizune, Hashida Shoeki was a little surprised, then he smiled and did not refuse, thank you, then I'm not welcome. So the meal for 2 became 3, and of course Metkai fought alone. Shizuan asked Hashida Shuaki to eat her own dishes, and Hashida Shuaki returned the favor. Shizuan, this is the beef slices I made myself, you should try it too. Great! Shizuan was shocked. She didn't expect Shuaki Hashida to be so powerful, but she hadn't learned it yet. I reached out and took a piece, and it tasted pretty good. But soon Shizuan looked at Hashida Shuaki who was enjoying the meal, and felt pity in her heart. Shuaki-kun, it must be very hard for you alone. The rice only lasted for 15 minutes, and in the end Shizuan finished the remaining half of the brown rice by Shuaki Hashida. The period from next to 2 o'clock was lunch break, but Hashida Shuaki did not do this. He continued to preview and memorize textbooks. Metkai was fast asleep next to him, while Shizuan was watching the serious Hashixia Shuaki gradually fall asleep. Starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the class continued with kunao throwing and practical classes. At this time, obvious differences began to appear among the students in the class. Students like Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Ui Kurane, and Shizuan, who were taught by their fathers or were from the ninja clan, performed well whether it was kunao throwing or practical classes. There is a clear gap between him and civilian students such as Hashida Shuaki and Metkai. Shuaki Hashida happened to be in the same group as Shizuan. The two faced off and were completely defeated. Kakashi faced off against Uchiha Obito, and what surprised Hashida Shuaki was that Uchiha Obito was evenly matched with Kakashi in the first half of the game. The two of them went back and forth in a very structured manner. Is this the strength that a crane tail should have? Hashida Shuaki felt that it was time for him to re-examine the characters he knew. As for the entire class, the one who is most dazzling and admired by many girls is undoubtedly Kakashi. Uchiha Obito was envious and jealous, and his unwillingness was even felt by Shuaki Hashida, who was far away. Once upon a time, Uchiha Obito was also a popular target among girls, but now Kakashi has stolen the limelight. Hateful. Seeing Kakashi being cheered by the girls, especially seeing Nohara Rin's eyes full of Kakashi, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but fist his fists. Next time, I'll beat this guy down next time. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the day's classes end. Shuaki Hashida and Metkai went to the grove to continue training together, and then returned home after exhausting their energy. Wash, do laundry, cook, eat. At 8 o'clock, Hashida Shuaki continued to study. Whether it was for himself or because of Medicine Master Nanoyu, he could not slack off in any way. The entry tree brought him infinite possibilities, but these infinite possibilities still required him to put in a lot of effort to fill them. At 12 o'clock in the morning, Hashida Shuaki went to bed on time, ending this busy and fulfilling day. From this day on, Hashida Shuaki's life began to become extremely regular. He attends classes on weekdays, helps out at the orphanage on weekends, and asks for advice from the pharmacist Nanoyu. But whether it is on school days or weekends, training with Metkai will never be missed. But it was also from this day that Shuaki Hashida began to be beaten continuously in the daily practical class. Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Ui Kurane, Shizuan, Uchiha Obito, except for Kai and a few civilian students, Hashida Shuaki could not win. The difference is obvious. But in the eyes of teacher Koya Kimura, he saw Shuaki Hashida's rapid progress. Shuaki Hashida asks him many questions every day, and being so eager to learn gives him a great sense of accomplishment and enjoyment. Time flies and a month passes. October 5th, 1 p.m. 100 hours of studying with % concentration are finally completed. Hashida Shuaki, who was a little exhausted, was very excited and looking forward to it. Focusing on the word tree in his mind, he immediately chose to merge the two words student and self-discipline. Then, a new entry, the entry leaf shrouded in green fluorescence, appeared. Straight A student. Entry effect, the overlord machine among learning machines, with 10 times the concentration and 100% increase in thinking speed. At the same time, the original entry effect will not disappear. When the entry effect took effect, Hashixia Shuaki immediately felt the difference. A mosquito flew past his eyes, and it actually felt like its movements were being slowed down. Sure enough, doubling the speed of thinking means that the brain processes information faster, thus forming dynamic vision. But it's not just about dynamic vision, it's about an overall improvement in the speed of thinking, not just the speed of image processing. And the brain's neural responsibility. 4. Hashixia Ziyuyi immediately raised his hand to form a seal. It's faster. However, Hashida Shuaki immediately frowned. Although the speed of forming seals has been improved a little, the hand and brain are not coordinated. The brain is fast, but the hand speed cannot keep up. Brain, I'm fast. Hand, I can't keep up. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Hataki Sakumo. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Outside the ninja school. Hataki Sakumo came to pick up his son Kakashi in a rare occasion, but his eyes involuntarily fell on the two people and asked, "Kakashi, is that your classmate too?" Kakashi followed his father's gaze and saw that it was Hashida Shuaki and Metkai. "We have been classmates for nearly 3 months, and we are already very familiar with each other, especially Shuaki Hashida and Metkai. Because the latter regards him as his strongest opponent and likes to compete with him. And Shuaki Hashida has a good relationship with Metkai, so they naturally became friends. Of course, there are also reasons why he was deeply impressed by Metkai before entering school. Because Hataki Sakumo once said that Metkai has extraordinary talents and will become a strong opponent for him. Yes, father. Kakashi said, his name is Hashida Shuaki, and he is also my friend. His learning ability is very strong and he ranked first in the written examination for 2 consecutive exams. Hataki Sakumo smiled and said, "It seems like he is another great talent. Kakashi, this friend of yours, if you don't work hard, I'm afraid you will be surpassed by him." Kakashi subconsciously wanted to refute, because in the past 3 months, every time he and Shuaki Hashida faced off, the latter lost. However, thinking about Hashida Shuaki's rapid progress in the past month or so, he hesitated again. Especially yesterday, in the practical class, he happened to be in the same group as Shuaki Hashida. And Shuaki Hashida gave him the feeling that all his movements and moves were seen through. Although he was still the winner, he did so not with physical skills, but with stronger physique and richer fighting experience. So Kakashi thought for a moment and said, "Father, I want to train with them, is that okay?" Hataki Sakumo smiled and nodded, "Of course, go ahead." Kakashi immediately said goodbye to his father and caught up with Shuaki Hashida and Metkai. Shuaki Hashida and Guy naturally welcome Kakashi's joining, especially the latter. Metkai has invited Kakashi many times. On the way, Kakashi couldn't help but ask the question in his heart, "Shuaki, yesterday's battle, as well as the battle between you and others, seemed to have completely seen our movements. How did you do it?" Sure enough, it was noticed. Hashida Shuaki is not too surprising. Excellent people always attract attention. He thought for a while and said, "Kakashi, when facing someone whose shooting speed is slower than yours, and you are familiar with his moves, you can also see through his movements and predict his movements." Kakashi frowned, "Your speed is faster than..." He reacted quickly and immediately realized that Shuaki Hashida was not talking about the speed of his hands and feet, nervous reaction speed. Hashixia nodded, "Only part of it." He pointed at his brain and then at his eyes. It takes time to receive external information from the eyes, transmit it to the brain, and then feed it back to the eyes and to various parts of the body. These can be collectively referred to as nerve response speeds, and it just so happens that my brain operates faster and can process the information received by the eyes, hearing, smell, and touch faster, and then feed it back to the eyes, hands, and feet. At the same time, my memory is pretty good. I have established samples for you and other classmates, Kakashi, and am familiar with your fighting methods and moves. The so-called samples are actually Hashida Shoaki storing the battle memories about Kakashi and others in separate categories in his memory palace. Although everyone is making progress, as far as taijutsu duels are concerned, especially those like Kakashi who have family traditions and started training and learning very early, certain rules have actually been formed. Memory, coupled with extraordinary information processing speed, caused Shoaki Hashida to see through the movements of Kakashi and others and predict their movements. Shoaki Hashida speculated that the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, in addition to seeing the opponent's chakra operation, also speeds up the speed at which the visual nerve transmits information to the brain. After the explanation, Kakashi suddenly understood. Regarding neurological reactions, it is not only included in the textbook Creatures and Poisons issued by the ninja school, but his father also taught him this aspect. Through long-term training, improving the speed of seal formation and forming muscle memory is actually an improvement in the speed of neural response. Father is indeed right. Shoaki has a unique talent with extraordinary brain processing speed. Kakashi is extremely keen and feels that Shoaki Hashida has unique skills in memory. But he didn't ask further, because it was very impolite to pry into other people's secrets and unique skills, especially for friends. When they arrived at the grove, Kai and Kakashi had a passionate battle. Seeing the two people going back and forth, and the smoke and dust scattered, Hashida Zaiwichi couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. It's more fierce than when you fought with me. It seems I'm still far behind and can't bring out Kai's potential. In terms of physical talent, he is indeed far behind Kai and Kakashi. He can clearly feel this because he often trains with Kai. If it weren't for the blessing of the entry, he would have been far away from Kai. I just don't know if the 1x increase in physical talent in the entry strong body can make my talent in physical skills comparable to Kakashi or even Kai. Hashida Zaiwichi is looking forward to it. Because today is June 6th. When today's training is over, the entry strong body will be activated. However, neither Shoaki Hashida nor Kai and Kakashi who were fighting noticed that there were a pair of eyes staring at them in the distance. Night, Root Base. The leader of the Roots, Danzo, who was still in his prime, looked at the information in his hand. He was born in an orphanage, and his parents were both ninjas who died in the war. Is it just his excellent neurological reflexes and memory that make him stand out? The root ninja who is responsible for inspecting potential outstanding personnel from the ninja school lowered his head and said, "Yes, Danzo-sama. Hashida Shoaki has excellent learning ability and has always ranked first in the written examination. He has surpassed geniuses like Kakashi and many students from the ninja clan. His taijutsu talent can only be considered average, but his extraordinary neurological response and memory give him the same power as the Sharingan. He can see through the opponent's moves and predict the opponent's actions. In addition, he also has an extremely excellent special skill, which is self-discipline. His self-discipline even exceeds that of most adults. His subordinates believe that if such a person is cultivated from the root, he will definitely be able to play a huge role." Upon hearing the Sharingan, Danzo's eyes narrowed and he finally became serious. Ability similar to the Sharingan, coupled with excellent learning ability, terrible self-discipline, these qualities are indeed suitable for the root. Danzo immediately issued an order, "Focus on this Hashida Shoaki. There are some ninja schools who are better than Shoaki Hashida, such as Kakashi. But he couldn't recruit this child." End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Transformation Expert, please recommend and vote for monthly votes to follow up. Grove. Hashida Shoaki and the three of them lay side by side on the grass, breathing heavily. "I really have no energy left at all." However, although his body was exhausted, Hashida Shoaki's brain was very excited. Because the activation conditions for the entry strong body have finally been met. Activation. In Hashida Shoaki's mind, the entry strong body lit up completely, and it was a green entry. Then Hashida Shoaki felt a mysterious power surge through his body. Perhaps because his physical strength was exhausted, he could clearly feel that his body was recovering rapidly. The body is strong, the spirit is strong, the recovery power is increased by 100%, the resistance to injury and illness is increased by 100%, and the physical skills talent is increased by 100%. I haven't experienced the other effects yet, but just doubling the recovery power makes Shoaki Hashida feel so good. However, as his physical strength recovered, hunger quickly swept over him. I'm so hungry. It seems that the recovery requirements did not come out of thin air. What the entry strengthened was my own physique. Hashida Shoaki understood secretly, and quickly got up to get his lunch box and started eating like crazy. It has become his habit to bring lunch boxes to training. Of course, this lunch box was bought, and there were 2 of it. High concentration and high efficiency also mean high consumption. As I ate, my hunger disappeared, and by the time I finished eating a bento, I started to feel a warm feeling in my body. So fast! By doubling your recovery power, does your digestion capacity also double? Hashida Shoaki was secretly happy, but he did not continue to eat the bento, but handed the remaining one to Kakashi. Because Kakashi came here temporarily and was not prepared. Like Shoaki Hashida, Metkai prepared a lunch at noon. Thank you. After thanking him, Kakashi took the lunch box and replenished energy with Metkai. Hashixia Zaihoyi got up for a walk. The effect of resilience is already obvious, and injury resistance requires long-term training to evaluate. There is also physical skill talent, which doubles the physical skill talent improvement. If the original physical skill talent is 5, it will become 10. My Taijutsu talent is 5, how tall will Kakashi's be, and how tall will Guy be? At this moment Hashida Shoaki couldn't help but regret not having a digital plug-in. However, according to his impression, if one does not take into account the physical performance of the 8-gate dungeon, the gap between Kakashi and Guy will not be very big. As for the 8-door dungeon, Kakashi can only open the 3rd door. Is this secret technique the high standard for testing a person's talent in human body arts? It was almost digested. Although he wanted to try the effect of improving his physical skills, Hashida Shoaki still held back. Too much is not enough, today's training volume is already huge. The 3 of them packed up and went home. When he got home, Hashixia Zaihoyi washed up first, washed his clothes, and then went to the kitchen to make food. Because the body tells him through hunger that it still needs food to replenish energy and store energy. After eating to fullness again, Xiu Xingxia cleaned up and came to the study. The time at this time is 9 o'clock. 5. Studying in the evening continues. This time Hashida Shoaki's target is the transformation technique, one of the 3 body techniques. It has been so long since school started, but teacher Kimura Koya finally taught the transformation technique, one of the 3 body techniques. Of course, according to the progress of Class 1, all students have been able to refine chakra in good quantities, and teaching ninjutsu is just right. Entering a state of concentration, Hashida Shoaki first recalled 3 memories, the explanation of the transformation technique left by his parents, and the explanation of the transformation technique by his teacher Kaoya Kimura. On the basis of the daytime course, you can further understand and develop your own understanding and cognition. After completing this step, Hashida Shoaki started to get started. That is, forming seals and guiding chakra at the same time. Naturally, I have been very familiar with the seals of the transformation technique for a long time, and I am also very proficient in the refining and control of chakra due to the teachings of the pharmacist Nono and the usual focused training. In this regard, he still has an advantage. The 3rd step is to determine the target. That is, characters who need to change. This requires a very familiar understanding of the character that needs to be varied. The level of transformation technique, chakra control is the foundation, and the key lies in the details. The person Hashida Shoaki is most familiar with is undoubtedly Metkai, who he has practiced with for more than 3 months. The memory belonging to Metkai emerged, and as the smoke rose, Hashixia Shuaki on the chair transformed into Metaka. After getting up and going to the mirror in the bathroom, Hashixia took a look. Her appearance was perfect, but her temperament was a bit off. After releasing the ninjutsu, Shuaki Hashida pondered for a moment, and then formed another seal to perform the transformation technique. Bang! Metkai appeared again, and this time his temperament matched. But Shuaki Hashida tried his voice, and it was far from good. This is the mystery of chakra, even the sound can be changed. After trying 3 times in a row, Hashida Shuaki couldn't find any more flaws. Okay. There was movement in the entry tree again. Zaihui Xingxia quickly checked and found that there was another entry leaf. Entry, Transformation Expert. Obtain conditions, 100 transformation targets and meet certain requirements. Effect, your keen insight allows you to quickly grasp the characteristics of others. You can easily pick up the skills with ease. You can even omit seals. You can change who looks like whom. Even a senior ninja can only see through the flaws in the intelligence. You, of course, don't encounter chakra-sensing ninjas, especially Sharingan and Byakugan. Hashida Shuaki was a little surprised, but also regretful. When it comes to Naruto's transformation technique, the most powerful one is Baizetsu. Even chakra can simulate changes. Byakugan and Sharingan cannot recognize it. Chakra perception similar to Kagura's heart eye will also lose its effect. It can only be obtained from intelligence. It's worth breaking if you go up. This transformation expert is a bit off. But having 100 transformation objects isn't that difficult. The entire class, plus the companions from the previous orphanage, is completely enough. This request. Hashida Shuaki saw that he had already completed one of the 100 goals. In other words, the Metakai he transformed into met the requirements. Appearance, demeanor, voice. Hashida Zaihui already knew it in his heart. Then he couldn't help but think, since the transformation technique can trigger entries, can the clone technique and the substitute technique also be used? Should I teach myself the techniques of clone and substitute first? Although Kimura Kawiya did not have a professor, he had notes left by his parents and pharmacist Nono. Based on his own learning ability, Hashida Shuaki felt that this most basic ninjutsu should not be a problem. The key point of the clone technique is chakra control. Moreover, the most basic clone technique is only a false clone, not an entity. It is far less difficult than clone techniques such as shadow clone and water clone. As for the standing technique, the most important thing about the most basic standing technique is timing and prediction. Because you need to prepare a substitute first. Of course, transformation skills are often also the basis. Transform the avatar into your own appearance. This is why Kimura Koya taught the transformation technique first. A more advanced substitute technique is to use one's own clone as a substitute. For example, Orochimaru's Earth Double and Kakashi's Thunder Escape clone can also counter the opponent when the clone is destroyed. Going further, Hashida Shuaki felt that Uchiha Sasuke's Tenshou power could also be regarded as a type of substitute technique. Just like the Flying Thunder God technique can be classified as the instant body technique. Newbie, please support. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Gap. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. After all, Hashida Shuaki did not change his study plan to practice the clone technique and the substitute technique first. When he woke up at 5 a.m. the next morning, Hashida Shuaki no longer felt as tired as before and felt extremely energetic. You know, because I studied until 12 o'clock at night, I would inevitably feel tired when I woke up the next day. Now Hashida Shuaki feels that he is powerful, and the effect of the entry strong body is extraordinary. In addition, he also saw another aspect of recovery, and that was injuries. Some redness and swelling from yesterday's training have disappeared now. In the past, recovery was not that quick. After breakfast, Hashida Shoaki was the first to arrive in the classroom, and soon Shizuan came too. So Shoaki Hashida took advantage of the fact that other students didn't come and carefully observed Shizuan around him. This is the second goal of his transformation. Shizuan couldn't help but blush at the sight, turned around and asked, "Shoaki, is something wrong? I can help if you need it." Looking at Shizuan and recalling the past 2 months together, Hashida Shoaki captured one of Shizuan's characteristics, gentleness and consideration for others. "I'm observing you for the transformation technique," Hashida Shoaki explained with a smile. On the battlefield, in a hostile environment, most of the time transformation techniques are used temporarily and for a short period of time. This requires us to have keen insight and grasp it in the shortest possible time. The details should be as small as possible so that the enemy can see through them at a glance. In addition to appearance, I think you also need to pay attention to your demeanor and temperament. More details are your voice and walking posture. And these also require training and careful observation of the characteristics of different people. Shizuan nodded repeatedly. Tsunade-sama said the same thing. Hashida Shoaki finished his observation and formed a seal to perform the transformation technique under Shizuan's gaze. Bang! The smoke dissipated, and 2 identical Shizuan sat opposite each other. At this time, someone walked into the classroom. Hashida Shoaki and Shizuan turned their heads to look. The person who came was Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin was stunned by the 2 identical Shizuan. She looked left and right, but for a moment she couldn't tell which one was the real Shizuan. Suddenly, there was a bang, the smoke rose and dispersed, and one of the Shizuan had turned into Nohara Rin. "Kakashi!" Nohara Rin next to Shizuan clasped her hands on her chest and cheered. This is the way Nohara Rin cheers for Kakashi, who is in the limelight during every practical class or ninja tool throwing class. Although there was more than one girl like her, Nohara Rin's cheeks instantly turned red after hearing this at the door of the classroom. At this time, Hashida Shoaki used the transformation technique again and turned into Kakashi with a bang. He stood up and put his hands in his pockets, turned around and walked towards Kakashi's seat. Nohara Rin looked stunned. That cold expression and temperament, that pocket-stuffing posture, that back view, it's just... Could it be Kakashi? Nohara Rin almost doubted it, but then denied it. Kakashi wouldn't do such a prank. At this time, Hashida Shoaki stopped in the aisle, turned around and used the transformation technique again, and with a bang, he turned into Uchiha Obito wearing goggles. Pushing up his goggles, Uchiha Obito snorted, "Kakashi, that stinky guy, let him learn how powerful I am next time." Nohara Rin was surprised. "Obito? No, Obito wouldn't come so early." Bang! Hashida Shoaki returned to his original appearance and said with a smile, "Sorry, I am practicing the transformation technique." "Really?" Nohara Rin breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and said, "Shoaki, you are really amazing. The teacher just taught you yesterday, and now you have completely mastered it." Hashida Shoaki shrugged and said with a smile, "But I still haven't lied to you, right?" However, he changed several times continuously and was very accurate, which also benefited from the memory palace. After all, he had previously put each of his classmates into his memory palace as samples. He has now completed 5 goals. Returning to his seat, he communicated with Shizuan. As more and more classmates arrived, Hashida Shoaki began to observe the classmates around him and add details to the memory palace. In the afternoon, during the practical class, Hashida Shoaki also felt the obvious effects of the improvement in physical skills. Even though he had trained hard before, he could not complete a very good move, but today he used it quite smoothly, so much so that he beat his opponent, Metkai, out of reach. "Shoaki, you have become stronger again. However, I will not fall behind at all." Metkai felt the pressure, but became more and more passionate, swinging his fists and feet faster. Bang bang bang! The two fists and feet collided, and they were inextricably fighting. Most of the students watching the game were cheering for Hoshida Shoaki, especially the girls. But Kakashi keenly noticed that Shoaki Hoshida seemed to have made a big improvement. Teacher Koya Kimura looked at it and nodded secretly in appreciation. Shoaki has made obvious progress again. I don't know if he has practiced more in private. Such a talent for learning is only slightly worse than Kakashi's in this class, but not at all worse than Asuma's. After dozens of rounds, the entangled bodies separated. Hoshida Shoaki and Kai knelt down on one knee, breathing heavily and sweating like rain. The two of them no longer had the strength to fight. Hoshida Shoaki, Metkai, Tai. Kimura Koya announced loudly. 6. After Hoshida Shoaki and Metkai formed the seal of reconciliation, Kimura Koya announced the next match, Hitaki Kakashi vs Uchiha Obito. Kakashi still had a cold attitude, but Uchiha Obito glanced at Nohara Rin first, and then came forward very forcefully, saying to Kakashi, "Kakashi, you will definitely be defeated this time. In my hands." Kakashi said calmly, "If you are not late every day, I believe it." Uchiha Obito immediately gritted his teeth, "You stinky Kakashi, damn it." One sentence made Uchiha Obito break his defense. After forming the seal of opposition, Uchiha Obito couldn't wait to charge forward, and the fierce confrontation began, which was not inferior to the battle between Hoshida Shoaki and Metkai just now. The girls who were watching were all shouting for Kakashi in unison at this moment. Hashixia Zaihoyi was focused on nothing else, his eyes fixed on the two fighting men. He is not the only one who is making progress. After more than 20 rounds, Uchiha Obito was kicked away by Kakashi. After his body rolled several times on the ground, Uchiha Obito jumped up, holding a kunao and killed him again. Kakashi also took out a kunao, and with a clanking sound, sparks flew everywhere where the two figures met. It seems that Kakashi is already practicing sword skills. Hoshida Shoaki saw the shadow of sword skills in Kakashi's kunao, which was obviously different from the past battles. After another dozen rounds, Uchiha Obito, who was once again at a disadvantage, suddenly turned backwards. After retreating a certain distance, his cheeks bulged, and then he opened his mouth and flames spurted out. Art fire escape ho fireball. Hoshida Shoaki looked surprised. This was the first time he saw Uchiha Obito perform. But then it became clear that even though Uchiha Obito was just living with his grandmother and his parents had passed away, he was still a disciple of a wealthy family. Ninja clans like Uchiha and Hinata obviously have mature internal systems for training ninjas. Looking at Kakashi again, he pressed his hands to the ground, and then a wall rose from the ground. Earth escape, earth current wall. Boom! The spherical flames hit the earthen wall and then spewed out in all directions, causing many students who were watching to retreat. Whispering sound. The carefully prepared ninjutsu failed to achieve success. Uchiha Obito curled his lips unwillingly and charged forward again. This is the gap. Hoshida Shoaki couldn't help but sigh secretly. In the past, Kakashi obviously did not use all his strength, but purely used physical skills to fight the enemy. Looking at his proficiency in this technique, it was obvious that he had learned the earth release ninjutsu long ago. You can see your own efforts, but you can't see the efforts of others, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. With Kakashi's background, he probably started practicing at the age of 3. However, Hashixia Shoaki did not belittle himself. With the entries in the tree, he would definitely be able to catch up if he worked harder. After more than 10 rounds, Kakashi used a clone to shake the reckless Uchiha Obito, and kicked Uchiha Obito away. Before he could get up, the kunao was already in front of him. Uchiha Obito was unwilling to give in, but he could only hum and tilt his head. Teacher Kaoya Kimura secretly sighed, as expected of the son of Konoha White Fang, the Uchiha clan. With such strength, regardless of mission experience, he is completely qualified to be a genin. However, Thinking of Uchiha Obito's poor theoretical knowledge and impetuous personality, Kimura Koya couldn't help shaking his head secretly, and then announced, "Kakashi wins." The seal of reconciliation. Kakashi took the kunao and reached out his hand. Uchiha Obito hesitated for a moment, then stood up with Kakashi's hand, and then the two formed a seal of reconciliation. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. The script is wrong. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Students are always carefree, and time slips away inadvertently. July has arrived in the blink of an eye, and with the release of exam results, summer vacation has arrived. In the final exam, Shoaki Hashida ranked 10th in his class. He got perfect marks on all written tests, but throwing ninja tools and practical combat were a hindrance. The people in front of him were all talented people like Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma, and they were from the ninja clan. Even though everyone doesn't listen carefully in class, you might be making up lessons in private one-on-one. And Uchiha Obito naturally became the last one. There is no way, the theory test is completely useless. Nohara Rin has tried her best to give her a chance, but it's a pity that Uchiha Obito is useless and can't even cheat. After leaving the school, Hashida Shoaki was stopped by Shizuan. Shizuan asked, "Shoaki, do you have any plans for the summer vacation?" Hashida Shoaki said with a smile, "I have made an appointment with Kai and Kakashi to train together." Kai next to him showed his white teeth and smiled confidently and proudly, "We have already made a training plan, it's called the Summer Battle. Why don't Shizuan join us too?" Shizuan looked at Hashida Zaiwichi, her clear eyes filled with faint expectation, "Is this okay? Is it too much trouble?" Hashida Zaiwichi immediately smiled and nodded, "Of course, you are welcome. Starting tomorrow, we will meet outside the school at 9 a.m. Well, it's best to bring a lunch box with you." Shizuan nodded quickly, "I understand, I will definitely arrive on time. Then I'll see you tomorrow." See you tomorrow. *2. Shizuan waved goodbye and left with a cheerful breath. Hashixia Zaihoyi thought that it would be nice to have a little beauty to practice with, so as to avoid aesthetic fatigue. "Then should we call Yui Kurane, Nohara Rin, and the others?" Hashida Shoaki couldn't help but touch his chin, but then he shook his head secretly, "Forget it, women will only affect my concentration in practice. Let's go Kai, today's training officially begins." Hashixia Shoaki said hello. Met Kai bared his teeth and said with a smile, "Shoaki, let's have a competition and see who gets there first." Then Kakashi appeared, "I'll give the order." Xingxiaxiu kept leaning down, "No problem." Kai immediately got ready. Behind them, Kakashi acted as the referee. 1, 2, 3, start. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingxiaxiu activated his body in an instant, exerted force on his legs, uncoiled the air waves, and rushed out. Metkai's reaction was a little slower, but he followed closely behind, and his explosive power was stronger than Shoaki Hashida's. He jumped up and came forward, keeping pace with Shoaki Hashishida. The two of them jumped up and down the streets and rooftops, and ran to the training ground as fast as possible. Behind him, Kakashi followed, his eyes locked on the two people in front, but he was secretly analyzing, "It's really amazing reaction speed, and it's still improving, but Shoaki's explosive power is not as good as Kai." Metkai had already surpassed Hashida's Shoaki at this time, but when he saw that he was about to reach his destination, Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Because Kai's speed dropped, Hashida's Shoaki overtook Kai. "Hide your strength." Kakashi speeded up. No, Kai's speed dropped because of his reduced physical strength. But although Shoaki was surpassed by Kai before, his speed has not changed. His physical strength should not be stronger than Kai's, and his recovery ability. Studying and analyzing other people is something Kakashi learned from Hashida's Shoaki. Soon, the three of them arrived at the training venue. Metkai bent over and gasped for breath, but gave a thumbs up to Shoaki Hashixia with one hand, as expected of Shoaki. Hashixia Shoaki panted slightly and said with a smile, I just distributed my physical strength more reasonably. Without the blessing of the term strong body, he would have lost just now. Kai's training volume is greater than him. After all, Shoaki Hashida still has to spend time learning other things, while Kai focuses on physical skills. In this case, Kai's progress was clearly better than his. With a faster recovery speed and a more reasonable distribution of physical strength, he defeated Kai with a slight advantage. You have both talent and hard work, so what can you compare them to? Of course it's hanging. Hashida Shoaki's summer started with a game. And the time flashed to afternoon. Today's training ended earlier than usual, but it was only 4 o'clock. But Shoaki Hashida didn't go home immediately. Instead, he wandered around the most prosperous area of Konoha. No matter what this summer vacation, he will find a source of wealth. Not to mention making a fortune, he will make a little bit. Write a book. After seeing the bookstore, Shoaki Hashida came up with an idea, but immediately rejected it. He wasn't Jiraiya and had so much time to write a book. There is not even enough time to study and practice. The purpose of making money is to become stronger, not to put the cart before the horse. So, preferably something related to ninjas. Hashida Shoaki thought to himself, looking at the shops on both sides of the street one by one. Learn medical ninjutsu to treat illnesses and save people, and work part-time at Konoha Hospital? But medical ninjutsu is not that easy to learn. Suddenly, Hashida Shoaki's eyes were fixed on a shop selling ninja tools, and then he stepped inside. Little brother, do you want to buy a kunao? The person who spoke was a young lady with a broad mind. Hashida Zaiwichi glanced a little longer, and then stared at the young lady with a face full of collagen, watery eyes, and red lips. He blinked and asked, Sister, in addition to kunao and hands, is there anything else besides the sword? The store is not big, and all you can see are various kinds of kunao and shuriken. There are also long boxes on the wooden shelf, which may be knives or the like. The young lady leaned over, and the rough waves almost hit Xingxia Zaihuyi's face. She pointed to the wooden frame, of course. Little brother, do you want to buy a wakizashi? The aroma of milk hit his nostrils. Hashida Shoaki sniffed and then shook his head. The young lady blinked, detonating talisman. Little brother, you are still a student of ninja school, right? The detonating talisman is very dangerous for you. Hashida Zaiwichi immediately reached out and grabbed the little sister's cold and soft hand. Relying on his age of less than 6 years, her delicate appearance, and her dark and bright eyes, he prayed, Sister is so beautiful, can you sell one to me? 7. The young lady looked at Hashida Shoaki with a smile and said, although you praised my sister, I still can't sell it to you. But what did you buy it for? Speak out and maybe sister can help you. Shoaki Hashida bowed his head and showed off his acting skills. Sister, I want to learn how to make detonating charms and make money. The young lady was stunned after hearing this. Hashida Shoaki raised his head, his eyes watery. Sister, I entered the ninja school from the orphanage, so I want to make money. What a poor and sensible little guy. The young lady hugged Hashida Shoaki, making the latter almost unable to breathe. But after letting go, she still said, even though this is the case, my sister still can't sell it to you. It's too dangerous for you. But sister can still help you. Why don't you come to the store to help during the summer vacation? My sister can pay your salary. The script is wrong. Hashida Shoaki was speechless and said quickly, thank you, sister, but I believe you can learn it. You know, I ranked first in the theory test at school. If sister doesn't believe it, you can go to the school to find teacher Kimura. Great. The young lady praised you first, then smiled and said, Sister, I believe you, but making the detonating talisman is not that simple. First of all, you need to know the spell, and secondly, you need to possess the fire escape chakra. And the materials for the detonating talisman are also very expensive. Hashida Shoaki immediately changed his strategy and said with an arrogant expression and tone, "Sister, I also know the spells. Also, I inherited my father's fire attribute and my mother's wind attribute. Sister, if I learn how to make detonating talismans, I can complete it by providing the materials, and then sell it in my sister's shop. My sister only needs to give me a fixed reward for each detonating talisman." What a smart little guy! Looking at Hashixia Zaihuyi's appearance, Tianyun couldn't help but secretly marvel. After thinking about it, he got up and took out a detonating talisman from the drawer. He shook it in front of Hashixia Zaihuyi and smiled. "The price of this detonating talisman is its 1,000 taels, and the cost of making materials is generally around 300 taels. Little brother, if you can tell what spells are used in this detonating talisman, my sister can teach you how to make the detonating talisman, and as you said, I can give you 200 taels for each detonating talisman you complete." End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Tsunade. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. 1,000 taels apiece, and it's still such a small piece. Hashida Shoaki remembered that the detonating talisman also had a larger one, so it might be more expensive. It is indeed an arms. Hashida Shoaki suddenly thought of Xionan's hundreds of billions of detonating talismans. How did they come about? Bought? I'm afraid it has something to do with Xionan's own secret technique. Hashida Shoaki secretly guessed. The money Kakuzu earned was probably used by Xionan to buy paper or materials for making paper. The paper carrying ninjutsu and chakra is obviously not ordinary paper. Just like the ninja world has a unique chakra metal that can conduct chakra. Looks like the summer plans are going to change. Hashida Shoaki has already made up his mind. The reward is 200 taels per piece, which is money you can make. And he was not lying just now when he said that he had fire escape and wind escape chakra attributes. He had bought chakra test strips and tested them before. Reaching out to take the detonating talisman, Hashida Shoaki immediately entered the state and stared at the detonating talisman in his hand. In the middle of the talisman paper is the word explosion, surrounded by talismans. In the eyes of ordinary people, this talisman is just a ghost drawing talisman, and there are not many rules at all. But this is not the case for Shoaki Hashida, who has learned all the basic spells by himself and has them all in his head. These charms are full of beauty and have unique laws. But at the same time, what appears to be a short spell actually contains a lot of information. Based on the sealing talisman, it seems to be a simple talisman, but it is actually condensed. Hashixia Zaihuyi frowned slightly. It is difficult to reversely deduce the complete, non-simplified spell from the completed detonating talisman. But it's not impossible to accomplish. Because there are actually two types involved, one is sealing, and the other is fire escape. Hashida Shoaki has naturally never learned the sealing technique, but the basis of the sealing technique is actually a spell. The ninja school's textbook on spells lists the 9 most commonly used basic sealing spells. Likewise, there are examples of fire escape spells. The detonating talisman is easy to activate, and the gesture is the right half of the way seal. Hashida Shoaki clearly saw from Uchiha Obito that there are 6 seals in the Go Fireball Jutsu, and the second seal is the way seal. In addition, the first seal of the fire release ninjutsu, Flame Bullet, obtained from his father, is also the way seal. Hashida Shoaki concentrated on the analysis and retrieved a large amount of knowledge from the memory palace. After a moment, Xingxiaxiu took off his school bag, took out pen and paper from it, and then quickly drew spells one by one under Tianyun's shocked eyes. So awesome! Tianyun covered his mouth to prevent himself from screaming. But when Hashida Shoaki was about to finish, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, not entirely correct. But it's already very shocking. This little brother really didn't lie. He is really an incredible genius. Although Konoha is rich in geniuses, they are still amazing. At this moment, Hashida Shuaki tore off the paper full of spells and quickly formed seals with his hands. And many more. Tianyun exclaimed, but it was too late to stop him. Hashixia Shuaki completed the seal and pressed his right palm on the paper covered with charms on the floor. The next moment, with the infusion of chakra, those tadpole-like charms seemed to come alive, swimming quickly, gathering and surrounding Hashida Shuaki's palm. Careful! Tianyun shouted, stretched out his hand to grab Hashixia's Ioyi and pulled him into his arms. He jumped quickly and landed on the counter. The next moment, the talisman snorted and spontaneously ignited without fire. On the counter, Tianyun, who was holding Hashida Shuaki, was holding an unfolded ninjutsu scroll in his left hand. It was a water escape scroll. Seeing that it was naturally ignited and there was no explosion, Tianyun did not activate the water escape sealed in the scroll, and at the same time he breathed out. If this blows up, that won't be good. After collecting the ninjutsu scroll, Tianyun took Hashida Shuaki out of his arms. Xingxiaxiu took a big breath. Suppressed. But before Tianyun could speak, he quickly said, "Sister, I didn't inject a lot of chakra, so it won't explode. Even if it explodes, it will be equivalent to a firecracker at most and will not be dangerous. He wouldn't risk his life." Tianyun blushed after hearing this, and immediately flicked Xingxia Xiuyi's forehead to argue, "That's not allowed either. This is a very dangerous thing." After getting off the counter, Tianyun put Hashida Shuaki down, looked at the latter touching his forehead, and smiled again. "Hey, although your spell just now was wrong, it was still very powerful, so my sister decided to hire you." Hashixia Xiuyi was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly bowed, "Thank you, sister. I won't let you down." Tianyun asked with a smile, then, "Should you tell me your name?" Hashixia Shuaki said quickly, "Hashixia Shuaki, sister, just call me Shuaki." Half an hour later, Hashida Xiuyi walked out of the shop and muttered to himself, "Tianyun, doesn't have anything to do with Tian, right?" Just now, he got the complete detonating talisman and sealing talisman from Tianyun, and agreed to come here every afternoon to learn how to make the detonating talisman from Tianyun. The consumables were taken care of by Tianxiang's shop. Yes, this store is called Tianxiang. Looking back at the store sign, Shuaki Hashida quickened his pace to go home. When he got home, he washed up first, and then Shuaki Hashida didn't rush to make dinner, but went to the study to revise his summer plan. According to the previously made plan, during this summer, he must first complete the training of treading water, climbing trees, and climbing cliffs. And this is just part of the chakra control training. The target is the medical ninjutsu left to him by the pharmacist Nanoyu, followed by the clone technique and the substitute technique. The next step is to become familiar with the architectural distribution of the entire Konoha village, stuff the entire Konoha village into your mind, and become the main structure of the memory palace. Finally, learn as much medical ninjutsu as possible. But now, because of the detonating talisman, Hashida Shuaki felt that he needed to master a fire escape ninjutsu first, so that he could better utilize the changes in the properties of fire escape chakra. In fact, after trying the detonating talisman today, Shuaki Hashida is already certain about the fire escape ninjutsu called Flame Bullet. But learning and using it skillfully are two different things. The next day, at 9 o'clock, Hashida Shuaki, Guy, Kakashi, and Shizun gathered together with their bags on their backs, and then set off to the village training ground. The location is next to a mountain and there happens to be a river. You can climb trees, tread water, or climb cliffs. It is a good training place. You can also catch fish to grill during your break. After arriving at their destination, after taking a short rest, the four of them started practicing. Shuaki Hashida, Guy, and Shizun all chose to start by treading water, while Kakashi climbed directly onto the cliff. Obviously, Kakashi has already completed training such as treading water and climbing trees. But at this moment, there was a figure in the woods not far away looking at them. Tsunade crossed her arms across her chest, looked at Hashida Shuaki, and curled her lips. This kid doesn't seem to be very special. I heard the name Shuaki Hashida from Shizuan a lot, and now they have made an appointment to practice together. Although Kakashi, the son of the White Fang of Konoha, is with him, Tsunade still plans to come over and take a look. Seeing Shuaki Hashida and the others practicing peacefully, Tsunade turned around and prepared to leave, but just as she was about to leave, she paused and looked somewhere in the woods with a slight frown. Anbu, root. Tsunade turned her head again to look at Hashida Shuaki, who was training in the river, and she already knew in her heart, that guy Danzo. Humph! With a secret snort, Tsunade disappeared from the spot in a flash. End of this chapter. 8. Chapter 10. He is coming. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. The morning passed in a blink of an eye, and after taking a short break after lunch, Hashida Shuaki stepped on a branch, hung himself upside down on it, and clasped his hands together to refine chakra. This is also a way to train chakra control. After holding on for half an hour, he fell down, took a sip of salt water and came to the river. Shizuan and Guy are still training to tread water, but Shuaki Hashida has become proficient in it after just one morning. Standing by the river, after pondering for a moment, he suddenly formed a seal with his hands. Fire escape, fire bullet. Xingxiaxiu opened his mouth, and a line of fire spurted out from it, and quickly extended for more than 3 meters to the river. The flames gathered, accumulated, expanded, and formed a ball. However, the half-meter-long flaming bullet caused waves and mist with a loud bang. Great! Shizuan exclaimed on the river. Kai also raised his head and bared his teeth and smiled. As expected of Shuaki, he learned the fire release ninjutsu so quickly. And many more. Kai suddenly bared his teeth and claws, and then fell into the river. By the river, Hashida Shuaki secretly concluded, chakra output is not fast enough or stable enough. And it's not condensed enough. The more condensed it is, the stronger the explosive power will be, the faster the line of fire will be spit out, and the faster the attack speed will be. After some reflection, Hashida Shuaki's attention fell on the entry tree in his mind. Because there is one more entry. Really? Seeing the name of the entry, Hashida Shuaki was not surprised. Entry, Fire Escape Expert. Acquisition conditions, master at least 5 fire escape ninjutsu of at least C level. Effect, fire escape talent is increased by 100%, Muin can perform fire escape ninjutsu. Not bad, really good. But for Shuaki Hashida, obtaining this entry is not easy. Not to mention the difficulty of mastering ninjutsu, just gathering 5 at least C-level fire escape ninjutsu requires a lot of effort. With experience in learning fire release, flame bullet, Hashida Shuaki is confident that he can learn the powerful fireball technique he stole from Uchiha Obito on his own. In addition to the C-level dragon fire technique left behind by his father, there are 3. Where can I get 2 more? There are no shops selling ninjutsu in Konoha. Get it from Tianxiang store. After thinking about it secretly, Hashida Zaiwichi put it down for the time being. Time flies and 10 days pass. On this day of rest, Hashida Shuaki went to the orphanage. It's a pity that pharmacist Nanoya went on a mission and has not come back for more than a month. After spending a whole day in the orphanage and returning home in the evening, Shuaki Hashida immediately completed the conditions required to transform into an expert. Activation. As Hashixia Zaihoyi thought, the transformation expert entry on the entry tree lit up green. The next moment he felt a distinct difference. The ninjutsu of transformation is like a natural skill and instinct that has been solidified. It does not require sealing and can be used at will. As expected of a green entry. Hashida Shuaki secretly praised, and then with a thought, his body transformed into Kakashi. No seals required, no smoke, the time is less than 0.1 seconds, extremely smooth. Good. Hashida Shuaki became more and more satisfied, and looked forward to the entry fire escape expert more and more. There is no need to form seals, and the execution can be subtle and sudden. And its fast execution speed can give it an unparalleled advantage in battle. If his intelligence is not grasped in advance, the enemy will definitely be caught off guard. Even experienced people cannot judge the ninjutsu he is about to perform. After all, when performing ninjutsu in a battle, no one would actually shout out the name of the ninjutsu first. After releasing the transformation technique, Hashida Shuaki thought to himself, it seems that the direction of my practice should be guided by the entry tree. Trigger the entry, complete the conditions, cultivation, and activate the entry. I have become proficient in treading water, climbing trees, and climbing cliffs. It can be said that I have completed my training. The technique of flame bullet has also been mastered, and it meets the requirements of the entry tree. Then next, in addition to maintaining basic physical skills and physical training, I should devote my other energy to the professional direction. The summer training progress was faster than Hashida Shuaki expected, and now he changed his plan again. But why are there no entries for taijutsu and ninja tool throwing? Hashida Shuaki secretly wondered. Are taijutsu and ninja tool throwing so useless? Is there any other reason? Hashida Zaiwichi thought carefully, is it because there is no system? There is indeed no system for the physical skills he is practicing now, and there is no fixed name for the moves. The Konoha Cyclone, the Konoha Power Cyclone, etc. are actually systems created by Metkai himself. Touching his chin, Hashixia Shuaki felt that he had realized something. So he shamelessly named his physical technique Konoha Fluid Technique, and named his ninja throwing technique Konoha-ryu Ninja Tool Throwing. Sure enough, the entry tree reacted immediately, and 2 gray entry leaves appeared. Entry, Physical Martial Arts Expert. Conditions for obtaining, defeat Kakashi 50 times in total in taijutsu duels. Effect, physical skill talent is increased by 100%, physical fitness is increased by 100%, and nerve reaction speed is increased by 100%. Entry, Ninja Tool Expert. Acquisition conditions, be proficient in using at least 10 types of ninja tools. Effect, the talent for using ninja tools is increased by 100%, the physical fitness is increased by 100%, and the nerve reaction speed is increased by 100%. Hiss. Looking at the 2 new entries, Hashixia Shuaki was very greedy. Because there are improvements to the body hardware. As a ninja, it is very important to have a body with high talent and high ceiling. It can be said that physical fitness determines the upper limit of chakra. As a ninja, the upper limit of chakra can also be said to be the ceiling that his overall achievements can reach. Don't be hasty, come one by one, sooner or later you will get them all. Hashida Shuaki is becoming more and more energetic. Time flies like water, and it's September, and there are only 9 days left before the start of school. Hashida Shuaki and others also officially ended the summer campaign and used the remaining 4 days as vacation. Xingxiaxiu decided to spend the remaining 4 days at Tianxiang's store, working hard to make hot talismans. Yes, he has completely learned how to make the fire talisman. Even with the amount of chakra Hashida Shuaki has, he can only make up to 3 pictures in a row at a time, so he needs to rest and recover. Root base. Danzo once again received Hashida Shuaki's information. Compared with last time, a lot of content has been added. Proficient in the 3-body technique, fire release, flame bullet, fire release, fireball jutsu, most likely mastered by observing the seal from Obito Uchiha. It is suspected that the transformation technique does not require sealing to be performed. Has initially mastered medical ninjutsu basic healing techniques. It is now possible to craft detonators individually. After Danzo had finished watching, the root ninja who was responsible for observing Hashida Shuaki said, "Danzo-sama, the ninja school is about to start." With Hashida Shuaki's strength, he will definitely become a blockbuster in the new semester and attract the attention of the third Hokage arrive. In fact, Shuukiha Shishida had caught the eye of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen early on. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the principal of the ninja school, and Shuukiha Shishida had scored perfect marks in the theoretical written examination, so it was impossible not to pay attention. However, Danzo naturally understood his subordinate's hidden meaning. Sarutobi Hiruzen's understanding of Hashida's Shuuki is definitely not as good as theirs. When Hashida's Shuuki shines and the roots want to absorb him, Sarutobi Hiruzen may not be willing to do so. Danzo's eyes darkened, and then he said, "Then let's go meet him tonight." End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Complain. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. As night fell, Hoshixia Zyuyi dragged his exhausted body back home. There was not much time today, so he only made 3 detonating charms and earned 600 taels. If he only eats, this is enough for him to eat 25 meals. For an ordinary person, it should be enough to feed 100 meals. Since learning how to make detonating talismans, including today, he has earned 4,000 taels. Work hard in the last 4 days, and then you can make a big purchase and buy a few more ninja tools. Hashida Shuuki secretly planned, but as soon as he opened the door and returned home, he felt something was wrong. Who? Hashida Shuuki gave a low drink, and immediately retreated to escape. But as soon as his body moved, a terrible force pressed on his shoulders, making him unable to move. There was a strong man behind him. "Don't be afraid, we are the root, Danzo-sama wants to see you." The figure wearing a fox mask in front of the entrance spoke. Hoshixia Zyuyi's heart sank, but he breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I didn't want to kill him." 9. The hand on his shoulder has been loosened, and Hoshixia Shuuki stepped forward. Why would Danzo look for him? Because of the dean, Yakushi no? Or is it because of yourself? Have you been under surveillance for a long time? How should we respond? Confused? Or a genius? In the flash of lightning, questions flashed through Xingxia Zyuyi's mind. And across the entrance, he also saw Danzo sitting on the sofa in his living room. The right eye was covered by a bandage, but the right hand was obviously still normal and not wrapped with a bandage. "Lord Danzo." Hashida Shuuki bowed calmly. Danzo looked at Hashida Shuuki with admiration in his eyes, and said, "You are very good. Ninja school is no longer suitable for you. Your roots are where you belong. They can tap your potential and let your talents be gained. Play your best, serve Konoha better, and become a hero who protects Konoha." Hashida Shuuki bowed again. "Thank you very much for your consideration, Danzo-sama. If the third Hokage allows me, I am very willing to serve Danzo-sama and become a member of the Roots. After all, the elite level of the Roots is second to none in Konoha." Danzo's eyes narrowed. "It seems that Medicine Master Nunwoyu has taught you a lot. You are very smart. But you don't have to worry about Hiruzen, the root is also part of the ANBU." Hashida Shuuki still lowered his head and said respectfully, "Danzo-sama, I am now a student of the ninja school, and the third Hokage is the principal, so I am a student of the third Hokage. I must obtain Hokage-sama's consent and permission before I can graduate from the ninja school early and then enter the route to serve you, Danzo-sama." Presumptuous kid, how dare you refuse Danzo-sama? A loud shout suddenly exploded, and Zyuyi Xingxia felt a terrible murderous aura covering his whole body. The hairs on his body stood up involuntarily, and a fear sprang up from the bottom of his heart. For the first time, he felt that murderous intent was a real thing, and it could create a terrifying deterrent to the enemy. Cold sweat broke out on my back, and beads of sweat dripped down my forehead unconsciously. Shuuki Hashida bit the tip of his tongue and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Danzo-sama, if I agree to work for you without the permission of the third Hokage, it would be tantamount to betrayal of the third Hokage. If I can betray the third Hokage today, then I can naturally betray you, Danzo-sama, in the future. I think this was not your original intention. Danzo stared at Hashida Shuaki, admiring him even more. At this age, to be so organized and calm in such a situation was probably only comparable to Orochimaru in the past. He wanted to get Shuaki Hashida more and more in his heart. Very good. Danzo stood up slowly, and then walked past Hashida Shuaki. Serving for me means serving for Hiruzen. And your dean, pharmacist Nanoyu, is also a member of the Roots. You are born to belong to the Roots. So Hiruzen won't stop it. Danzo's voice paused as he spoke, and he had already reached the door. Besides, you don't want your dean, Yakushi Nono, to be in trouble, right? By the time he finished speaking, Danzo had already gone out. Immediately afterwards, the two root ninjas in the room disappeared silently. The terrifying murderous aura receded like a tide, and Hoshixia Shuaki couldn't help but gasp. Danzo was so arrogant that he bullied a child like him. And today's scene was not what he expected. Danzo appears at this point in time, probably because he has improved so much during the summer vacation. How to do? After wiping his sweat, Hoshixia Shuaki closed the door and walked to the bathroom. Wash up. Cook to fill your stomach. Hashida Shuaki is almost done thinking. After clearing the dishes, he went out immediately. Regardless of whether the root was still staring at him, Hashida Hyde kept running towards Konoha's bustling market. Soon he found Tsunade in an izakaya, and next to Tsunade was Shizuan. Fortunately, it was still early and Tsunade was not drunk yet. Shuaki. Shizuan was surprised to see Hashida Shuaki. Shizuan. Hashida Shuaki greeted with a smile, came to the front of the table and bowed to Tsunade. Hello, Tsunade-sama, I am Hashida Shuaki. Tsunade raised her eyes and glanced at Hashida Shuaki. Kid, I know you, Shizuan said. You are a genius. Shizuan next to her suddenly blushed. Hashida Shuaki smiled at Shizuan, and then said to Tsunade, Tsunade-sama, I would like to ask you to take me to see the third Hokage. Okay. Tsunade became a little interested. Why? Shuaki Hashida told the truth. Just now, Danzo, the leader of the Roots, broke into my house and invited me to enter the Roots. What? Shizuan exclaimed. Shuaki, you. Tsunade-sama. Before she finished speaking, Tsunade glanced at Shizuan and blocked the latter's words. There was a look of disgust in Tsunade's eyes, but she said with a smile but not a smile, Danzo is the second most powerful person in Konoha, and his roots are also very powerful. Shuaki Hashida spoke righteously, but I am a student of the ninja school, and the third Hokage is the principal of the ninja school, so I am a student of the third Hokage. Tsunade sneered after hearing this, so you are still my junior brother. Hashida Shuaki immediately climbed up the pole. If you don't mind, Tsunade-sama, of course I am. Tsunade was speechless. After taking a sip of wine, she snorted and said, You also said that you are a student of the ninja school. If you don't want to, Danzo won't dare to do anything to you. Don't worry, Danzo is robbing you, and the old man can't let you out. Hashida Shuaki said quickly, but Danzo threatened me with the orphanage and the director Yakushi Nono. Tsunade paused while holding the wine glass, and her mood suddenly became extremely bad. She couldn't bear to see the disgusting things Danzo did, but being held up to her eyes like a piece of shit made her so disgusting that she couldn't drink anymore. Putting down the wine glass, Tsunade finally looked serious. Shizuan next to her looked at Hashida Shuaki with great concern, and hesitated to speak to Tsunade several times. Looking at Hashida Shuaki, Tsunade asked, What are you going to do when you meet the old man? Hashida Shuaki blinked. Tsunade-sama, I am still a first-year student in the ninja school, and I have not yet reached the age of 6. My parents died fighting for Konoha, so the Sandaime-sama as the Hokage and the principal of the ninja school is my parent. Now that I'm being bullied, shouldn't I complain to my parents? And shouldn't the third Hokage make the decision for me? What's a kid's biggest trick? Complain. Sue the parents. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Shameful Betrayal. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. After listening to Hashida Shoiki's words, Tsunade was stunned, and then looked at the kid in front of her. Yes, he's just a kid under 6 years old. Her mature thinking and way of speaking almost made her ignore Hashida Shoiki's age and identity. Interesting. Tsunade showed a smile and then stood up. In that case, let's go. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Hashida Zaiwichi quickly thanked him and sighed secretly. When he was looking for a solution before, his first thought was to find Kakashi and help through Hatake Sakumo. But he quickly rejected it. Konoha White Fang's name is very loud, and his strength is also very strong, even surpassing Konoha Sunin. In current Konoha, he is vaguely regarded as a powerful person second only to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. But after careful analysis, in terms of influence, Hatake Sakumo is actually far inferior to Tsunade. In addition, Hashida Shoiki also thought about Tianyun, the young lady from Tianxiang store, but he quickly rejected it. There is no doubt that Tsunade is the first choice, followed by Hatake Sakumo, and then the young lady Tengamo. Finally, he went to find Kimura Koya, the teacher of the ninja school. Or just go and camp outside the Hokage building to intercept petitions. Now that Tsunade comes forward, the portion will be quite large. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen's IQ was lowered by Danzo and he was not valued, it still depends on his disciple Tsunade's face. And this is the best solution that he can achieve based on his current abilities and connections. If you are not strong enough, you can only rely on your network. Casting a reassuring look at Shizuan, Hashida Shoiki and the others walked out together. Kid, let me remind you. Tsunade suddenly stopped and said, even if you file a complaint, it will not affect Danzo. Instead, you will be regarded as an enemy by him. Hashida nodded, don't worry, Tsunade-sama, I understand this. Danzo is the second most powerful figure in Konoha, a former companion of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his best assistant. And there is no one in Konoha who is more suitable to take Danzo's place and handle matters for Sarutobi Hiruzen that are inconvenient for him, the Hokage, to come forward. This is a consideration of interests. And even based on what Danzo did, it was far from enough to bring him down. If he files a complaint now, Danzo will be disgusted at most. Hashixiashiu had already considered these things, but he remained unmoved and continued, he couldn't do anything to me in the ninja school, but after leaving the ninja school and doing tasks outside, he had 10,000 ways to deal with me. As long as there is no evidence, who can say anything? Tsunade was silent, then nodded, as long as you understand. Taking steps, the three of them headed towards the Hokage building. 10. Hashida Hidichi said, Tsunade-sama, can you ask the third Hokage to bring back the principal Yakushi no? The dean has extremely superb medical ninjutsu. Letting medical ninjas spy on information is the greatest disrespect for medical ninjas. Tsunade glanced at Hashida Shoiki and said, you are right. Hashida Shoiki looked around and reminded, Tsunade-sama, the root ninja may still be monitoring me. The best choice is to see the third Hokage as quickly as possible. Tsunade paused for a moment, then hummed unhappily, I know. The next moment, Hashida Zaiwichi felt the strong wind blowing on his face, and his face was distorted. Tsunade directly lifted up his back collar, held him with one hand, and held Shizuan with the other hand. She jumped up and quickly went to the Hokage building. Women are so small-minded. Hashida Shoiki muttered to himself, but he was also very grateful to Tsunade. In the Hokage building, Tsunade fell. Hashixiashiu kept his feet on the ground, quickly adjusted his hair, and rubbed his cheeks that were stiff due to the wind. The reason why he had to take a shower and come out after eating before was partly because he was thinking about a solution, and partly because he felt that he couldn't meet Sarutobi Hiruzen with a pitiful image. Since he was targeted by Danzo because of his genius, he had to appear in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi as a genius so that Hiruzen Sarutobi would pay enough attention to him. Smart kid! Tsunade murmured, and then said to Shizuan, "Shizuan, just wait here." Shizuan nodded obediently, "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Hashida Shuaki showed a gentle smile to Shizuan, nodded, and walked into the Hokage building with Tsunade. At almost the same time, in the root base, Danzo had just received the news. He was shocked, and then his face turned gloomy. "Evil and cunning little devil!" Danzo stood up and walked out. He was not afraid of Hashida Shuaki's complaint, but he could not let a cunning kid talk nonsense. Hokage's office. Tsunade led Hashida Shuaki in without even knocking on the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised at all and had already been used to it. When Tsunade arrived downstairs, Sarutobi Hiruzen received a report from the ANBU ninja. And with his eyesight, it was not difficult to see that the reason why Tsunade appeared here was Hashida Shuaki. After all, Shizuan did not come up. "Old man, this kid wants to see you." Tsunade didn't mean to explain to Hashida Shuaki, so she just watched the show from the side. Hashida Shuaki quickly bowed and said, "The third Hokage." "Shuaki." Sarutobi Hiruzen was very gentle, "It's so late, is there anything important?" Hashida Hyde stood up and said, "Just now, Danzo-sama wanted to recruit me into the route." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip from his pipe and then blew it out. The smoke obscured his face, "That's it. As the leader of the roots, Danzo is indeed qualified to recruit people, but he also needs my consent." Hashida Shuaki immediately continued, "The third Hokage, this is how I replied to Danzo-sama. As long as you, the third Hokage, give an order, as a student of the ninja school, I should naturally carry out the orders of the Hokage and the principal of the ninja school." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled softly after hearing this, "That's true." Hashida Shuaki changed his voice and said angrily, "But, the third Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama actually threatened me. He actually blatantly violated Konoha's will of fire and threatened me with the orphanage and the director of the medicine master Nono." Tsunade listened in astonishment. "When I talked to her just now, there was no word about the will of fire. This kid actually talks about people and ghosts." Tsunade couldn't help but grit her teeth secretly. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen took 2 puffs of cigarette after hearing this. Danzo knew very well that he was indeed able to use such a method. However, just when he was about to speak, Hashida Shuaki became even more angry and said with a scalding tone, "The third Hokage, you taught us in school that as a ninja of Konoha and the successor of the will of fire, he has the determination to protect his companions and the village. But isn't the orphanage a part of Konoha? Isn't Dean Yakushi Nono a part of Konoha? Danzo-sama, as the Hokage's assistant, he used his companions to threaten me. This is a betrayal of the will of fire, and a shameful betrayal of you, the third Hokage. As the Hokage's assistant, Danzo-sama actually tried to take me away from you, the third Hokage-sama, and make me betray you, the third Hokage-sama." Tsunade was dumbfounded. She admitted that she underestimated this brat. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, at the moment he was angry at what Danzo had done, but at the same time he was pleased with the surprise of Hashida Shuaki in front of him. For a moment, I had mixed feelings, and I didn't know how to comfort Hashida Shuaki. But the hidden ANBU members couldn't help but feel numb at the moment. This kid is so eloquent. So much so that they all had the illusion that the Hokage was really going to betray Konoha by assisting Danzo. However, Danzo, who happened to be outside the door, was furious after hearing these words and immediately pushed the door open and entered. A cunning brat who is born evil. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Famous Scene. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. A cunning brat who is born evil. Danzo's voice sounded, Hashida Shoaki jumped up instantly like a frightened rabbit and hid behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. His speed was good, but the key was his extremely fast reaction. The same talent as Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly guessed. At this moment, Danzo looked at Hashida Shoaki with a gloomy face. Hiruzen, this Hashida Shoaki is driving a wedge between us. I suspect that he was influenced by forces outside the village. Hashida Shoaki said quickly, Danzo-sama, do you dare to say that you did not threaten me? You sent the root ninja to monitor me a long time ago, right? The reason why I came to recruit me at this time is because school is about to start. I am afraid that I will become famous in school and be valued by the third Hokage, so I want to get ahead of the third Hokage who does not know my information and bring me to the root. As an assistant to the Hokage and a subordinate of the third Hokage, by doing this, Danzo-sama is concealing the truth and deceiving the third Hokage. It is betrayal. By threatening me as a fellow villager, you are betraying the third Hokage's will of fire. After hearing this, Danzo said coldly, this is all for the village, and a little sacrifice is completely necessary. Hashida Shoaki immediately retorted, then why was it not you who was sacrificed? It was me who had not graduated from the ninja school, a poor orphan in the orphanage, and the gentle and kind director Nunwoyu, a pharmacist. As the Hokage's assistant and inheriting the will of fire from the second Hokage, shouldn't you be at the forefront to protect the younger generations and the buds of Konoha? Danzo's face turned extremely ugly when he heard this, because Hashida Shoaki's words reminded him of the scene when he lost to Sarutobi Hiruzen and failed to win the position of Hokage. Hashida Shoaki's words pierced his back and made him speechless. For a moment, his murderous intent burst out uncontrollably. Tsunade was watching the show with gusto. Hashida Shoaki's words were so relieving and spoke to the bottom of her heart. When Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Danzo who was bursting with murderous intent, his eyes immediately sank and he shouted softly, Danzo. Danzo woke up instantly and immediately withdrew his murderous intent. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Hashida Shoyu and said gently, Shoaki, don't worry, I will handle this matter. After speaking, he said to Tsunade, Tsunade, please take Shoaki away first. Tsunade was a little reluctant, she hadn't had enough of the show yet. But she wasn't stupid. She knew that going too far was not enough, so she pulled Hashixia Shoaki away. Hashida Shoaki scratched Tsunade's palm, then blinked at Tsunade who looked confused, and said silently, Dean. Tsunade immediately remembered, paused, and turned around and said, by the way, old man, that pharmacist Nono is a very good medical ninja, it would be a waste to use it as a spy. Besides, I may leave Konoha at any time. At the end, Tsunade's voice was a little low. Sarutobi Hiruzen was helpless and nodded immediately, I will transfer the pharmacist Nunwoyu to Konoha Hospital. Tsunade nodded and walked out with Shoaki Hashida. After the two left, Danzo immediately spoke, Hiruzen, Yakushi Nono has very good intelligence capabilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, I have already agreed to this matter to Tsunade, let's decide it like this. Danzo was helpless and then said, that Hashida Shoaki has amazing mature wisdom. If he is not controlled and trained, he will definitely cause harm to Konoha in the future. Hiruzen, the root is the most suitable place for him. Leave him to me and I will definitely be able to train him into a sword that is not inferior to the White Fang of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and said, Shoaki is more suitable to enter ANBU. Compared to Hashida Shoaki's talent, he valued his understanding of the will of fire more. Moreover, what Konoha needs is not just a simple killing sword, but someone with the will of fire who can pass on the precious things of the ancestors and protect Konoha. If he hadn't been too old, he would have wanted to teach Hashida Shoaki himself. Tsunade might be able to do it. This might also allow Tsunade to stay in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it in his mind, but said, Danzo, please submit a copy of Shoaki's information tomorrow. Danzo was unwilling to give in, Hiruzen, Hashida Shuaki must be restricted. His thoughts are too dangerous. That's why good guidance is needed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unmoved. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo waved his sleeves and left. Silence fell in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking, but the words Hashida Shuaki had said before were echoing in his mind. Not one sentence is wrong. And how could he not know about Danzo's ambition? After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly gave an order, Shinoshuke, go and inform Orochimaru and ask him to come see me tomorrow. Yes, Hokage-sama. In the snack bar, Hashida Shuaki and the three of them had supper together. After watching a good show, Tsunade's appetite was whetted and she was devouring the food now. Shizune next to her was a little worried. Tsunade-sama, Shuaki has completely offended Danzo-sama, will something happen in the future? Tsunade glanced at Hashida Shuaki, this depends on his own ability. Hashida Shuaki smiled and said, don't worry, Shizune, I'm a genius. 11. Tsunade pouted, a dead genius is not a genius. After saying that, her mood couldn't help but become depressed. Her younger brother Shenju is also a genius. Are there not many geniuses in Konoha who have died? After drinking a glass of wine, Tsunade said, kid, if you are proud and complacent as a ninja, you will die easily. On the battlefield, even Jounin must be extremely careful. Hashida Shuaki accepted it humbly, thank you, Tsunade-sama, for reminding me, I will be careful. After eating supper, Hashida Shuaki returned home alone and sat on the sofa to rest. Danzo's threat was temporarily resolved. Yes, just temporarily. If Danzo doesn't die, it doesn't count as a complete solution. If Danzo doesn't do anything to him in the future, he will kill this old coin too. It seems that the previous plan is really going to change. Hashida Shuaki thought to himself. At first, he had no intention of graduating from the ninja school early. The results of the summer battle gave him the idea of graduating early. And now, he decided to graduate from ninja school early. Ninja school is not enough to support the entry tree. Attention shifts to the entry tree. At this time, there are already many entries on the tree that have not yet been activated. Fire Escape Expert, Clone Expert, Substitute Expert, Taijutsu Expert, Ninja Tool Expert, Medical Expert, Spell Expert. These expert entries are all tempting, but they are not easy to activate. Such as Entry, Doppelgangers. Acquisition conditions, proficient in at least 5 different clone techniques. Effect, the mental power is increased by 100%, and the clone technique can be easily used, and it can be used without forming a seal. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 A Little Shock. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Looking at the expert entries one by one, Hashida Zaiwichi locked his eyes on the entry Fire Escape Expert. Among the several entries, this one should be the easiest for him to activate at the moment. Fire Release Expert is required to be proficient in 5 fire escape ninjutsu of at least C level, and currently he has mastered 2. In addition, he still has a C-level dragon fire technique that he has not yet practiced. Then there is a lack of 2 C-level fire escapes. Maybe Tsunade can find a solution for this? After setting the goal, fatigue came over me. Hashida Shuaki immediately turned off the lights and went to bed to rest. The next day, at 9 a.m., Hashida Shuaki arrived at Tianxiang store on time and started making detonating symbols in the workshop. At the same time, in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen also obtained the detailed information of Shuaki Hashida submitted by Northeast by East. When he finished reading the information, Orochimaru also knocked on the door and entered. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately handed the information to Orochimaru. Orochimaru took it and browsed it quickly. He was slightly surprised and said with a smile, "It looks like he is a genius no less than Minato. Does the teacher plan to let me accept him as my disciple?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. No, you go to the route. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows, and he instantly thought that this guy named Hashida Shuaki must have been spotted by Danzo. So letting him go to the route is to monitor Danzo, restrict Danzo, divide Danzo's rights, and even inherit. It looks like something interesting happened. Orochimaru chuckled secretly, but said, I understand, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and continued, in the future, Hashida Shuaki will enter the route to complete the special training, and then he will be handed over to you. After leaving the Hokage building, Orochimaru went straight to the route base and met Danzo. After asking his subordinates to retreat, Danzo looked at Orochimaru and said, I heard that you want to study Hashirama cells. Orochimaru nodded and admitted, that's true, but he was rejected by the village. I can help you. Danzo knew the purpose of Orochimaru being sent here by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but unfortunately his old friend obviously misjudged him. I can provide you with everything. Danzo made an extremely tempting offer: Hashirama cells, experimental subjects, funds. In a word, he has it all. Of course, I have the right to enjoy the research results. Danzo made superficial terms. Orochimaru smiled and said, of course. He agreed to the deal and immediately said, Hashida Shuaki will enter special route training later, and the old man left it to me. Danzo's face suddenly darkened after hearing this, but he is the leader of the routes after all and will not be swayed by his own emotions, it's best to let him be used by the routes. Orochimaru nodded, I understand. 4 days passed in a blink of an eye. Xingxiu made 24,000 taels in one go, and then spent it all in one go at the Tianxiang store. Tinayun, the young lady who used ninja tools such as shurikens, kunao, and senbons, gave him a set for free of charge. But Hashida Shuaki bought a batch of secret medicine for medicinal baths at a discount through Tianxiang store, but he spent all the money he earned this summer in one go. And it can only be used for 3 months, which is almost the amount for the new semester. But Xingxiu didn't feel distressed at all. The function of the secret medicine is to relieve fatigue, relieve hidden injuries caused by exercise, and has the effect of strengthening muscles and bones. It can promote development and growth and increase chakra. Although the effect is not that outstanding, it cannot significantly increase the amount of chakra. But it's useful after all. Why those ninjas are stronger than ninjas from civilian backgrounds. In addition to systematic inheritance, eating well and having various secret medicines are also one of the reasons. The continuous accumulation of little by little from generation to generation can magnify the gap. 9-month 15-day. A new semester begins. Everything seems to be the same as it was 2 months ago. But apparently not. In the afternoon, there was a ninja tool throwing class. Many girls cheered for Kakashi. Uchiha Obito was unconvinced as always, but he couldn't compare with Kakashi. When it came to throwing ninja tools, Hashida Heidichi was quite satisfactory and didn't do anything fancy. The next class is a practical class. Amidst the constant cheers, Hashida Shuaki silently observed the duel between everyone in the class, recorded everyone's progress in his mind, and simultaneously updated the information in the memory palace. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen also took out a crystal ball and secretly observed the practical class of Hashida Shuaki's class today. Next game, Hitaki Kakashi, Hashida Shuaki. Kimura Koya announced loudly. Uchiha Obito was very dissatisfied and said quickly, Ms. Kimura, why don't I and Kakashi fight? Kimura Koya was helpless. Can I say that this is an order from the third Hokage? Ignoring Uchiha Obito's brainlessness, Kimura Koya said, form the seal of opposition. Hashida Shuaki and Kakashi formed the seal of opposition and laughed softly. Kakashi, I have to use my full strength this time. Kakashi raised his eyebrows, we'll see. The seal of opposition was completed, and the two immediately retreated. Kimura Koya glanced at the two of them, made sure they were ready, and shouted, start. The next moment, amid many shouts, Hashida Shoaki and Kakashi rushed toward each other. Bang bang bang! The fists and feet collided, creating waves of air. The two moved faster and faster, hitting each other faster and faster, and their fists and kicks were swung with heavy afterimages, so that the originally loud cheers gradually fell silent. Shizuan, Nohara Lin, and others gradually forgot to cheer and cheered, and stared at the two fighting men intently. Even so, many people have trouble keeping up. Kakashi, this guy actually. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but clench his fists. Although he didn't want to admit it, it seemed that this stinky guy Kakashi had made more progress than him during this holiday. On the other side, Sarutobi Asuma's eyes followed Hashida Shoaki closely, and he felt a sense of urgency in his heart. It's okay to be suppressed by Kakashi, but now the strength shown by Shoaki Hashida seems to be catching up with him. It's not that he looks down on Shoaki Hashida, after all, he is the son of Hokage, and one Kakashi is enough. But obviously, some things will not change due to personal will. Shoaki has indeed made great progress in one summer, but Kakashi is also training hard. In a purely physical battle, even if supplemented by extraordinary neurological reaction speed, Hashida Shoaki would inevitably fall into the disadvantage. Not only is there a gap in skills, there is also a gap in strength. Bang! Hashida Shoaki was kicked away by Kakashi, but at the same time that his body flew out, Hashida Shoaki took out two shurikens from his ninja bag and threw them out. Kakashi had already expected it, so he took out the kunao, made two clanging sounds, easily blocked the shuriken, and then decisively threw the kunao out of his hand. Because he saw Hashixia Shoaki forming a seal, which was to release the fire escape. Therefore, after throwing out the kunao, Kakashi formed a seal and squatted down. He believed that Shoaki Hashida could easily avoid this kunao and it would not affect the performance of ninjutsu. Hashida Shoaki did easily dodge Kakashi's kunao, and immediately changed the seal. Earth escape, earth current wall. Clone technique. Kakashi's expression changed slightly, and the earth wall rose up in front of him. At the same time, a large number of clones of Shoaki Hashida appeared, surrounding the surroundings. But the most important thing is that these clones are not Hashida Shoaki's true face, but Yui Kurane, Nohara Rin, Shizuan, Sarutobi Asuma. On the first day of school, Hashida Shoaki gave the whole class a little shock. 12. Kakashi used the clone technique and transformation technique in succession during Kimura Kose's inspection in the morning. A dozen Kimura Kose stood in the classroom, causing many exclamations. But it is obviously not as eye-catching as Hashida Shoaki's current operation. At this moment, the whole class surrounded Kakashi. The most important thing is that Shoaki Hashida's transformation technique is so similar that even the fighting style is simulated, making it almost difficult to distinguish Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha Obito, and others for a while. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Sarutobi Hiruzan's decision. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. What an outstanding performance! Keiya Kimura was very appreciative. There is no doubt that Kakashi wasted a ninjutsu and consumed part of his physical strength in vain. It may even continue to be consumed. Although Shoaki Hashida's clone had no fighting power, he was hiding among many clones. Kakashi had to waste his energy to kill these clones, and at the same time, he concentrated highly on guarding against Shoaki Hashida's true identity, who could launch a surprise attack at any time. Body. Which one is the real one? Kakashi leaned against the earth wall he made, and while blowing up a person who came towards him, he observed and thought. Uchiha Obito, Sarutobi Asuma? Suddenly, he observed that there were people forming seals in front of him and on the left and right sides. Which one is true? Did you lie to me again? In a flash of lightning, Kakashi quickly formed a seal after blasting the two attacking clones. In front of him, another wall rose from the ground. At this moment, Kakashi was caught between two walls. And Shuaki Hashida also completed the seal. The seal on the left was the real thing. At this moment, Shuaki Hashida opened his mouth as Sarutobi Asuma, and a line of fire penetrated several of his own clones and entered between the two walls, quickly expanding into a fire bullet. Boom! The flames exploded, but Kakashi jumped up one step earlier and avoided the exploding flame bombs. Clang! The falling Kakashi blocked two Kunao, and Shuaki Hashida's clone also rushed up, blocking his sight. Bang bang bang! One by one, the clones were blown up. Hashida Shuaki took the opportunity and kicked Kakashi away. At this moment, he appeared as Uchiha Obito. Kakashi rolled around on the ground a few times before jumping up and putting his hand to his mouth. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Almost at the same time, Hashida Shuaki also completed the ninjutsu seal again, opened his mouth and spit out a line of fire, forming a fireball. The same as the fire escape, the powerful fireball technique. Rumble! The two fireballs collided, causing flames to scatter and the ground to crack. When the fire cleared, Kakashi was panting. His physical exertion was too great. Hashida Shuaki also panted slightly, but a little better than Kakashi. He used the clone technique, the transformation technique, and two fire escape techniques. Kakashi used 2 earth escapes and 1 fire escape. But obviously, the amount of chakra required by the clone technique and transformation technique is far less than that of earth escape and fire escape. However, up to this point in the battle, the two people's physical strength has been severely exhausted. Battles between ninjas are not regular large-scale ninjutsu battles. For Genin and Chunin, battles of taijutsu, weapons, traps, and plots are the norm. When it comes to ninjutsu versus Todoroki, most ninjas don't have that much chakra, and Genin and Chunin don't have that many offensive ninjutsu to master. Hashida Shuaki's father was a Chunin, but apart from basic ninjutsu such as the 3-body techniques and the instant body technique, he only had 2 offensive ninjutsus. And his mother, as a Genin, only mastered 1 wind release ninjutsu, Gale Palm. Ninjutsu versus Todoroki? Non-existent. Therefore, after Shuaki Hashida deliberately made Kakashi consume a lot of energy, the two began to fight hand to hand again. Punch to the flesh, until the last bit of energy is squeezed out. There is no doubt that Kakashi has the upper hand in terms of technique, strength, and even pure attack speed. But Shuaki Hashida had the advantage of physical strength and dynamic vision at this time. In the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. After exhausting their energy, they could no longer attack the other. What an exciting showdown! Kimura Kawiya couldn't help but praise it, and finally understood why the third Hokage wanted these two people to fight. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to squeeze out their full strength. Especially Shuaki Hashida, whose strength last semester was far from what it is now. At this moment, Uchiha Obito and other classmates were stunned. Of course Hashida Shuaki is outstanding, getting perfect marks every time in the theory test. But in actual combat, it can only be said that it ranks in the middle and upper reaches. But now, Kakashi, who was ranked first, was embarrassed, and the fight ended in a tie. This is more shocking than the visual impact caused by Shuaki Hashida's previous combination of clone technique and transformation technique. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen also ended his observation of the battle. There is no doubt that the battle between Hashida Shuaki and Kakashi was completely at the level of Genin, and even many Genin could not achieve this level. Kakashi's excellence has long been known, and this time Sarutobi Hiruzen also focused more on Hashida Shuaki. There is no doubt that Danzo's information was not discounted at all. Coupled with Hashida Shuaki's mature thinking, self-discipline that exceeds that of adults, and most importantly, the understanding and maintenance of the will of fire. There is no doubt that this is a civilian talent worthy of vigorous cultivation. 10 years from now, maybe there will be another Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen was all smiles and had great expectations for Hashida Shuaki. And this also made him determined to train Hashida Shuaki. But how to cultivate it? Orochimaru was eliminated by him first. Sarutobi Hiruzen has felt that Orochimaru has changed even more since his disciple Naoki died in the battle. Not only him, Tsunade was almost destroyed after her brother and lover were killed in battle. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel sad. Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly shook his head again. Originally an excellent candidate, Jiraiya was his disciple, with outstanding strength and good at teaching students. It's a pity that this guy is driven by the so-called destiny and spends most of his time traveling. Minato was almost left alone by him, although Minato is still outstanding now. Shuaki has a greater advantage than Minato had. With such a level of self-discipline, he only needs a teacher to lead him forward. Especially in terms of thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually made a decision in his heart. September of the 38th year of Konoha passed by in a flash. The third fire escape ninjutsu, Dragon Fire Jutsu, was also mastered by Hashida Shuaki. From the entry point fire release expert, there were only 2 fire escape ninjutsu that were at least sea level. This day happened to be the weekend. After 5 days, Hashixia Zaihoyi came to Tianxiang store with the detonating charm he had made. Since school started, he only went to Tianxiang's store on weekends. He usually took the materials home and used his evening time to make detonating charms. 125102000. After collecting the money, Hashida Shuaki looked at Miss Tianyun and asked with a smile, "Sister Tianyun should also master the fire escape ninjutsu, right?" Tianyun laughed and asked, "What, Shuaki, you want to learn the fire escape ninjutsu?" Xingxiaxiu nodded repeatedly and looked at Tianyun eagerly. In ninja school, he was a gifted student, mature and gentle. Among Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade, he was still a genius student, but he had a mind that was not inferior to that of an adult. Here in Tianyun, he is still a genius student, but he is just a poor, hard-working orphan who is only 5 years old. Looking at Hashixia Shuaki's appearance, Tianyun smiled and said, "Seeing how hard you work so hard to make the detonating talisman, my sister will teach you a fire escape ninjutsu." With that said, he took Shuaki Hashida to the back of the store. There was a small venue here, which was enough for testing ninjutsu. "Now, watch out! This fire escape ninjutsu is called the Phoenix Fire Jutsu. It creates multiple fireballs to attack the enemy. You have already learned the fireball technique, so the Phoenix Immortal Fire technique shouldn't be a problem. It's just that compared to the flame bullet, you need to have more control over the chakra to control the trajectory of the fireball. In addition, this technique can also be used in conjunction with shurikens to increase the attack power and control the trajectory of the attack, making it more difficult for the enemy to evade." While explaining, Tianyun, who was wearing a cheongsam, slowly formed the seals. Hashixia Zaihoyi ignored Tianyun's outstanding figure at the moment, stared at her hands, and engraved the order of the seals into his mind. Ziyin Suzhou Mao Yin. Tianyun completed the seal, spit out his mouth, and shot 3 fireballs forward in a straight line. Rumble. 3 fireballs hit the ground 3 meters away, creating 3 charred pits. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Ninja version of grenade. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Hey, do you see clearly? After finishing the ninjutsu, Tianyun turned his head. Xingxiaxiu nodded, "Remember." Tianyun smiled, "Then give it a try. With your talent, there should be no problem." Hashida Zaiwichi didn't say anything, and directly raised his hands to form a seal. Ziyin Suzhou Mao Yin. 13. Hashixia spent 2 seconds slowly on the 6 seals. Then he opened his mouth and vomited. 3 fireballs flew out crookedly and made 3 craters in the ground. As expected of Shuaki. Tianyun smiled and praised. Hashida Shuaki immediately licked his face and said, "Sister, do you have any other fire escape ninjutsu?" After hearing this, Tianyun immediately bent down and gave Xingxia Zaihoyi a forehead bump, then put his hands on his hips and said, "Little guy, don't be too greedy." Although Xingxia showed a thick skin, he couldn't help but blush. However, it would be nice to have a fire release ninjutsu. If he masters this ninjutsu proficiently, then he is only one ninjutsu away from being a fire release expert. I must repay Tianyun well. After leaving the shop to join Kakashi and the others, Shuichi Shishida made a secret plan. When they arrived at their destination, Hashida Shuichi first had a taijutsu showdown with Kakashi. Although the final result was defeat, the gap between him and Kakashi was shrinking, which was a good trend. With the blessing of the three terms self-discipline, student master, and physical strength, coupled with unremitting training, Shuichi Hashida believes that sooner or later, he can catch up with Kakashi in physical skills. After all, although Kakashi is also quite good in physical skills, he now focuses more on swordsmanship and ninjutsu. The next day, Hashida Zaiwichi went to Tianxiang's store early in the morning. But today, in addition to a few detonating charms, he also brought a gift. What is this thing? Anything to eat? Or a toy? Tianyun held an egg-shaped, dark, egg-like thing and looked at it carefully. No, this is a ninja tool. Hashida Shuichi chuckled, pointing to the ninja version of the grenade in Tianyun's hand and explained, the shell is made of plastic, and there are tiny steel balls inside. Of course, the most important thing is the detonating talisman. Tianyun exclaimed, ninja tool? Detonating talisman. Did it explode and let the steel balls inside cause damage? Hashixia Zaihui immediately gave a thumbs up, as expected of Sister Tianyun. Of course. Tianyun smiled arrogantly, but then looked solemn, looked at the things in his hands again, and then found the detonating talisman. It is in the middle, rolled into a long strip and inserted into a hollow pipe in the middle. This means that you can freely choose the number of detonating symbols to control the power of the explosion. The application scenario quickly appeared in Tianyun's mind. After the thing in his hand exploded, under the action of the shock wave, the steel balls inside scattered in all directions without any regularity. This is definitely more difficult to avoid than a simple detonating talisman. The more detonating symbols used, the greater the power of the explosion, and the speed of the steel balls flying will be faster, and the killing distance will be greater. Tianyun suddenly shuddered and looked up at Xiaoxia Zaihui, who had a delicate face, pure eyes, and a gentle smile. He asked in disbelief, Zaihui, this was made by you? Hashixia Zaihui smiled and said, of course. Sister, you taught me ninjutsu, so I take this as a gift. Giving a killer weapon as a gift to a girl. Tianyun was a little bit dumbfounded, but he was very moved in his heart. Because she knows the value of this thing very well. This was something that could change their family's status in Konoha. Because, if the intelligence is not leaked, this thing may be a weapon that can change a war. Maybe a little exaggerated. But when it comes to Hokage-sama, he must praise him like this. But now, we need to test the power first. Come on, let's go to the back and try it. Tianyun pulled Xingxia Zaihui to leave, but instead he was pulled by Xingxia Zaihui. This is not suitable for experiments. We need a bunker and some targets. So smart. Tianyun pinched Xingxia Zaihui's face, and then followed the good example. After half an hour, the two appeared in a forest. In a relatively open place, 7 or 8 wooden targets were placed vertically in a circle. More than 20 meters away, Hashida Zaihui and Tianyun were standing next to a big tree. Hashixia raised his hand and threw the grenade in his hand. The grenade entered the circle surrounded by wooden targets in a blink of an eye. Hashida Shuichi raised one hand and said, explode. The moment the grenade exploded, Hashida Shuichi and Tianyun hid behind the big tree. And then they heard a dense crackling sound in the air, as well as an aggressive muffled sound. There were sounds even in the tree where they were taking shelter. When it was all over, the two of them emerged from behind the tree and quickly stepped forward to check. The wooden targets were tilted this way and that, and every one of them was shot through. Looking at the nearby trees, each one was deeply embedded with steel balls. As expected, the tree they had just avoided was not spared either. The killing range is at least 20 meters. Moreover, at this distance, no ninja can block such an attack. Tianyun was both surprised and frightened. She would never want to encounter such a sharp weapon. Although the ninja will not stay in place, and the speed of the teleportation technique is also very fast, this threat is much greater than a simple detonating talisman. If you are ambushed and caught off guard, you will definitely die miserably. If a steel ball penetrates the body and hits a vital part, even if there are medical ninjas, there may be no way to save it. Shuaki, do you really want to give this to me? Tianyun asked again. Hashixia Shuaki smiled and nodded, of course. A manly man, once he says something, it's hard to follow him. Tianyun smiled after hearing this, then leaned forward, tapped Xiaoyi's forehead with her red lips under the star. Thank you, Xiaoyi. Looking at Tianyun, Hashida Zaiwichi could only sigh secretly that he was unable to do what he wanted and had to admit defeat and suffer a loss. Next, the two men cleaned up the scene. The wooden target is destroyed and the steel balls need to be collected. Tianyun felt that this matter must be reported to the third Hokage, but the grenade was not suitable for launch at the moment. It is not difficult to make such a thing, and the information is extremely easy to leak. Only a few years have passed since the Ninja World War, and the situation in the Ninja World has stabilized. However, the Second Ninja World War left many contradictions. Tianyun felt that the war would break out sooner or later. That's when the grenades came out. When it comes to selling arms, ordinary retail sales don't count. Village procurement is the big deal. First produce and stock up. Of course, Tianyun decided that for every grenade sold, Hashixia Shuaki would get a portion of the income. Hashida Shuaki did not refuse. After doing this, his life returned to normal, going to school, training, and studying fire escape. He has always been very clear about what is the focus and key. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Pharmacist Nanoyu. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Time flies, and the new semester has passed for more than a month. This day Hashida Shuaki had just walked out of school with Shizuan and the others when he saw a familiar figure. He was immediately surprised and hurried forward. Dean. Hashida Shuaki hugged Yakushi Nono. The bespectacled pharmacist Nunwoyu touched Shuaki Hashida's silky black hair and said with a smile, Shuaki, you have grown a lot taller. Hashida Shuaki's height has exceeded her waist. Letting go of the pharmacist Nono, Hashida Shuaki smiled and said, after all, it's been a few months. At this time, Shizuan and the others came over. Shuaki Hashishida immediately introduced both parties, and then asked Shizuan and the others to go to the training ground first, while he took a walk with Yakushi Nono. Without asking Yakushi Nono about the mission situation, Hashida Shuaki took the initiative to tell about the previous confrontation with Danzo, including Tsunade's help. I see. Pharmacist Nanoyu stopped and looked at Hashida Shuaki with a complicated expression. Shuaki, you have grown up. Hashixia Xiaoyi smiled and said, of course, now I can also protect the orphanage and each other with you, the director. So, director, you works at Konoha Hospital, can I help you and learn better medical knowledge by the way? Pharmacist Nanoyu laughed, of course. She's not that old-fashioned. Then she asked, should we pay a visit to Tsunade-sama? Hashida Zaiwichi thought for a while and nodded, you should indeed come to visit and say thank you. His idea was that it seemed good to have Yakushi Nunwoyu and Tsunade get involved in a relationship. Moreover, the current pharmacist Nanoyu is only in his early 20s, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. There is no way to kill Danzo now, so we can only use various methods to prevent Danzo from acting rashly. Pharmacist Noneiyu said, that needs to be prepared in advance, and you can't lose etiquette. Hashixia Xiaoyi was convinced and said, after I ask, let's set a time to visit you. Yakushi Nanoyu nodded and patted Hashida Shuaki on the shoulder. Go and meet your classmates. Saying goodbye to Yakushi Nono, Hashida Shuaki went to join Shizuan and the others. After finishing the afternoon training, before parting ways, Shuaki Hashida asked Shizuan to tell Tsunade about her visit to express her gratitude. After hearing this, Shizuan said, Shuaki, isn't this too much trouble? There's no need to be so polite. Hashida Shuaki shook his head. For Tsunade-sama, it may be just a trivial task, but for me, the dean, and the orphanage, it is very important. Shizuan nodded after listening. I understand, I will tell Tsunade-sama when I get back. In the evening, Hashida Shuaki took an hour to prepare the gift for Tsunade. And when it was time to go to school the next day, Shizuan brought news. The time for the door-to-door visit was scheduled for that evening. So, after the training ended that evening, Shuaki Hashida washed up and went to Tsunade's house with the pharmacist Nono who had prepared a snack he made. However, Hashida Shuaki also went to the store to buy a bottle of good sake on the way, which cost him a full 500 rai. 14. It hurts. As expected of the Thousand Hands clan. Arriving in front of Tsunade's mansion, Hashida Shuaki couldn't help but sigh to himself. However, it can also be seen that although this house is large, it has a lifeless feeling. After knocking on the door, Shizuan opened the door. Shuaki Hashida immediately took out the gift he had prepared, a scroll. Shizuan, this is for you. Shizuan was surprised and happy, her face turned slightly red. Give it to me. Hashixia Zaihuyi smiled and said, of course, you also have merit. Shizuan reached out and took it, thank you. After saying that, she quickly invited the two of them in, while Tsunade stood at the door of the living room to greet Hashida Shuaki and the others. However, Tsunade didn't seem to be in high spirits today, and she had no intention of saving food. Shuaki Hashida was very discerning, gave him a gift, chatted for a few words, and then said goodbye to the pharmacist Nono, without Tsunade wanting to stay. After leaving Tsunade's house, Hashida Shuaki couldn't help but look back and said to himself, it seems that Tsunade is not doing well in Konoha. But that's right, my brother is dead, my lover is dead, the top medical ninja in the ninja world is suffering from anemia. In the living room, Shizuan looked at Tsunade and whispered, Tsunade-sama, isn't this too rude? Tsunade said nonchalantly, what's there to be rude about? It's not like I'm thanking them. Hey, look what gift that kid has prepared. Shizuan had no choice but to take the gift basket to Tsunade. Hey, there is wine. Tsunade smiled, that kid is still very sensible. Shizuan looked at it and said, Tsunade-sama, this scroll and snacks should be the most precious gifts, right? Tsunade glanced at it and hummed, the snacks are yours, as for the scroll. After thinking about it, she picked it up and untied it. What? Tsunade let out a cry of surprise, and then her expression gradually became serious. After a moment, she put down the scroll and looked at Shizuan, did that brat give you a gift? Open it and take a look. Shizuan nodded and quickly opened the scroll given to her by Hashida Shuaki, Memory Palace. Tsunade-sama, it's a secret technique of memory. Shizuan exclaimed with her eyes wide open. Tsunade hummed, you cunning brat, you gave us both the same gift. Hey, is it the same? Shizuan was stunned and stretched her head to look at Tsunade's share. Sure enough. However, she was not unhappy at all. Instead, she was a little happy in her heart. Then she defended Hashida Shuaki, Tsunade-sama, Shuaki has a hard time. I'm afraid this secret technique was left to him by his parents. Tsunade shook her head after hearing this, then you underestimate him too much. This secret technique should have been created by himself. I have read the information from the old man. It is an evaluation of him from the root. This kid has an extremely amazing memory. Shizuan was surprised and delighted after hearing this, that's amazing. Tsunade curled her lips, but said seriously, Shizuan, this secret technique is very good, especially for medical ninjas. You have to study it seriously. If you don't understand anything, just ask that kid. At home, Hashida Shoiki's thoughts were also with Tsunade. You must have noticed that the gifts I gave are all the same, right? There's nothing I can do about it. Apart from this, I don't have anything else to offer. Of course, he also copied a copy of pharmacist Nanoyu's memory palace as a memory method. In the days that followed, Hashida Shoiki's study changed. Instead of spending time at Tianxiang's shop on the weekends, he went to Konoha Hospital to learn medical knowledge from the pharmacist Nono, truly and thoroughly digesting the knowledge that had been put into his mind before. Just like that, autumn passes and winter comes. It's December before you know it, and the winter vacation and spring festival are coming. And just as the semester was coming to an end, Kakashi submitted an application for early graduation, shocking the entire ninja school. Because Kakashi, who was born in September, can be said to be less than 9 years old, he was actually less than 6 years old when he entered school. Although Hashida Shoiki decided to graduate early, he did not join Kakashi. He had to get the entry fire escape expert first before he could feel secure enough. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 is available. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. On December 38 of the 12th year of Konoha, Kakashi's graduation exam took place. Hashixia Shoiki and others were waiting in the assessment area. About an hour later, Kakashi, wearing a scarf and still aloof, walked out of the assessment area. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the ninja forehead protector on Kakashi's head. Really qualified. So amazing. As expected of Kakashi. At this age, you should have broken the record, right? The students were amazed, cheered, and envious. Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, becoming the youngest person to graduate since the establishment of the Konoha Ninja School. He quickly became famous throughout the Konoha village, and the news even quickly spread outside. After all, geniuses will always receive attention, whether from their own people or their enemies. Hashida Shoiki is still as steady as an old dog. He has mastered the Phoenix Fire technique proficiently, and is only one ninjutsu away from lighting up the fire release expert. It's a pity that Yakushi Nanoyu does not master the fire escape ninjutsu. Finally, Shoiki Hashida planned to wait until after the new year to see if he could use the memory palace to exchange for a fire escape ninjutsu from the village. During the 2 weeks of winter vacation and before the new year, he spent time at Konoha Hospital. Of course, basic physical training and physical training are still indispensable. Time flies and it's new year. Hashida Shoiki did not stay at home, but returned to the orphanage with the pharmacist Nono and the others. It was January 39, Konoha 1, when Shoiki Hashida returned home, and then he found an extra scroll on the living room table with a note underneath. Hashida Shoiki picked it up and looked at it, a New Year's gift for Shoiki. He recognized the handwriting, it belonged to Tianyun. Speaking of which, before the new year, Tianyun paid him a sum of money for grenades, a total of 10 taels. What will it be? Sealing technique? Or a ninjutsu scroll? Hashida Shoiki secretly guessed, then opened the scroll, but his pupils could not help but shrink. The art of burning. B-level fire escape. Hashida Zaiwichi was surprised and happy. He had previously guessed that it was a ninjutsu scroll, the kind of scroll that sealed ninjutsu. After all, the Tianyun family sells it. He never thought it would be a ninjutsu he wanted. Miss Tianyun, I really love you to death. Hashida Shoiki smiled brightly. There are 5 ninjutsus available, all you need to do is master the no-burning technique. However, B-level difficulty fire escape is not so easy to master. After browsing it carefully, Hashida Shoiki became more and more certain. He also remembered this no-burning technique, which was used by the original ANBU ninjas to deal with Pain's psychic beast. Unlike most fire escape ninjutsu, which are emitted from the mouth. This one can be ignited on the target from a distance. Therefore, this ninjutsu has higher requirements for chakra control. In addition, this technique is more suitable for use against enemies in relatively small and enclosed spaces. Because there is no explosion effect, damage is caused purely by flame combustion. No matter what, Hashida Shoaki decided to master this technique as quickly as possible. Then, while others were enjoying the New Year's holiday, Hashida Shoaki was practicing the art of biscuit cooking by the cold river. However, Uchiha Obito was working equally hard as him. He decided to submit an application for early graduation to the school after the new semester started. Konoha Year 39, January 1th, the new semester begins. This is also the last semester of the first academic year. Hashida Shoaki's life began to become regular again, but his studies at Konoha Hospital were suspended, and he spent part of this time practicing the art of sukiyaki. At the beginning of the school year, Obito Uchiha gave the ninja school a small shock. Graduate early. But it failed. Failed the written test and failed the clone technique. However, Uchiha Obito is not willing to give in. If that stinky guy Kakashi can do it, he can do it too. Konoha Year 39, March 3, Hashida Shoaki celebrated his 6th birthday in the orphanage with the pharmacist Nono and his friends at the orphanage, and also received a lot of gifts. Although most of them are not very valuable. Some are a bouquet of flowers, some are origami, some are snacks made by yourself, and some are kunao cut from wood. But these are all from the heart, and Zaihoyi Xingxia is full of warmth. But the gift from the pharmacist Nanoya was a ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique. Hashida Shoaki suddenly felt happy and annoyed. The shadow clone technique is undoubtedly a very useful technique. Even if you can only create one clone, it can speed up your practice. But he was too young and had very little chakra. 15. After you get the fire escape expert, fight against the ninja tool expert first. After obtaining the shadow clone, Hashida Shoaki secretly gritted his teeth and made a decision. The original plan was to get the medical expert first. After all, medical ninjutsu was taught by the pharmacist Nono, so it would definitely go more smoothly. But the effect of ninja tool expert was what he urgently needed. The talent for using ninja tools is increased by 100%, the physical fitness is increased by 100%, and the nerve reaction speed is increased by 100%. The improvement of his physique can obviously greatly increase his chakra upper limit. Moreover, after obtaining ninja tool expert, the physical fitness will be improved, and the progress of defeating Kakashi in physical skills will be faster, which is beneficial to obtain the entry of Taijutsu expert. By then the physique can be doubled again. It's done. Spring is blooming and spring break is approaching. By the river, Hashida Shoaki, who had just released a sukiyaki technique, had a smile on his face. Finally, achieved. After nearly a semester, he finally mastered the art of biscuit baking and used it skillfully. Focusing on the entry tree in his mind, Hashida Shoaki immediately lit up the entry fire escape expert. Green light covered the leaves of the entry, and mysterious power enveloped the whole body. The fire escape talent is increased by 100%, and Muin performs the fire escape ninjutsu. Talent aside, Muin performs the fire escape ninjutsu, just like the previous transformation expert, it is instantaneous and very smooth. This means that his life-saving ability has been greatly improved. You can apply for graduation. Hashida Hidechi let out a sigh of relief. At this time, there was another entry leaf on the entry tree, and Hoshixia Zaiwichi immediately checked it. Entry, Ninjutsu Master. Acquisition conditions, proficient in at least 30 ninjutsu. Effect, any ninjutsu seal can be shortened to 2 seals, and the ninjutsu talent is increased by 100%. Hashida Zaihoyi looked at it and secretly shook his head. 30 ninjutsu is too many. For him, it is better to conquer various ninjutsu expert entries first, and then he can easily get this entry. The next step is all kinds of ninja tools. Hashida Shuiki's attention shifted. At present, the ninja tools he has mastered include kunao, shuriken, detonating charms, and grenades, and he is currently practicing using them. Fortunately, the skilled use of ninja tools is simpler than ninjutsu, otherwise the 10 types of ninja tools would be quite difficult. In addition to senbon, short sword wakaizashi is also an option. I just don't know that long and short swords are not 2 kinds of ninja tools. Nunchucks, long sticks. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Tian Kong. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Konoha 39, April 3th. Shuiki Hashida formally submitted an application for early graduation to the school. Although it is not as good as Kakashi's 5-year-old graduation, it still attracted a lot of attention. For Kimura Keiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen, this was expected, so they were reviewed on the same day. On the second day, Hashida Shuiki entered the examination room prepared for him alone under the eyes of Shizuan and others. The written test ends in 10 minutes. In the assessment of the 3-body technique, Hashida Shuiki had no problems. There were no other programs or surprises, and Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't come either. Everything was uneventful. Congratulations, Shuiki, from today on, you are a real ninja. After the assessment, Koya Kimura smiled and handed Shuiki Hashida a ninja forehead protector. Hashida Shuiki reached out and took it, bowed and said, thank you Teacher Kimura for your teaching. This thank you is sincere. Kimura Keiya answered a lot of questions for him not only in class, but also outside class. It is precisely because of this that he was able to basically master all the courses in the ninja school in advance. Kimura Keiya accepted this thank you because he felt that Shuiki Hashida was a genius he truly taught, but Kakashi Hatake was not. The road of ninja is full of dangers, Zaihui, I hope you can keep walking. Kimura Keiya blessed. Hashida Shuiki nodded solemnly, Teacher Kimura, I can do it. Kimura Koya patted Hashida Shuiki on the shoulder and said with a smile, go ahead and let your classmates congratulate you. But remember to go to the Hokage building tomorrow to wait for your leading teacher. Hashixia Zaihui bowed, then turned and left, walking out of the examination room. Shizuan immediately stepped forward, Shuiki, congratulations. Immediately afterwards, Metkai, Nohara Rin, Ui Kurane, Sarutobi Asuma and others also gathered around to congratulate. At this moment, Hashida Shuiki became the most eye-catching presence. Uchiha Obito, who was standing on the outermost edge, couldn't help clenching his fists, even Shuiki has graduated. Obito, you are an Uchiha. You must work hard and catch up with that stinky guy Kakashi. After returning home from school, Hashida Shuiki suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. From today on, he doesn't have to go to school anymore. Then the previous plan should also be changed. Also, who will be my leading teacher? There are expectations for the show Under the Stars. He learned from Tsunade that not every newly graduated Genin's instructor would be a Jounin. New students graduate from the ninja school every year, but the number of Jounin in Konoha is limited, and it is impossible for all of them to be the leading teachers. Therefore, only those with good talent can get the guidance of the Jounin leader. And more of them are actually led by Choyunin, which is a common situation. Because in any ninja village, the backbone is the Chunin. Jounin is the top of every ninja village, one of the very few who can stand alone. Every Jounin not only has extraordinary strength or talent, but also has rich and incomparable mission experience. Hashida Shuiki felt that with his performance, he should be worthy of being led by a Jounin, right? That guy Kakashi's teacher is a Jounin, from the Sarutobi clan. After thinking about it, Hashida Hideki put on his ninja tool bag and went out to Tianxiang's shop with a senbon in his mouth. Hey, Shuiki! Tianyun was very surprised to see Zaiwichi Hashixia, but he immediately reacted and said with a smile, you graduated early. Hashixia Zaihui smiled and said, "Of course. Congratulations on that." Tianyun said with a smile, then immediately turned around and took out a wooden box and handed it to Hashida Shoaki. "Hey, this is the graduation ceremony prepared for you, open it and take a look." This. Hashida Shoaki was a little hesitant because Tianyun had just given him an exquisite kunao on his birthday not long ago. Seeing his appearance, Tianyun immediately put her hands on her hips and said unhappily, "What, do you want to refuse my gift?" Hashida Zaiwichi quickly took the wooden box. "Sister, if you don't need the money, I won't refuse." Tianyun was very happy after hearing this. "That's pretty much it. Open it and take a look." Hashixia nodded and immediately opened the wooden box. Inside was a sheathed dagger. Tianyun smiled and said, "This is specially prepared by my sister, please give him a name." Hashida Shoaki felt that it was not simple, so he took out the short knife, put down the wooden box and drew the knife. The short sword has a straight blade and is sharpened on one side. The light can be used to detect people. Hashida Shoaki drew out the chakra, the blade immediately trembled slightly, and a layer of gleaming light suddenly appeared on it. The chakra flow was extremely smooth. It is indeed a chakra knife. Chakra knives are not cheap, and they are rare. Xingxia showed a happy face. "Thank you, sister, this knife is called Tiankong." Tiankong. Tianyun's smile became brighter and he said, "As long as you like Zaihui." The grenade brought great benefits to her and her family. Although she would also give some of the money to Hashida Shoaki, it was far from enough. Of course she had to compensate her little brother. Looking at Zaihui Xingxia, Tianyun suddenly felt melancholy in his heart. It's still too small. But then she went out happily, and when she came back, she had a leather belt in her hand. After tying Xingxia Zaihui with his own hands, Tianyun smiled and said, "Well, in this case, Tiankong can be inserted into the back of the waist. If you have a long knife in the future, you can carry it on your back." Hashida Shoaki stretched out his hand and tried it. It was very convenient to draw the sword and it would not affect the ninja bag. So he gave up the idea of buying ninja tools and first became proficient in using senbon and this short sword. After staying at Tiangxiang's shop for a while, Hashida Shoaki said goodbye and left. He went alone to the place where he often trained and became familiar with the use of senbon and tenkon swords. "I had lunch for lunch, and in the afternoon I took out the scroll of shadow clone technique and studied it. With the foundation of clone technique, the difficulty of shadow clone is not high for Shoaki Hashida. The key is chakra. In less than an hour, he had basically mastered it. However, it can only create one shadow clone, which is relatively weak. After taking out the unpalatable Bing Liang pills and regaining his strength, Hashida Shoaki immediately created a shadow clone. In this way, with the main body and the shadow clone, one can practice sword skills and the other can practice the use of Qianben. However, Shoaki Hashida was also very careful and tried a little bit on the use of the shadow clone, without pressing hard to test his own endurance. Therefore, the first shadow clone only took 10 minutes. Fortunately, I can bear it completely. The second time, 20 minutes. The feeling of fatigue increased significantly, and the memory impact was not small. 16. Okay. Maybe I could use a memory palace. Feeling the impact of memories brought back by the shadow clone, Hashida Shoaki suddenly thought of the memory palace. Can the memories brought back by the shadow clone be directly stored in the memory palace to reduce the impact on the brain? It should be okay. Hashida Zaiwichi thought, but we still need to modify the memory palace and add curses and sealing techniques to make this memory technique a complete ninjutsu. Of course, he also knew that this could not completely solve the dangers caused by the extensive use of shadow clone techniques. Especially the art of multiple shadow clones, which can be called a forbidden art. The biggest harm of this technique lies in physical strength. One divides the chakra equally, and the other cannot control it well and can easily exhaust oneself to death. Another problem that even ordinary shadow clones will cause. It's the fatigue brought back by the shadow clone. This requires strong physical fitness. Otherwise, huge fatigue hits the body in an instant, which can easily lead to physical collapse. Sure enough, the more methods there are, the more difficulties there are. Hashida Zaihoyi sighed secretly. It is not easy to turn the memory palace into ninjutsu and sealing techniques. In order to have a strong enough physical fitness, apart from exercise, the fastest way is to gain entry. Try harder. Hashida Shuaki continued to practice hard. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Teacher, Teammates. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. After returning home in the evening, Shuaki Hashida washed up and had dinner, then began to try to completely turn the memory palace into a ninjutsu or sealing technique. This is not easy, but fortunately he has a solid grasp of the basics of talismans, and the sealing technique also has a certain foundation due to making detonating talismans. Moreover, in the memory palace ninjutsu transformation, Hashida Shuaki did not expect to achieve A level or S level as soon as he came. He only requested that the memories fed back by the shadow clones be directly stored in the memory palace. This application is actually similar to the detonating charm. But when it comes to the brain, Hashida Shuaki is cautious and does not dare to try it easily. Instead, he designs the technique first. He decided to ask Tsunade for advice after he achieved results. Silent all night. January 39, Konoha 3. After the morning training, Hashixia Shuaki had a hearty breakfast and then wrapped bandages on his arms and calves. This bandage is a medical bandage, soaked in special potion. It can relieve muscle fatigue and can also be used to stop bleeding. Then there is a black outfit, plus a black on white striped jacket with swirl patterns on the shoulders, arms, and back. In addition, there are iron arm guards, sleeve guards, and finally a ninja tool bag, as well as the Tenkan chakra sword inserted in the lower back. After making all preparations, Hashida Shuaki went out and jumped all the way to wait outside the Hokage building. Not long after, he saw a slightly familiar figure. Uchiha Shisui? Hashida Shuaki blinked. As if he noticed someone looking at him, the boy opposite him smiled at Hoshikita Shuaki. Hashida Shuaki smiled back, and after thinking for a while, he stepped forward and introduced himself. Hello, I am Hashida Shuaki. Hello, I am Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui responded kindly, I have heard of Shuaki-kun. He was able to graduate from the ninja school at the age of 6. He is very impressive. Hashixia Shuaki said, there are many people who can graduate from ninja schools at this age. Graduating early is sometimes not a good thing. If he was born in a ninja clan and had enough resources, he would not choose to graduate early and would like to stay in the ninja school for 6 years. Uchiha Shisui was startled for a moment after hearing this, then thought about it carefully, nodded in agreement and said, that's what Shuaki-kun said. At this time, a figure fell next to Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, you still came so early. The visitor immediately looked at Hashixia Zaihoyi, who is this? Uchiha Shisui smiled and introduced, Hashida Shuaki, I guess he should be our new companion. The boy exclaimed, Hashida Shuaki, the one who graduated at the age of 6. Uchiha Shisui introduced Hashida Shuaki, Shuaki-kun, this is Kurama Sanayo from the Kurama clan. An Uchiha, a member of the Kurama clan, could he be his companion? Hashida Shuaki was secretly surprised, but politely greeted Kurama Sanayo, I am Hashida Shuaki, and I have met Sanayo-senpai. Kurama Sanayo waved his hand quickly, no need to call me senior. Shisui and I are also newcomers who have only graduated a year ago. A newbie who has been practicing for a year? So, Uchiha Shisui might be 2 years older than him? Hashida Shuaki was quite surprised. His impression was that Uchiha Shisui was not much older than Uchiha Itachi. But thinking about Uchiha Shisui's reputation as Shunshen Shisui, it is most likely that he got his name from the battle with Kirigakura after the third battle and the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage. So even if Uchiha Shisui was 5 years older than Uchiha Itachi, he would still be about 10 years old at that time. At this age, the 3 Megatama Jonins are a little scary. In addition, Uchiha Shisui is a descendant of Uchiha Mirror, who died very young and was much younger than the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's grandson Konohamaru is much younger than Naruto and the others. Therefore, Uchiha Shisui is most likely to be Uchiha Kagami's son. So when did Uchiha Mirror die? The biggest possibility is the Second Ninja War. So, it makes sense to be a year or 2 older than him, Kakashi and the others. Hashida Shuaki quickly accepted the fact that Uchiha Shisui was older than him, and the 3 of them chatted together and quickly became familiar with each other. Obviously, the 3 of them are not the kind of people who are difficult to get along with. It seems you two are getting along very well. A voice suddenly sounded. Hashida Shuaki and the other 2 people quickly looked around. Minato-senpai. Uchiha Shisui was the first to step forward and bow, and then Kurama Sanyo also bowed very excitedly. Minato-senpai, are you our new leader? Hashida Shuaki looked at Namikaze Minato and was even more surprised than when he saw Uchiha Shisui before. Because the current Namikaze Minato is still very young, only about 15 years old. Namikaze Minato came to be his genin instructor, which was completely beyond his expectations. He thought about Jiraiya, even Kakashi's father Sakumo Hatake, or the Jounin of the Sarutobi clan, but he just didn't think about Minato Namikaze. But if you think about Namikaze Minato's identity carefully, it seems very reasonable. So, Hashida Shuaki, who was a step behind, stepped forward and bowed. Minato-sensei, I am Hashida Shuaki. They are all very polite, very kind, arrogant little guys without any genius. Namikaze Minato sighed secretly and said with a smile, Hello, I am Namikaze Minato. From today on, I will be your leading jounin. Then, let's find a place first. After saying that, the person has disappeared. Although he had learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen that the main reason why he was the leader of the Jounin was Shuaki Hashida, Namikaze Minato did not show it. Hashida Shuaki and the other 3 looked at each other, and then they all used the teleportation technique to follow. On a rooftop, Namikaze Minato watched quietly as Hashida Shuaki and the others arrived, and said with a smile, Let me introduce myself first so that we can get familiar with each other. I'll go first. You already know the name. I'm good at physical skills, teleportation skills, and wind escape. Uchiha Shisui immediately took over. My name is Uchiha Shisui. I am good at swordsmanship, illusion, fire escape, and teleportation. The Sharingan has been opened to Megatama. Anma Shanyang immediately said, Anma Shanyang is good at illusion. Finally, everyone looked at Hashida Shuaki. Hashida Shuaki immediately said, My name is Hashida Shuaki. I am good at fire escape and transformation techniques. I am also good at medical ninjutsu. In terms of medical ninjutsu, he has mastered the most basic healing techniques, and has basically mastered the relatively difficult palm ninjutsu, but he is far from proficient. He is basically certain that even without the blessing of fire escape expert, he himself has some talent in fire escape. Coupled with the multiplication of the blessings of Scholar Master and other terms, the effect is even more obvious. The medical ninjutsu is different, the talent is relatively worse, and of course the energy consumed is not the same. I was able to learn the art of palm immortality in such a short time, thanks to the blessing of the entry. Namikaze Minato smiled after hearing this and said, Then Shuaki will be the medical ninja of our team from now on. In a team, the medical ninja is often the one who is protected. Of course, for the enemy, the medical ninja is also the first one to kill. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, The First Mission. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Defining Hide Hashida as a medical ninja can be regarded as a kind of care and protection for Minato Namikaze. Hashida Shuaki knew this very well and immediately expressed his stance, "Then leave everyone's back to me." Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo laughed together and said, "We will also protect Shuaki." Namikaze Minato secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. The atmosphere was unexpectedly good. In view of the special nature of this newly formed team, Namikaze Minato did not arrange to grab the bell to test the team members' teamwork, but directly announced the mission. "I took on a mission when I went to meet the third Hokage just now. A psychic beast is suspected to have appeared in the Forest of Death. Our mission is to investigate this matter clearly. If there is a psychic beast, we need to track this possible psychic beast and capture him intact according to the situation." Uchiha Shisui took the initiative and asked, "Teacher Minato, is there any more information about psychic beasts?" Namikaze Minato shook his head and said, "No. It's because the beasts in the Death Forest are in turmoil, so we speculate that there are psychic beasts. Any question?" Hashida Shuaki and the other three shook their heads in unison. "Set off." Namikaze Minato gave the order and set off first. Hashida Shuaki and the others followed immediately. For Hashida Shuaki, the first day after graduation was obviously beyond his expectations. There was no grabbing the bell, just going straight to the intensity. If there are psychic beasts, then this mission can be sea level? After all, psychic beasts are no less dangerous than ninjas. 17. All the way away from the core area of Konoha village, the group arrived at the entrance of the Death Forest in less than a quarter of an hour. There are many wild beasts and poisonous insects in the Death Forest, so be careful. Namikaze Minato gave instructions before leading Hashida Shuaki and the others in. The ancient trees support the sky, and the human body looks very small among them. The four people walked through it, stopping from time to time to analyze the traces left by some animals. The main ones who spoke were Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shisui, and Kurama Sanayo, while Hashida Shuaki was among the students listening to the class. And the three Minato people obviously wanted to take care of him. In this regard, Shuaki Hashida humbly asked for advice, eagerly absorbing nutrients from the three of them, and gradually transformed the theoretical knowledge he learned from the ninja school into practical application experience. And from the tracking along the way, he could also see that, not to mention Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shisui was obviously more accomplished in tracking traces than Kurama Sanayo. Of course, Kurama Sanayo, who comes from a famous illusion family, is also good. People who are good at illusions tend to pay great attention to details. An hour later, four figures landed on a thick branch one after another. Uchiha Shisui said, "Minato-sensei, he should be here." Anma Shanyang smiled and said, "The activity traces of the surrounding beasts have significantly reduced, and there are signs of migrating to the surrounding areas. I am afraid that this place has been occupied and has become the territory of psychic beasts. Beasts are territorial, especially powerful beasts. And psychic beasts are no exception." Namikaze Minato said, "Based on the traces, this psychic beast should be a wild cat, and its advantage should be speed, so everyone must be alert." Hashida Shuaki and the other three nodded in unison, "Yes, Minato-sensei." Namikaze Minato made a gesture, and the four people immediately moved forward, and formed a semicircle to surround them and move forward. Suddenly, Uchiha Shisui made a gesture, Hashida Shuaki and the others immediately stopped and looked in the direction of Uchiha Shisui's finger. On a branch, under the sunlight filtering through the fallen leaves, a black cat was lying lazily, its tail sweeping around. Namikaze Minato immediately made a gesture. Outflank. In addition to Uchiha Shisui, Hashida Shuaki and the others immediately took action to outflank the black cat. However, the black cat was very alert and noticed something before the outflanking was completed. He stood up, then with a meow, he jumped up, in the direction of the gap in the circle surrounded by Hashixia Shuaki and others. "Stop it!" Namikaze Minato shouted. Now that it has been exposed, there is no need to be cautious anymore. In an instant, chakra erupted under the feet of Hashida Shoaki and others, and they each used the teleportation technique to attack the black cat. But the black cat's speed is also surprisingly fast. At least Hashida Shoaki feels that his speed is not as good as this black cat, especially in this environment. However, Namikaze Minato and the others were faster. Shhhhhhh. The kunao flew and hit the branch in front of the black cat aggressively. It was a kunao thrown by Namikaze Minato. The black cat was frightened and immediately changed direction. And then Hashida Shoaki saw that the black cat that had just landed on the branch changed direction and rushed straight towards Uchiha Shisui. It's an illusion. Hashida Shoaki looked at Kurama Sanayo, who just put down his hand. And then he saw Uchiha Shisui and Black Cat looking at each other in the air. The next moment, Black Cat fell down and was caught by Uchiha Shisui. Sharingan hypnosis. Great. So is Anma Shanyang using the wrong technique? Hashida Shoaki secretly guessed. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, the cooperation is very good. Then the mission has been successfully completed. Let's go back. A group of 4 people left the Death Forest without any sloppiness at all. However, Hashida Shoaki found that there was another entry leaf in the entry tree in his mind. Tracking expert. Obtain conditions, track the enemy's traces at least 5 times in the mission. Effect, tracking talent is increased by 100%, trace sensitivity is increased by 100%. Another expert entry, Hashida Shoaki was a little numb. However, the difficulty of looking at the conditions is not high, because the task just now has been counted as a qualified task by the entry tree. In other words, he does not need to track the enemy alone to succeed. Looking at the Namikaze Minato trio in front of him, Hashida Shoaki felt that tracking expert might be the easiest and fastest expert entry for him to get. Smiling secretly, Hashida Shoaki caught up with Kurama Sanayo in front of him, walked side by side with him, and asked him for knowledge on illusions. Of course, he was limited to asking for some theoretical advice and did not involve specific ninjutsu. Anma Shanyang was not stingy about this and answered all questions. Back at the Hokage building, Minato Namikaze handed over the task, received the commission and distributed it. Shoaki Hashida immediately received 6,000 ryo. That's it for the morning. Now, I'll treat everyone to a barbecue at noon. After leaving the Hokage building, Namikaze Minato smiled. Hashida Shoaki and the other 3 immediately thanked each other and then walked to the barbecue restaurant. On the way, Minato Namikaze asked, Shoaki, what is the direction of your training next? Fire escape. Although he had not personally seen Hashida Shoaki perform the fire release ninjutsu, he had obtained information from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Knowing that Shoaki Hashida could recover just by watching his classmates perform the fireball jutsu, this ninjutsu talent is indeed outstanding. Fire escape? Hashida Shoaki shook his head. Minato-sensei, I have mastered 5 fire escape ninjutsu so far, covering near, medium and long distances. For me, more fire release ninjutsu are not necessary because of the chakra limitations. These words shocked the 3 of Namikaze Minato. Kurama Sanayo couldn't help but mutter to himself, are all the newcomers so good now? It's been more than a year since he graduated, and he hasn't mastered as many illusions as 5. Namikaze Minato nodded and continued, so, Shoaki, your next focus will be on close combat taijutsu, as well as swordsmanship. As he spoke, he pointed at the Tenkan chakra knife on Hashida Shoaki's lower back. Hashida nodded, yes, Minato-sensei. Limited by chakra, I think most of the time on the battlefield I would rather fight in close combat. And physical fitness in all aspects is the foundation of a ninja, so my next training direction is to strengthen physical exercise, physical skills, ninja tools, and sword skills. Namikaze Minato smiled and praised, a very wise choice. And Uchiha Shisui took the initiative to show off to Hashida, as for ninja tools and sword skills, Shuaki, if you need anything, don't be polite to me. Kurama Sanyang also smiled and said, I am so-so in terms of physical skills, but I think it won't be a big problem as a sparring partner. Xingxia Zaihui is very thick-skinned and not polite at all, then I will trouble you from now on. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Namikaze Minato's Special Training. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. The lunch meal of barbecue was very enjoyable. Of course, Namikaze Minato's reward for the mission he had just received was also reimbursed. There was no way, Minato Namikaze didn't say it himself, Shuaki Hashida and the others were all big eaters. After lunch, a group of 4 people arrived outside a forest on the edge of Konoha village. Take a rest for an hour. After saying this, Minato Namikaze disappeared into the forest. Watching Namikaze Minato disappear into the forest, Kurama Sanyo smiled and said, Shuaki, how about we have a taijutsu showdown? Hashixia Zaihui followed suit, no problem. Immediately, Uchiha Shisui acted as the referee, Hashida Shuaki and Kurama Sanyo collided with each other after giving the order. Uchiha Shisui observed silently, and soon discovered, Sanyo's movements were completely seen through by Shuaki. This ability. What immediately came to mind was the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Although Kurama Sanyo is 2 years older than Hashida Hyde, there is not much difference in fists and feet. Soon Kurama Sanyo used a kunao, Hashida Shuaki also took out a kunao, and the clanging sound began to sound. But the situation of the battle did not change much. 5 minutes later, Hashida Shuaki and Kurama Sanyo stopped. Great! Kurama Sanyo gave Hashida Shuaki a thumbs up and was convinced, even though taijutsu was not his specialty. Uchiha Shisui stepped forward at this time, pointed out the shortcomings of Hashida Shuaki and Kurama Sanyo in the previous battle, and reviewed the situation for the two. Just from hearing it, Hashida Shuaki knew that Uchiha Shisui's combat IQ was much higher. After reviewing the game, he immediately asked Uchiha Shisui for tips on how to use a short sword. An hour passed without realizing it. Namikaze Minato appeared, looked at Hashida Shuaki and the others and said, the next training project is to pass through this forest on a designated route. The direction is behind me, straight through. After saying that, Namikaze Minato disappeared again. Kurama Sanyo immediately looked at Uchiha Shisui, Shisui, what should I do? Hashida Shuaki also looked at Uchiha Shisui. Among the 3, he was the strongest and most experienced. Uchiha Shisui said, I am in front, Sanyo you are in the middle, Shuaki is at the end, and we will advance in a one-line formation first. Hashida Shuaki and Kurama Sanyo nodded in unison. Immediately, the 3 of them, led by Uchiha Shisui, rushed into the forest. The moment he entered the forest, Uchiha Shisui opened his Sharingan. Hashida Shuaki, who was last, went straight into a state of 100% concentration. As for the 10 times concentration level of the Scholar Master entry, he didn't dare to use it casually because it would consume too much physical energy. In the darkness of the forest, Namikaze Minato looked at Hoshikita Shuaki and the others who were running away. Suddenly, he cut a thin wire with his kunao. The next moment, the trap that had been prepared long ago was activated, and a large number of kunao and shurikens were shot at Hashida Shuaki and the others from the side. To be more specific, Kurama Sanyo in the middle is the one who is being cared for most, with the most kunao and shuriken flying towards him. Careful! Uchiha Shisui reacted the fastest. He stopped and shouted while a kunao was thrown away by him. Sparks flew in the forest, and with the sound of clanking, one of Uchiha Shisui's kunao flew away and shot 4 or 5 kunao and shurikens at Kurama Sanyo. 18. Immediately afterwards, Hashida Shuaki also took action. He was a beat slower than Uchiha Shisui, but he was also more prepared. He opened his bow with both hands, and 2 kunao flew out, blocking 2 shurikens respectively. Moreover, Hashida Shoki and Uchiha Shisui approached Kurama Sanayo immediately, and they each drew their swords. At the same time, Kurama Sanayo held a kunao in each hand. The next moment, dense hidden weapons shrouded down. The three of them each waved their weapons, and in the sound of gold and iron, they blocked all the hidden weapons. Kurama Shanyang smiled bitterly to himself. He has become the team's weakness. After passing the first level, the three of them moved on. Not long after, Uchiha Shisui moved his ears and shouted, "Shoaki!" Hashixia Shoaki also heard the sound of breaking through the air behind him, and immediately stopped and turned around. The densely packed hidden weapons came into view. This time he did not draw his sword, but quickly took out two kunao and at the same time took a senbon and bit it. Then he turned on 200% concentration, danced his arms like windmills with the kunao in his hand, and knocked away the densely packed hidden weapons. Behind him, Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo were also unable to take care of themselves, and hidden weapons attacked them from the front and sides. So the three of them went back to back, facing the shroud of hidden weapons together. When it was over, a layer of various hidden weapons was laid out in front of the three of them. The kunao in Hashida Shoki's hand was already full of gaps, and the senbon originally held in his mouth was spat out at the critical moment, blocking a shuriken. This kind of training intensity is completely different from that in the ninja school. If you are not careful, you will be seriously injured. Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo are similar, and Kurama Sanayo even has 2 scars on his arms. Hashida Zaiwichi quickly checked, then smiled, and said, "It's just a scratch." Covering a wound with each hand, using the simplest healing technique, the wound healed within a minute. The three then moved on, but this time in a triangle formation. Afterwards, they encountered detonating charm traps one after another, and sneak attacks by Namikaze Minato's clones. Only then did Hashida Shoki and the others pass through the forest and reach the other side. After the figure stopped, the three of them were panting. Xingxia Zaihui was still frightened. Neither he nor Kurama Sanayo discovered the detonating talisman trap. This reminded him of the rope tree that was killed by the bomb. The world of ninjas is far more dangerous than he imagined. At the same time, he also understood more clearly the deep-seated reason why the division of ninja levels in the ninja world is not simply measured by strength. They all performed very well. Namikaze Minato appeared and said with a smile, "Take a rest for an hour." Shoki Hashida and the others immediately sat on the ground and took out water and food from their backpacks to replenish their energy. After waiting for an hour, Namikaze Minato separated 3 shadow clones and said to Hashida Shoki and the others, "Now, everyone chooses one of my shadow clones to fight, and treat my clones as enemies to be killed." "Treat?" "Yes, Minato-sensei." Hashida Shoki and the 3 of them said in unison, and then each corresponded to a clone and attacked with all their strength. Namikaze Minato was observing from not far away. Since the morning's mission, he has been observing his 3 disciples. This afternoon's training was also a test for the 3 of them. Shisui is the strongest, with a delicate mind, Sharingan's powerful insight, illusion, and superb teleportation and sword skills. In addition, he is also the most experienced and has the ability to become a Chiyunin. Sanayo has superb genjutsu, his taijutsu is a bit lacking, and his experience is a bit lacking, but he already has the potential of a Chiyunin. Shoki. I didn't even notice the fire escape seal. Is it a hidden seal or a no seal? What an amazing fire escape talent! He also has superhuman reflexes. What the 3rd Hokage said is absolutely correct. Namikaze Minato analyzed silently, but at the same time he was also prepared to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Technically speaking, Uchiha Shisui couldn't teach him much. Sharingan has its own system, and its role is to allow Uchiha Shisui to have richer combat experience and mission experience. There is also Kurama Sanayo. In addition to making up for his physical skills, the focus is also on combat experience and mission experience. In terms of illusions, the Kurama clan also has an amazing background. As for Shuaki. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Leaving the Village. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Looking at Hashida Shuaki, Namikaze Minato's first thought was the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. A person who is not an eye-opener from the Uchiha clan and has such extraordinary reflexes is indeed a good candidate for practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Of course, the art of Flying Thunder God requires not only strong neural reaction ability, but also extraordinary perception talent and time and space talent. But it's too early yet. Namikaze Minato smiled secretly. Hashida Shuaki is 6 years old, while Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanyo are only 8 years old. They should lay a solid foundation first and accumulate combat experience and mission experience. The first day after graduation passed quickly. The next day, the morning was still about a mission, to help the villagers near Konoha village deal with the wild beasts that destroyed their crops. It was a herd of wild boars. Following the traces, Hashixia Shuaki and the others easily found him and were solved. This left Hashida Shuaki with only 3 missions left to light up the entry tracking expert. In the afternoon, it was still Namikaze Minato's special training. Various traps, shadow clone duels, and physical skills guidance. What Hashida Shuaki didn't expect was that this would be the pattern for the next week. Mission in the morning, special training in the afternoon. So much so that before he left Konoha village, Namikaze Minato helped him get the entry tracking expert. The tracking talent has been increased by 100%, and the trace sensitivity has been increased by 100%. This makes Shuaki Hashida's progress in missions and special training visible to the naked eye. Konoha 39, April 3th. The gathering was still on the rooftop, but after Namikaze Minato appeared, he said, "This mission is a sea-level mission out of the village. We will gather at the entrance of the village in half an hour." Understand? Hashida Shuaki and the other 3 agreed in unison, and then they all used the teleportation technique to leave. At home, Hashida Shuaki quickly packed his luggage and put it into his backpack. Kunao, shuriken, medical kit, military food pills, change of clothes, detonating charms, grenades. After packing up, while there was still time, Hashida Shuaki went to Konoha Hospital and Tianxiang store to say goodbye to the pharmacists Nono and Tianyun respectively. By the time he arrived at the entrance of the village, Namikaze Minato and 3 others had already arrived. But Hashida Shuaki is not late. Set off. Seeing the arrival of Hashida Shuaki, Namikaze Minato immediately gave the order, and the 4 of them left the Leaf Village and headed south. But soon the 4 of them left the road leading to Daming Mansion, entered the forest, and headed southwest. Jumping through the forest, Namikaze Minato explained this mission. "This time our target is a group of bandits entrenched on the border of river country. This group of bandits crossed the border several times and entered the fire country, attacking villages in the fire country." Uchiha Shisui felt something was wrong as soon as he heard this. There is a stronghold of the ninja team on the border, and being able to cross the border several times to attack nearby villages shows that they have figured out the patrol route of the border ninja team every time. Sea-level mission? I'm afraid it's more than that. But what Hashida Shuaki thought was, even if ordinary bandits have ninjas, they are not enough to be able to figure out the patrol route of the border ninja team every time, and also allow them to sneak in smoothly and return to the river country smoothly. Kurama Sanyo couldn't help but said after hearing this, "So, Shuaki, you mean that this group of bandits are fake ninjas?" Xingxia Zaihuyi said, "It is possible. But if that's the case, this mission shouldn't be for us. There is another possibility. The bandits are indeed a group of ordinary bandits, with perhaps only 1 or 2 wandering ninjas at the genin level. However, they have accurate intelligence support." Namikaze Minato smiled. "Shuaki's analysis is very good." Uchiha Shisui asked, "Minato-sensei, if this is the case, where will the information behind them come from?" "Aim Hidden Village." Before the Second Ninja War, the river country belonged to the area of influence of the Rain Hidden Village, and the tasks of the Rain Hidden Village were also responsible for it. After the war, the power of the Rain Hidden Village was limited to the Rain Country, and the tasks of the river country were divided between us and Tsunagakuer Village. Then it may be that the Rain Hidden Village is going to make a comeback, or it may be that the Sand Hidden Village is going to take all the tasks from the river country. Namikaze Minato nodded and asked, "So, Shisui, which possibility do you think it is?" Uchiha Shisui thought for a while and said, "Tsunagakuer Village." Kurama Sanyo asked, "Shisui, why is it Tsunagakuer Village?" Hanzo from the Rain Hidden Village is known as a demigod. It's not surprising that he wants to make a comeback and take over the river country again, right? Shishida Shuaki analyzed, but if it is Hanzo, he will face us Konoha and Tsunagakuer Village. This is not a wise move. As for Tsunagakuer Village, it has been quite a while since the Second Ninja War. It is not surprising that they have renewed their ambition to eat the river country in one bite. Moreover, the current situation is more in line with Tsunagakuer Village. Kurama Shanyang didn't understand and asked, "Why is this?" Shishida Shuaki analyzed, because if Hanzo of Yuyan Village doesn't need to use this method and wants to take back the kingdom of the river, he can just send people south. On the contrary, Tsunagakuer Village may not have the determination to go to war with us, so it uses this method. I'm afraid this bandit is not simple either. Uchiha Shisui quickly asked, "Shuaki, you mean, this group of bandits has other problems?" Xingzia Zaihuyi said, "It's just a guess. For example, this group of bandits has a normal identity in the river country. We entered the river country to deal with them. The daimyo of the river country was dissatisfied, and their relations with the fire country and Konoha immediately deteriorated. Tsunagakuer Village came out at this time. It is easy to reach an agreement with the daimyo of the river country and take over all the tasks of the river country." Kurama Sanyo was shocked when he heard this. Zaiwichi, how did you come up with this? Uchiha Shisui was also shocked. Namikaze Minato was equally surprised when he heard this, because Hoshida Shuaki's last analysis was something he hadn't thought of yet. Of course, he still knew the hidden differences in this mission. The third Hokage is indeed right. Shuaki's ideological maturity is not inferior to that of an adult. His vision is precise and his analytical ability is amazing. Namikaze Minato secretly marveled, and immediately said to Shuaki Hoshida and the others, "Shuaki's analysis is very good. It seems that this mission will not be too simple. Then, we need to be more careful after entering the river country. After finding the group of robbers, the first step is to investigate their situation." Hoshida Shuaki and 3 others responded in unison, "Yes, Minato-sensei." Set off at 9 am and took a 2-hour break at noon. In the evening, Hoshida Hideichi and his party appeared at the border of the Land of Fire, but they did not cross the border immediately, but camped on the border. Early the next morning, after having a fish soup, the 4 of them crossed the border and entered the river country. 19. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Intelligence. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Entering the Kingdom of the River, according to Konoha's intelligence, Hoshida Shuaki and the others found a cave on a mountain where someone once lived. Looking at the traces, it's at least a month ago. Uchiha Shisui Road. Hoshida Shuaki looked around the cave, and then said proactively, "Minato-sensei, I'll go outside and check." Namikaze Minato nodded, "Sanyo, you go with Shuaki." Kurama Sanyo nodded immediately, "Yes, Minato-sensei." So Hoshida Shuaki and Kurama Sanyo left the cave and looked around. Not long after, Hoshida Zaiwichi came to the top of the mountain and looked south. He raised his eyebrows, then took out a monocular telescope from his backpack and looked down the mountain. There is a village. There are a lot of people, but the farmland seems a bit deserted. Xingzia Zaihuyi frowned slightly. He only saw women and old people busy in the fields, but no young and strong men. Looking inside the village, there are children playing, and occasionally young and strong men can be seen. Too lazy? Hashida Shoaki put away the monocular telescope, found Kurama Sanayo, and reunited with Namikaze Minato to inform him of the situation he had detected. Namikaze Minato heard this and said, "Shoaki, do you suspect there is a problem in this village?" Hashida Hyde nodded. The information the village gave about this stronghold is not without purpose. It is very likely that this is a stronghold of wandering ninjas, but it was abandoned. But there happens to be a village at the bottom of the mountain. In fact, this is a good base. Anma Shanyang said, "Judging from the traces nearby, someone has indeed lived here for a long time. It is impossible that all traces of food, drink, and diarrhea would be gone in just a few months, unless someone specially cleaned them up, but obviously not." Everyone understood Hashida Shoaki's meaning. Assuming that this stronghold belonged to wandering ninjas or bandits, then the village below probably belonged to the sphere of influence of wandering ninjas and bandits in the past and would be enshrined there. Then you can get information from it. The village is indeed a good place to get information. Namikaze Minato immediately made a decision, "Then let's start from the village." Kurama Shanyang said, "The easiest way is to bring someone back and interrogate him using illusion. Both he and Uchiha Shisui have this ability. Brutal and straightforward." Hashida Shoaki suggested, "Perhaps we can obtain information in a more secretive way." Both Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shisui knew Hashida Shoaki's hidden meaning, which was that they were worried about other situations in the village and external forces. After all, it was previously speculated that there might be traces of Tsunagakure village. Uchiha Shisui said, "If you want to collect intelligence covertly, it's best to wait until night. If you enter during the day and use the transformation technique, you will be easily seen through. After all, you have to obtain information, and you have to do it secretly. As for going directly to the village to inquire, it would be more of a warning. A stranger entering the village would immediately arouse alert. If you sneak in at night and use illusions in the dead of night, there will be very few traces left, and most of the villagers will regard it as a dream." Namikaze Minato immediately decided, "Then we will sneak into the village at night." Hashida Shoaki immediately suggested, "Minato-sensei, maybe we can get familiar with that village in a simpler way first." Namikaze Minato and the others immediately looked at Hashida Shoaki. Hashida Shoaki smiled, and the next moment, he turned into a black cat. Namikaze Minato looked at it and immediately recognized it. It was the wild cat from the team's first mission a few days ago. Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Shoaki's method is indeed very good. The presence of a wild cat in this place should not attract attention." Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded, "Indeed." Hashixia Shoaki was secretly a little weird at the moment, because he triggered another entry. Transformation Master. Acquisition conditions: the number of transformation types reaches 100 and meets the requirements. Entry effect: ever-changing, a bird can fly, a fish can swim. The effect is a bit explosive, but the difficulty is also amazing. Humans are one species, cats are one species. He has met the requirements for the human species, but cats have not. Although there are no flaws in the appearance, Hashida Shoaki does not understand some of the cat's habits, and it is easy for flaws to appear. But in fact, just 100 types is amazing. After releasing the transformation technique, Hashida Shoaki looked at Uchiha Shisui and smiled. "You should be more familiar with Nico Shisui." Namikaze Minato also looked at Uchiha Shisui. "Shisui, then this task will be left to you. Understand?" Uchiha Shisui nodded. Namikaze Minato immediately said to Kurama Sanayo, "Sanayo, you are responsible for the plan to stop the water." Kurama Sanayo said quickly, "Yes, Minato-sensei." Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo acted immediately. However, Uchiha Shisui, who transformed into a wild cat, did not enter the village immediately. Instead, he shuttled through the mountains and forests and quickly found a group of tanukis. So Uchiha Shisui immediately turned into a tanuki, and hung out among the tanukis, allowing himself to be tainted with the scent of wild tanukis. There are too many shortcomings of ordinary transformation techniques, not only chakra, but also the smell is difficult to change, and can only be compensated for by other methods. And when Xingxia Zaihuyi saw these, he immediately gave a thumbs up secretly. He learned. If he wants to win the entry transformation master, animals will be his big choice. In the cave, Hashida Shuaki practiced using Senbon, and the time flew by at noon. Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanyo returned together. Minato-sensei, Shuaki's previous speculation was completely correct. Uchiha Shisui was quite shocked, and then reported the information collected. Although it was just fragments of the chat, it was already confirmed that there were 2 wandering ninjas in the village at the foot of the mountain, and they were also the leaders of the bandits. And almost all the young and strong men in the village are their subordinates. At the same time, those 2 wandering ninjas do have a source of information, and tonight is the time to contact them. And there will be a sortie tomorrow. After the information was reported, there was a silence in the cave. The village is a den of bandits, which has caused considerable harm to the Fire Nation. Revenge is inevitable. But it was a village. Should we kill those young men who participated in the robbery of the Kingdom of Fire, or should we eradicate them? What a fucked up world. Hashida Shuaki sighed secretly. He had heard many similar things in his previous life, but before him, if he was asked to go to the village to take revenge, would he kill all the young people or only the young ones? Would he feel burdened? Namikaze Minato glanced at the 3 people and said immediately, "Don't worry about the people in the village at the foot of the mountain. Now we are divided into 2 groups and keep an eye on these 2 wandering ninjas." "Yes, Minato-sensei." Hashixia Shuaki and the others gathered their thoughts and responded in unison. So Hashida Shuaki and Namikaze Minato teamed up, and Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanyo teamed up to start closely monitoring the village at the foot of the mountain. This is a long process. It was late at night before the 2 wandering ninjas walked out of the village and headed west. Hashixia Shuaki and others immediately followed, hanging far behind. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Take Action. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Under the moonlight, beside a river. 2 wandering ninjas finally connected with someone. In the forest, Hashida Zaiwichi and the 4 of them watched silently. The connector doesn't have any obvious signature of Suna ninja, instead he looks like a wandering samurai. The distance was too far to hear clearly what the 2 sides were saying, and Shuaki Hashida didn't know how to read lips. In less than 5 minutes, the joint is over. The wandering ninja returned, Hashida Shuaki and others immediately ducked and hid. In the darkness, Namikaze Minato spoke a secret message with hand gestures. Track the contact person. However, the wandering warrior-like connector was very cautious and actually ran downstream on the river. Hashixia Shuaki and 4 others followed all the way in the forest. After walking nearly 10 miles, Namikaze Minato once again used hand gestures to convey orders. Shot. They were still divided into 2 groups, Hashida Shuaki and Namikaze Minato were in one group, and they went around to intercept. Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanyo entered the river to pursue. After giving the order, Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanyo immediately changed directions, emerged from the forest, rushed diagonally into the river, and ran quickly on the river to catch up with the wandering samurai in front. The wandering samurai naturally felt it and looked back in the moonlight. Konoha. 2 brats. The wandering warrior immediately realized that someone else was very likely to come around and intercept him. Are you looking down on me too much? The wandering warrior sneered, and without hesitation turned around and rushed towards the 2 Uchiha Shisui. He wanted to get rid of these 2 brats first. In the forest, Namikaze Minato immediately led Shuaki Hashida out and killed him. Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo immediately stopped. Shhhhhh. Uchiha Shisui threw his shuriken, while Kurama Sanayo quickly formed seals with his hands. The wandering samurai nimbly avoided the flying shurikens, but Uchiha Shisui suddenly pulled his right hand, and the thin steel wire on the shurikens immediately pulled, and the three shurikens quickly changed their direction and trajectory. Outflank the wandering warriors from three different directions. Almost at the same time, Kurama Sanayo completed the ninjutsu. 20. Illusion. This is not the right art. This is an illusion that affects the enemy's vision, so that what the enemy sees is not the real scene. At this moment, what Kurama Sanayo wants to interfere with is the trajectory of the shuriken seen by the wandering samurai. The wandering samurai drew his sword, cut the wire, and knocked away two shurikens in succession, but he missed the third one. Puff! The shuriken was stuck in the right arm of the wandering warrior, and blood flowed, dyeing the river red. The painful screams of the wandering warriors setting off seemed extremely loud in the silent night. Hateful! After releasing the illusion, the wandering samurai roared angrily, and the river water exploded under his feet. He jumped up and slashed his katana towards Uchiha Shisui. Retreat! Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo retreated decisively. The wandering warrior missed his move and was about to pursue him when he heard the sound of breaking through the air. He turned around and saw a kunao flying towards him. His pupils could not help but dilate, and he staggered. The kunao almost brushed his face as it flew past. But before he could happily avoid the attack, a figure appeared in front of him and grabbed the kunao. You! The wandering samurai was shocked. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was hit by Namikaze Minato with a heavy punch and swallowed his words back. His feet left the river and flew backwards. When he fell, he was whipped by Hojikashi, who happened to arrive. It hit the river with a loud bang and fainted completely. Hashixiashiu fished the man out of the river and quickly brought him ashore. The next interrogation was naturally led by Uchiha Shisui. Although he only has a single Megatama Sharingan, his illusion skills are actually better than Kurama Sanayo. After being beaten, the wandering samurai's willpower had been weakened, and in less than 10 minutes, Uchiha Shisui got the information. This guy is indeed a sand ninja, and a Chuunin named Togawa Rei. Furthermore, he was not the only one carrying out this mission, but a team of 4. The other 3 people were 1 Jounin and 2 Chuunin. The sand ninja Jounin was a senior Jounin, and the 2 Chuunin were sentient ninjas. The bandits, led by wandering ninjas, were the source of information. The purpose is roughly the same as Hashida Shuaki had previously speculated. The 2 wandering ninjas originally enslaved the small mountain village until they were found by Togawa Ling and the others, and then recruited the young men in the village as young men. The Suna ninja provided information and crossed the border into the land of fire to commit crimes. After just one time, the young people in that village were completely unable to extricate themselves. So the 2 wandering ninjas also moved into the village and abandoned the stronghold on the mountain. The purpose of Sand Hidden Village is to use this bandit to drive a wedge between the fire country and the river country, and then take the opportunity to eat up the river country's missions. Tomorrow the bandits will act again, but this time the information given by Sunagakure village is wrong, and they will run into the Konoha village's border patrol team. Then a battle broke out, the bandits were defeated, and their lair was discovered by Konoha ninjas, who then took revenge and massacred the village. Even if Konoha and the fire country restrain themselves, the river country will definitely be held accountable. Of course, there is a risk that Sunagakure village will be exposed in the process. Therefore, Teng Chuanling and the others will also take action tomorrow to kill the 2 wandering ninjas in the chaos and take away the bodies. Sunagakure village is so abominable. Anma Shanyang said angrily. Hashida Shuaki and Uchiha Shisui nodded. This plan is truly vicious. And the effort is small and the benefits are big. The plan is not difficult to implement. The situation in the ninja world is relatively calm now, and Konoha does not patrol the fire country border very heavily, so it is relatively easy to exploit loopholes. Namikaze Minato looked at Nobikawa Rei on the ground and thought for a moment, then looked up at Hashishida Shuaki and the others, and asked, "What do you think of the next action?" Kurama Sanyo immediately said, "Minato-sensei, we should immediately capture this guy's companions, preferably alive. And notify the border patrol team to keep those two wandering ninjas alive. In this case, these evidences can be sent to the daimyo of River Country to let him know that Tsunagakure village's ambitions have completely turned towards our Konoha." Namikaze Minato looked at Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui said, "Minato-sensei, I agree with Sanyo. If Nobukawa Rei doesn't go back in time, the Suna ninja will definitely notice something is wrong." Namikaze Minato nodded, and finally looked at Hashida Shuaki. Hashida Shuaki also had a plan in mind, so he said, "Take down the Suna ninja team, notify the border patrol team, report the situation to the third Hokage, and ask the third Hokage to make a decision. After all, this mission involves the river country and Tsunagakure village. How to deal with the relationship decisively can only be decided by the third Hokage." After hearing this, Namikaze Minato had admiration in his eyes but did not show it, and said, "Now we are divided into two groups, Shisui, Sanyo, and Shuaki. You will take Tokawa Rei back to the border of the Land of Fire and assist the patrol team in capturing that the two wandering ninjas and the bandits are best captured alive." Kurama Sanyo was shocked. "Teacher Minato, you are alone." Hashida Shuaki said with a smile, "Sanyo, follow Minato-sensei's orders. We should believe in the teacher's strength." Namikaze Minato smiled, "Okay, that's it." With that said, he took out a special Flying Thunder God Kunao and handed it to Uchiha Shisui, saying, "Shisui, take this, I will rush back as quickly as possible." End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Choice. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. The troops were divided into two groups. Uchiha Shisui carried the prisoners, Hashida Shuaki and the other two said goodbye to Namikaze Minato under the moonlight and returned the same way, and then stopped to rest at the foot of the mountain where the wandering ninja stronghold was located. Kurama Sanyo was still a little worried and said, "Shisui, is it really okay for us to let Mr. Minato deal with one Jounin and two Chiyunin alone?" Uchiha Shisui was silent because he knew why Kurama Sanyo was so worried. Their last teacher and another teammate died during a mission when the team was divided into two groups. And his Sharingan was also opened at that time. Hashida Shuaki looked at the worried Kurama Sanyo and the silent Uchiha Shisui thoughtfully, and thought for a while and said, "Sanyo, Minato-sensei's arrangement is the most appropriate. We need at least two people to carry this prisoner. If we work in pairs, any one of the three of us who follows Minato-sensei will most likely become a burden to Minato-sensei. So it would be most appropriate for us to work in groups of three, and Minato-sensei should work alone. As for strength, you may not have noticed Minato-sensei's speed during the battle just now. In the teleportation technique, he is unique in the entire ninja world. Even if we are defeated, if one person wants to retreat, it will be easy." Uchiha Shisui also smiled after hearing this. Shuaki's analysis is, "Sanyo, we must have confidence in teacher Minato." Kurama Sanyo was overly worried, not brainless. He also knew that Hashida Shuaki's analysis was completely correct, so he cheered up and said, "Then let's get to the destination as soon as possible." Half an hour later, the three of them continued on their way, taking turns carrying the prisoners. An hour later, they crossed the border and found the patrol team. They told the leading Jounin of the patrol team the cause and effect. The Jounin's name was Sakaishu. After hearing this, he immediately said to his three subordinates, "Shinichi, you should set off immediately to notify the other two teams. The border is very long, so naturally there can't be only one patrol team nearby, but there are three, with a total of 12 people. Next is waiting." After Hashida Shuaki reviewed today's actions, he closed his eyes and rested to recharge his batteries. Suddenly, Kurama Sanayo's voice came, "Shisui, what do you think the third Hokage will decide?" Hashida Shuaki immediately opened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Shisui, who was leaning against the tree opposite. Uchiha Shisui said, "This matter involves 3 countries. The third Hokage should be very cautious. After all, it's not long before the end of the Second Ninja War. As far as he is concerned, he does not want to see a war break out. However, the mistake this time lies entirely with Tsunagakure village, and Konoha has already grasped the situation of Tsunagakure village. There is no way that the river country will favor Tsunagakure village. The only worry is, will Sand Hidden village dare to start a war like this?" At this time, Kurama Sanayo asked again, "What will happen to that village?" Uchiha Shisui was startled. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this, but that his subconscious didn't want to think about it. This third Hokage should be handed over to the ANBU. After answering, Uchiha Shisui looked at Hashida Shuaki across from him and asked, "Shuaki, what do you think?" Hashida Shuaki thought, when it comes to the 3 kingdoms, the third Hokage will definitely be very cautious. As you said, Shisui, it has not been long since the end of the Ninja World War. Neither we nor Tsunagakure village should want a war to break out. Then let Yuyin village take advantage. After all, the meat of river country was snatched from the mouth of Yuyin village. The advantage now lies with us, and the possibility of taking over the river country is very high. Xingzi Xiu paused and then said, "As for that village, maybe it will be dealt with from the root. Logically speaking, the roots are also dark parts. But in Hashikage's eyes, the roots are the roots, and the ANBU are the ANBU directly under the Hokage. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could remove Danzo from his position as leader of the roots with just 1 sentence, but in fact the roots were still under Danzo's control. Danzo set a curse seal on the main members of the roots. Although both Anbu and roots do the dirty work, Shuaki Hashida feels that the roots are more likely. I just don't know what Danzo would do." The atmosphere fell silent. One is 6 years old and the 2 are 8 years old, but they have already had to face a darkness that is more torturous and terrifying than death. Unknowingly, the sun goes to the east. After taking the military food pills in the morning, Shuaki Hashida and the others were assigned patrol tasks by Janin Sakai. At the same time, Namikaze Minato had already appeared in the Hokage building and reported all the information about the mission and the information obtained to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He even brought a prisoner with him when he returned to Konoha, the Jounin of Tsunagakure village. Now he has been taken over by the Konoha torture department, and they will do their best to obtain information from the prisoner's brain. Whether it is about the plan of Tsunagakure village this time, or other secrets of Tsunagakure village. However, this matter related to 3 countries, 2 ninja villages, and even a Megakure village. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frown slightly. But this is indeed an opportunity to swallow up all the tasks of the river country. The only thing to be prepared for is whether Tsunagakure village will go to war because of this, or join forces with Hanzo. Therefore, after thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Minato, your handling is very appropriate. Go and join Shuaki and the others, take down the wandering ninjas, and then hand them over to the roots, and let the roots handle the rest." This decision was not what Namikaze Minato expected, and he nodded immediately, "Yes, the third Hokage." After saying that, Namikaze Minato disappeared from where he was. The border of the Fire Nation. Shuaki Hashida and the others who had just completed a round of patrol were resting when Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared next to Uchiha Shisui. "Minato-sensei." All 3 were surprised. Namikaze Minato looked at Hashida Shuaki and the others and said with a smile, "It seems I'm not late." Just then a signal flare went off. Hashida Shuaki couldn't help but smile and said, "Minato-sensei, you came just in time. The robbers are coming." The 4 people set off immediately and disappeared from the place. 21. A moment later, when Hashida Shuaki and the others arrived at the battlefield, the battle was over. In addition to the 2 wandering ninjas, there were 10 villagers sleeping on the ground at the moment. The art of nirvana? Hashida Shoaki secretly guessed. Soon the other 2 teams arrived, and Namikaze Minato immediately announced to them the order of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. After hearing this, Sakai Shu smiled and said, "In that case, these prisoners will be handed over to you, Minato." Namikaze Minato immediately said, "This is what it should be." The 3 patrol teams dispersed immediately. They still needed to perform their duties and develop new patrol routes again. After Sakai Shu and the others left, Namikaze Minato immediately said, "Tie up all these people first, and later Shisui you and I will go to the river country to bring back the other 2 sand ninja prisoners." "Yes, Minato-sensei." End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Shisui's Choice. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. The routes were very fast and reached the border by noon. There were 2 teams in total, all except the leader wore animal masks and black robes. However, Hashida Shoaki was extremely surprised by the leader. Orochimaru. And Snake. Getting to the routes so quickly? Seeing Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato quickly stepped forward and bowed in greeting, "Lord Orochimaru." Minato. Orochimaru glanced at the prisoners on the ground and said, "Are these the only ones?" Namikaze Minato said, 2 sand ninjas, 2 wandering ninjas, and the others are all villagers from that village." Orochimaru nodded, then looked at Hashida Shoaki and the others, showing a look of interest. But no matter whether it was Hashida Shoaki, Uchiha Shisui, or Kurama Sanyo, they couldn't help but feel numb. It was really the cold aura that Orochimaru exuded involuntarily that made him uncomfortable. Coupled with his gaze, Shoaki Hashida and the others felt like they were being targeted by poisonous snakes. But the 3 of them had no choice but to step forward and bow, "Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru withdrew his gaze, looked at Namikaze Minato and smiled, 3 very good disciples. One is a genius from Uchiha, one is from the Kurama clan, and the other is a famous civilian genius. He knew the information before he came. "Minato, lend me one of your disciples and take us to that village," Orochimaru said. Namikaze Minato's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to speak, Orochimaru said, "Minato, you still need to be here to ensure that these prisoners don't escape. You only need a leader to lead the way. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Namikaze Minato couldn't refute for a moment, but looked at Hashida Shoaki and the others with some worry. At this moment, Hashida Shoaki and the others felt the deep malice from Orochimaru. Evil. So evil. Hashida Shoaki looked at the smiling Orochimaru and felt the deep evil in it. With the arrival of the roots, the fate of that village seems to be foreseeable. It seems clear what those who lead the way will see. Even. Suddenly, Hashida Shoaki saw Orochimaru's eyes falling on him, and his heart suddenly jumped. At this time Uchiha Shisui stepped out, "Teacher Minato, let me lead the way for Lord Orochimaru." Anma Shanyang was secretly relieved, but then secretly ashamed. Hashida Shoaki didn't push forward, looked at Namikaze Minato and nodded in agreement, and then Uchiha Shisui left with Orochimaru and others. Anma Shanyang stopped talking. The wind howled, and in less than an hour, Uchiha Shisui led Orochimaru and others to the mountain to the north of the village. "That's it." Uchiha Shisui rode. Orochimaru looked at the village below and said with a smile, "You want to plead for them?" Uchiha Shisui was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "According to the intelligence collected before, the strong men in this village have participated in several robberies in the Land of Fire. This is also intentional by Tsunagakure village. They may have been forced at first, but no matter what, everyone has to pay for what they have done. But those old people, women, and children are all innocent." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Konoha is just, and in order to win over the river country, it will not hurt innocent people." Uchiha Shisui was delighted after hearing this. But Orochimaru's voice changed again and he said, however, if they resist, there will be nothing we can do. Uchiha Shisui's heart sank. He looked at the village below, at the old men and women still working in the fields, and at the children playing. He suddenly made up his mind and said, "Lord Orochimaru, let me leave this matter to you, give it to me. It's just ordinary people who don't need to take action at all." Orochimaru smiled even brighter, "Of course." Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, then jumped up, like an eagle, and flew towards the village down the mountain. Looking at Uchiha Shisui, Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh, the Uchiha clan is so innocent. Then he ordered, "Don't let anyone leave." "Yes." Many root ninjas responded and then disappeared. In the village, Uchiha Shisui drew his sword, broke into a villager's house lightly, and killed 2 men who were drinking. Blood splattered and stained the walls red. One after another, Uchiha Shisui's movements were clean and neat. When he met children, he used illusions to make them all fall asleep. In less than 5 minutes, all the young men in the village were killed by Uchiha Shisui. Then he killed several young and strong men in the field with the smell of blood all over his body. It was no longer difficult to hide this time, screams were everywhere, and the villagers ran for their lives frantically, but those men could not escape Uchiha Shisui's pursuit. After killing the last person, Uchiha Shisui was already covered in the smell of blood. He looked at the root ninja who entered the village and knocked out the fleeing villagers, as well as the corpses on the ground, making his eyes look more and more scarlet and strange. Orochimaru happened to see this scene and was a little surprised. There are actually signs of opening 2 Megatama. He didn't start studying the Sharingan, but he was no stranger to this blood inheritance boundary. "So I know how the Uchiha clan opens their eyes." According to the information seen before, Uchiha Shisui ordered Megatama because of the death of the leader and another companion. But I didn't expect that now I would be attracted to a group of unknown bandits and civilians. Interesting. Orochimaru smiled secretly, then stepped forward and said, "You are very good. Leave the rest to us, you can go back." Uchiha Shisui's eyes returned to normal, he put away his short sword and bowed, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." But before leaving, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but ask, "Lord Orochimaru, what will you do with these villagers?" Orochimaru smiled and said, "Of course, give it to the daimyo of the river country, so that they can become evidence of the Suna ninja's evil deeds." Uchiha Shisui was completely relieved, bowed again, and then left. Orochimaru watched Uchiha Shisui leave. After a moment, a root ninja appeared in front of him and asked respectfully, "Lord Orochimaru, everything has been completed. What should we do next?" "First send all those children to the number 2 experimental base, seal the bodies, and send them to the number 3 experimental base." The root ninja immediately accepted the order, "Understood." Of course Orochimaru was not deceiving Uchiha Shisui. He did want to hand over these villagers to the daimyo of river country, but only on the roster. But he believed that in order not to offend the fire country and Konoha, the daimyo of river country would definitely hand over these villagers to his disposal. So, how can this be considered cheating? Before returning to the land of fire, Uchiha Shisui went to the river to clean himself and dissipate the smell of blood before joining Hashida Shuaki and the others, so Hashida Shuaki and the others did not notice the difference. A normal place. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Talent is realized. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. The roots moved very quickly, appearing again in the evening and taking away all the prisoners. At this point, Hashida Shuaki and the others have successfully completed their mission. Although it was already night, Namikaze Minato decided to leave for Konoha. But before setting off, he said to Hashida Shuaki and the others, "What follows is a small test for you. I will set off first later, and you will set off again in half an hour, and you must accurately track my traces." Hashida Shuaki and the other 3 looked at each other and nodded in unison, "Yes, Minato-sensei." Namikaze Minato nodded and immediately disappeared. Watching Minato Namikaze disappear into the forest, after waiting for half an hour, Shuaki Hashida and the others immediately set out to follow him. Unless Namikaze Minato uses Flying Thunder God, there will be many traces left. In this kind of dense forest, people often borrow strength from the branches. Hashida Shuaki and the others followed the traces left by Namikaze Minato on the branches. However, the three of them stopped after 5 minutes. Because there were 4 sets of traces in front of them. 3 physical shadow clones. Kurama Shanyang scratched his head. In this dark night, it was really difficult to distinguish the differences between the 4 marks. Is it just luck? Each of us chooses a direction, and then uses a shadow clone. Both he and Uchiha Shisui have mastered the shadow clone technique. Uchiha Shisui shook his head after hearing this. Our shadow clone is definitely not as good as Mr. Minato, and may not be able to sustain it long enough to find something wrong. Xingxiaxiu nodded in agreement, then stretched out his hand to touch the marks and feel them carefully. Then Uchiha Shisui did the same. After the two of them finished trying it, Kurama Sanyo also reached out and touched it, then raised his head and asked, "Did you find any differences?" Uchiha Shisui looked at Hashida Shuaki and said with a smile, "Shuaki, what do you think?" Shuaki Hashida pointed to the set of marks on the far left and said with a smile, "Although Minato-sensei has been very careful, the marks left will naturally be different depending on the length of stay, although they are very subtle." 22. After hearing this, Kurama Sanyo couldn't help but stretched out his hand to touch, but still didn't feel it, so he looked at Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui nodded and said with a smile, "Shuaki, you are very talented in tracking. I rely on the insight of the Sharingan to be able to feel it a little bit, but I can't be completely sure." Anma Shanyang said, "Then choose the far left. Would it be too risky?" Uchiha Shisui shook his head, "We should trust our own feelings." Hashida Shuaki agreed very much, "I think so too." Then the far left. Kurama Sanyo was the first to set off, followed immediately by Hashida Shuaki and Uchiha Shisui. But 10 minutes later, they had to make a choice again, although this time there were only 2 sets of marks. But Hashida Shuaki and Uchiha Shisui both looked serious after observing. It's hard to judge. Namikaze Minato probably intentionally left first, and the shadow clone stayed for a while, making the existence time of the 2 sets of marks more subtle. The two looked at each other, then followed the 2 sets of traces for a certain distance and returned. Uchiha Shisui said, "The group on the right looks in the direction leading to a river." Hashida Shuaki said decisively, "That's the right side." Kurama Sanyo also nodded in agreement. Rivers are easier to escape tracking, especially smells and blood stains. There are many canine psychic beasts in the ninja world, such as the famous Inyazuka clan in Konoha. Then the 3 of them followed all the way to the right, and sure enough they came to the river. The 3 of them then split up and followed the traces upstream and downstream, as well as on the other side of the river. After a while, the 3 of them returned to join up and tracked towards the lower reaches of the river. Namikaze Minato actually took the wrong path. In this way, Hashida Shuaki and the others continued to search for the most likely traces among various interference traces. Sometimes there would even be a large vacuum and no traces could be found, so the search range could only be expanded. After going around all the way, when the 3 of them were almost exhausted, they finally saw Konoha and Minato Namikaze standing on the branch with a smile on his face. "Congratulations, absolutely right." Namikaze Minato smiled. "Although the speed is a bit slow, it is enough to illustrate the excellence of the 3 people." Yes, in fact, he has a shadow clone who has been following Hashida Shuaki and the others, and he has been watching the performance of the 3 of them. Hashida Shuaki and the other 3 all smiled at this moment. They had gained a lot from this night's tracking. Especially for Hashida Shuaki, whether it was getting nutrition from Uchiha Shisui or Kurama Sanyo, or tracking itself, it allowed his tracking talent to be released and his improved trace sensitivity to be used. Realize your talents, absorb nutrients from your companions, accumulate experience, and achieve 3 goals with 1 stone. Namikaze Minato announced, "Okay, let's go back to the village, have a good sleep today, and meet at the same place tomorrow." The 4 people immediately entered the village and then dispersed and went back to their homes. After returning home, Hashida Zaiwichi washed up first, and then made himself a breakfast. After eating, he reviewed the mission and the tracking last night before falling asleep happily. "I slept until 2 o'clock in the afternoon." After washing up, Hashida Shuaki went out to eat a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, and then came to Konoha Hospital. Shuaki. Seeing Hashida Shuaki, Yakushi Nanoya was a little surprised. "Dean." Hashixia Shuaki stepped forward quickly and explained, "I came back in the morning and had already slept." Pharmacist Nunwoyu nodded gently, "Then follow me. Tsunade-sama is here today and has to consult a patient." Hashixia Zaiuyi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded quickly to follow. Tsunade suffered from hemophobia, and it was rare to come to the hospital. However, can phantoms be used to treat hemophobia caused by psychological factors? After staying in Konoha Hospital until 4:30, Hashida Shuaki left and then went to the place where he had trained with Kakashi and the others during the previous holidays. "What?" Hashixia Zaiuyi saw a figure hanging on the cliff. Kakashi. Speaking of which, this was the first time he saw Kakashi since graduation. A must-have. When Kakashi came down from the cliff, Hashida Shuaki immediately invited a challenge. "Kakashi, you haven't been slacking off during this time, have you?" Kakashi was still cold and cool, and said easily, "You will know after you try it." If it were Uchiha Obito, he would definitely say something venomous. However, Hashida Shuaki's self-discipline and hard work make him ashamed, so he can only see the difference between his hands and feet. 10 minutes later, the two of them clashed, their fists and feet colliding together, creating a wave of air. At the moment of collision, the two felt that each other's speed and strength had increased. Kakashi knew that Shuaki Hashida had extraordinary insight and reaction capabilities, and had an amazing memory. He was very clear about his past fighting habits, so he fought as fast as he could. Then, the sound of fists and feet clashing suddenly became intensive. The two men fought all the way into the river, and then from the river to the foot of the cliff. Then they used the cliff as the ground and fought endlessly as if walking on flat ground. They saw this scene when Shizuan, Kai, Ui Kurane, Sarutobi Asuma, and others arrived. Starting today, this book will be tested against other books. The only criterion for success or failure is follow-up reading, that is, the number of people who read the latest updated chapters. So I hope that all readers will not let Xiao Mensen and Xiao Duzi die. Turn to the last of the latest chapter every day. 3. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Medical Ninja Tool. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. It's Shuaki and Kakashi. Shizuan was very surprised. She hadn't seen Hashida Shuaki for a few days. Metkai was full of energy. "I really can't slack off at all. Today I will challenge climbing the cliff 500 times. If I can't do it, I'll have a showdown with Zaiuyi." Sarutobi Asuma was secretly surprised, "It's so fast." Being able to walk on the cliff as if on flat ground and fighting in such a fierce battle is enough to show that the two of them are extremely familiar with the control of chakra. The progress is really fast. Sarutobi Asuma also had the idea of graduating early. Although he has the guidance of his elder brother and even other clan members, he can continue to make progress even if he does not graduate. But school time is indeed a bit boring for him. And looking at Shuaki Hashida and Kakashi, he always felt that these two people had made faster progress after graduation. Only Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but look at Ui Kurane next to him. Compared with graduation, being read is more important. On the cliff, Hashida Shuaki and Kakashi were breathing heavily, sweating like rain, and they could no longer fight. Another tie. However, considering that Kakashi had already consumed part of his physical strength before, even if he had a period of rest. In terms of physical strength and energy, Shuichi Hashida could tell that he was still inferior to Kakashi. If it weren't for the blessing of concentration and the speed of thinking, it would probably not even be possible to achieve a tie. Kakashi's fighting intelligence is amazing. Even though he is still young, he has already begun to show his prowess. But Hashida Shuichi is not discouraged. After all, it is a 50-50 split. Now that he is evenly matched with Kakashi in physical skills, it is enough to show that the training was not in vain. The entry is amazing. But at the same time, Hashida Shuichi became more and more eager to improve his physique. Not to mention comparing with Jiraiya and Naruto, at least he can't be worse than Kakashi. Hashida Shuichi remembered that in terms of physical strength, Kakashi was not outstanding among the Jonins in Konoha, at least slightly inferior to Sarutobi Asuma. In the ninja world, the further you go, the more important your physical strength or chakra becomes when combat power explodes, and you can build an insurmountable gap. Without enough chakra, you won't be able to use your ultimate move. After coming down from the cliff, Hashida Shuichi and Shizune greeted each other. Just as they were about to get some water from their backpacks, Shizune had already handed it to them. Hashida Shuichi took it without politeness. "Thank you." Shizune looked at Hashida Shuichi, and after he finished drinking the water, she said, "Shuichi, there are a few things I want to ask you about the Memory Palace. I wonder if you are free." "Of course." Hashixia Zaihuyi agreed, and then the two of them got together and asked each other questions. On the other side, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai teamed up to climb the cliff. Kakashi was resting coolly, and his eyes fell on Guy, who was leaping forward with a big stone in his hands. The afternoon of training passed quickly without realizing it. In the evening, after bidding farewell to Shizune and the others, Shuichi Hashida met the pharmacist Nono and returned to the orphanage with all kinds of food. In the future, there will be less and less time to go back to the orphanage, and there will be fewer and fewer people I know, so Hashixia Shuichi will come back when he has time. Although he didn't stay here long, Medicine Master Nanoyu regarded this place as his home, so this place would also be his home. That night, Shuichi and Yakushi Nono chatted for a long time under the stars, and then they made a bed on the floor in Yakushi Nono's room, sniffing Yakushi Nono's unique fragrance and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, after bidding farewell to the pharmacist Nono, a refreshed Shuichi Hashida went home and packed his backpack, purchasing another set of surgical instruments on the way to meet Minato Namikaze and the others. Yes, medical ninja surgical instruments. As a medical ninja, it is reasonable for various surgical instruments to be classified as ninja tools, right? Therefore, Hashida Shuichi felt that he did not need to practice nunchucks or long sticks at all. The surgical instruments were enough for him to take down the ninja tool expert. And this is much faster than practicing weapons like nunchucks. After gathering the three of Namikaze Minato, today's training begins. In the next few days, the team has no missions, and there are various trainings every day. Traps, tracking, practical exercises, etc. While resting, Hashida Shuichi began to harm various small animals. Rabbits, wild boars, pheasants, fish, etc. And it is still possible to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Use them to practice medical ninjutsu. While using medical ninja tools, you can also observe the characteristics of these small animals, laying the foundation for the entry transformation master. 4 days passed in a flash, and April arrived quietly. 23. What surprised Hashida Shuichi was that Hariwan was also considered a type of ninja tool. In addition, he has just mastered the senbon, the short knife, and the scalpel that he has used the most these days. There are only 10 types left to master 2 types of ninja tools. Year 39 of Konoha, April 4, 2 am, at the entrance of Konoha village. Hashida Shuichi appeared in front of Namikaze Minato and the others in a new dress. The black clothes, black pants, and iron wrist guards and arm guards remained unchanged, but the original coat had turned into a black vest that was somewhat similar to the green vest worn by Minato Namikaze. In addition to the different colors, the one worn by Hashida Shuaki also has a lot of specially customized small pockets. Seeing Namikaze, Minato and the other three looking at him curiously, Hashida Shuaki gently hooked the fingers of his right hand on a pocket on his vest, and a sharp scalpel appeared. "Shuaki, have you brought all the surgical tools?" Kurama Sanayo was too familiar with this scalpel. "The small animals I eat these days are all dissected with this scalpel." Hashixia Zaihoyi smiled and said, "Of course. As a medical ninja, it is very reasonable and necessary to bring medical ninja equipment, right?" Kurama Sanayo scratched the back of his head. "That being said, it seems like you can't do the surgery alone, right?" Hashida Shuaki put away the scalpel. "When you have enough chakra to use the shadow clone, you will be able to use it. You will be prepared." He can naturally use the shadow clone now, but the chakra cannot support it for too long. Namikaze Minato stopped the chat at the right time and said, "Okay, let's set off. This time our mission is as one of the Fire Country's Western Border Patrol teams. It will last for half a month. You must be mentally prepared." Hashida Shuaki and the others immediately shouted in unison, "Understood." The four people set off immediately and headed west after leaving the village. In the evening of the same day, Hashida Shuaki and four others arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, took over a team, and became one of the patrol teams. That night the four of them began their boring patrol mission. Konoha has far more patrol teams deployed on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain than there are in the Land of Rivers. There are 5 teams in total, and the patrol routes are staggered and staggered. The reason for having such a large number of troops is that the Rain country was in extreme chaos after the Second Ninja War. Wandering ninjas, various bandits, and spies and ninjas from other ninja villages appear. One of the reasons for this is that one of the main battlefields of the Second Ninja War was the Land of Rain. At the same time, the Kingdom of Rain is surrounded by the 3 major kingdoms, the Kingdom of Fire, the Kingdom of Wind, and the Kingdom of Earth. The Land of Rain is a place where the 3 major ninja villages clash. Secondly, the situation in the Rain country is also related to Hanzo's weakened heart and shrinking strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. The expert is here. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Handover, familiarize yourself with the patrol route, as well as the many traps and warning devices set by the previous team. The busy schedule ended around 9 p.m. Then Namikaze Minato gave the order, "Shisui and I will be on a team for the first half of the night, and Shuaki and Sanayo will be on a team for the second half of the night. You guys should take the time to rest. Understand?" After just half an hour's rest, Minato Namikaze and Shisui Uchiha started patrolling. This process also requires checking the status of traps and other arrangements to avoid being destroyed by wild beasts without knowing it, which could cause serious problems during battle. Success in everything lies in the details. However, the patrol route of Hashida Shuaki's team is actually at the end of the ladder layout. There are 3 more lines of defense in front of them. But as the leader of the team, Minato Namikaze still showed no signs of slacking off. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Hashida Shuaki and Kurama Sanayo took over from Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shisui to keep vigil until 5 o'clock in the morning. Before calling it a day, Shuaki Hashida shot a hare and caught 2 fish, and specially used the medical ninja he brought to clean them. Namikaze Minato and the other 3 have gotten used to it and don't feel any discomfort. After breakfast, Hashida Shuaki and Kurama Sanayo took the time to rest. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the team moved together. They need to put away some traps and other arrangements set by the previous team, and then rearrange and plan according to their own habits. For Hashida Shuaki, there is no doubt that it is another big lesson. Therefore, the entry trap expert was triggered. Unfortunately, Hashida Shuaki is not interested in this article for the time being. Although there are many confrontations between ninja villages in peacetime, for the 5 major countries and the 5 major ninja villages, most of the confrontations are not in their own countries, so the border of the fire country is actually relatively calm. The patrolling ninja team is arranged to provide early warning of a large-scale invasion. As for individuals, they are infiltrating in a dispersed and covered manner. In fact, they cannot be stopped. The Fire Nation border is too long. Time flies, and 12 boring days of patrolling have passed. Zaiwichi Xingxia was in a particularly good mood on this day. Because after nearly half a month of hard work, he finally met the conditions to light up the entry ninja tool expert after rounding up the team's game. However, Shoaki Hashida didn't rush to light up. Instead, he waited until the day's patrol mission was completed and he had dinner and rest before focusing on the entry tree in his mind. Ninja tool expert, light up. Xingxia Zaihuyi thought, and the originally grey leaves of the entry were wrapped in green light. Immediately afterwards, he felt an electric current surge through his body, a tingling sensation, and his whole consciousness seemed to be floating. After about 10 minutes, everything disappeared. In the dark night, Xiaoxia Zaihuyi opened his eyes, which were extremely bright. His eyes moved and he saw a flying insect in the moonlight. Subconsciously, Hashida Shoaki tried to see more clearly. Then, the flying insect's wings, which were originally flapping at high speed, slowed down. Although there were still ghost images, it was impossible to distinguish each vibration clearly. But even this was something he had not been able to do before. Prior to this, Hashida Shoaki had doubled the speed of his brain's thinking. That is, the brain processes various information and thinks faster. And this does give him dynamic vision similar to the Sharingan, because he processes the information seen by his eyes faster and has faster reactions. But it is far from what it is now. Even the high-speed flapping wings of insects can almost distinguish every vibration clearly. Entry, Ninja Tool Expert. Acquisition conditions, be proficient in using at least 10 types of ninja tools. Effect, the talent for using ninja tools is increased by 100%, the physical fitness is increased by 100%, and the nerve reaction speed is increased by 100%. Shoaki Hashida has not yet experienced the effects of ninja talent and physical improvement, but he has deeply experienced the 100% increase in nerve reaction speed. Assume that his overall neural reaction speed, including his thinking speed, is the initial data 1 before he obtains the entry scholar. And that's without taking into account the improvements gained through training during this period. Then with the blessing of the scholar master entry, the speed of thinking operation increases by 100%. The various nerve response speeds of Shoaki Hashida's brain are 2, and the speed of other parts is still 1. For example, the process by which the eyes transmit the images they see to the brain. The time spent with Uchiha Shisui is not short, and they have had dozens of sparring sessions. In terms of dynamic vision, Hashida Shoaki is very clear that he can't compare to Uchiha Shisui's single Megatama Sharingan, but there is a gap. Also limited. But now, the neural reaction speed brought by the ninja tool expert entry is increased by 100%, which is an overall increase of 1 times. That is to say, Hashida Shoaki's brain operation speed is now 4, while the other nerve reaction speed is 2. Not only is his brain processing information faster now, the process of transmitting images to the brain through his eyes has also doubled. Then an amazing effect appeared. This level definitely exceeds the single Magatama's Sharingan. Shoaki Hashida was secretly excited, however, just doubling the speed of visual nerve transmission of information should not achieve such an effect. The key is the speed of brain operation. It doubled before and now it has doubled again. It is already amazing. The so-called dynamic vision involves, in addition to the transmission speed of nerve signals, the speed and efficiency of the brain in analyzing the images seen by the eyes. Unless it's like an insect with multiple compound eyes, like multiple cameras shooting separately. He had dissected many insects before. Before there was no entry for study master, my neural reaction speed was definitely far inferior to that of Mr. Minato. But after the addition of Scholar Master Entry, even if the brain's information processing speed is a little worse, it won't be any worse. Too much. And now, it shouldn't be much worse. Although it is speculation, Hashida Shoaki is certain. Because he had previously asked Minato Namikaze about the speed of his nerve response. The latter responded quickly, but it was not yet to the point where he could clearly see the high-speed flapping wings of a fly. This aspect is still not as good as the 3 Megatama Sharingan. But Namikaze Minato's strength was not in the inside of his eyes. High nerve reaction speed, powerful perception talent, extraordinary amount of chakra, and the most important talent of time and space. All of this combined makes Namikaze Minato's use of the Flying Thunder God even smoother than that of the founder, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Of course, Namikaze Minato stood on Senju Tobirama's shoulders and walked forward, which was relatively easier, but it also showed how terrifying his talent was. Unfortunately, since following Namikaze Minato, Hashida Shoaki has only seen Namikaze Minato confront an enemy once, and he was able to solve it with one move. As for sparring with them, don't be too relaxed, as there is no way to see the true strength of Namikaze Minato. The improvement in neural response speed requires adaptation as soon as possible. To improve your physical fitness, you should also need to discover it yourself. Slowly closing his eyes, Hashida Shoaki planned to return to Konoha to increase his training after the mission. With the improvement of his physique, he did not feel a sudden surge in strength. It was obvious that he still needed training to tap into it. But it's normal and reasonable. With a happy mood, Hashida Shoaki quickly fell asleep. Shoaki! Hashida Shoaki suddenly woke up. It was Shisui Uchiha. I have a temporary mission. Uchiha Shisui said, Anbu ninjas just came from the land of rain, and Minato-sensei returned to the village. Hashida Shoaki stood up in surprise, and then saw Minato Namikaze resting under a tree not far away with his eyes closed. Looking at the other side, a man not dressed as a ninja was also resting against a tree. When Uchiha Shisui woke up Kurama Sanayo, Hashida Shoaki asked, Shisui, what's the mission? 24. Uchiha Shisui said, the intelligence personnel responded and there is important information, but the situation in the country of rain is complicated, and the intelligence personnel's escape route is blocked. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Emergency. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Listening to Uchiha Shisui's words, Hashida Shoaki and Kurama Sanayo both looked at the ANBU ninja. Came back to report, but didn't get the information. This is a problem during or before the connection. However, this person seemed to be about the same age as Namikaze Minato, and Shoaki Hashida felt familiar. Uchiha Shisui sat cross-legged on the ground, swallowed a soldier's food pill, and said, hurry up and take a rest. Such an emergency mission should not be easy. Hashida Shoaki and Kurama Sanayo nodded in unison, then sat down and each took a soldier food pill. About half an hour later, Namikaze Minato opened his eyes and stood up, followed by the ANBU ninja. Shoaki, are you ready? Namikaze Minato asked Hashida Shoaki and the others. Hashida Shoaki and Kurama Sanayo nodded in unison, Minato-sensei, there's no problem at all. Namikaze Minato nodded, okay, let's go. Swish swish. Hashida Shoaki and the others followed closely behind Namikaze Minato and jumped through the woods to avoid the many traps they had laid before. Behind them was the ANBU ninja. After passing through a large forest, the Kingdom of Rain was in front of them, and the group stopped. Fortunately, it didn't rain. Hashida Shoaki muttered secretly, while Namikaze Minato said, the content of this mission is to respond to an intelligence agent. There are many opponents, including wandering ninjas from the land of rain, which can also be said to be bounty hunters. Besides them, there are two more elite forces. As for their identities, Namikaze Minato paused and said, I suspect it's the Suna ninja and the Rain ninja. Hashida Shuaki was excited and said subconsciously, it has something to do with the last mission. Namikaze Minato said, we can't be sure yet. Be prepared after entering the country of rain. Once the intelligence personnel are received, Shisui, Shuaki, and Sanayo, you will form a group of 3 and take the intelligence personnel back to the country of fire first. The border patrol team will pick you up. If the mission cannot be completed, then activate Plan B and bring back the information. Hashixia Shuaki and the others immediately felt their hearts tremble. They knew exactly what this meant. If that time comes, it can be any one of them who brings back the information. However, Namikaze Minato suddenly smiled, but don't worry so much, I believe that won't happen. The atmosphere suddenly relaxed a lot, and then the 4 of them set off again and entered the Kingdom of Rain. Hashida Shuaki looked back at the ANBU ninja whom Namikaze Minato had never introduced. Seeing that his bare hands were empty, he took out a kunao and handed it over after his speed slowed down slightly. The man looked startled, then took it, smiled and said, Thank you, I am Sarutobi Shinashuk, son of the Hokage. Hashida Shuaki was surprised, and then responded, I am Hashida Shuaki. The 2 of them stopped talking and kept their heads on their way. And soon Sarutobi Shinashuk surpassed everyone and led the way at the front. In the dark night, a group of people passed through a bare land and climbed over 2 mountains. Sarutobi Shinashuk stopped, then pointed to the town in front of them with only a few lights. Intelligence agents are currently hiding in it, with the help of Complex it is hidden in the sewers, but its condition cannot be determined at present. Of course he would leave information where he could be found. After hearing this, Minato Namikaze immediately said, in that case, Shisui, Shuaki, and Sanayo, you guys will stay here to take care of us. Shinashuk, let's sneak in and get the intelligence personnel out. Sarutobi Shinashuk nodded and had no objection. As for Hashida Shuaki and the others, they only have to obey orders. After making the decision, Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Shinashuk took action immediately, and soon disappeared from the sight of Hashida Shuaki and the others. After retracting his gaze, Uchiha Shisui said, Sanayo, Shuaki, you recharge your batteries first, I will be responsible for the vigilance. It is good. Hashida Shuaki and Kurama Sanayo nodded in unison, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed their eyes, rested, and recovered their strength. There is no need to be polite and pushy at this time. It is the most appropriate choice for 1 person to be alert and 2 people to rest to maintain the best condition. Time passed little by little, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye, without any movement. Shuaki Hashida ended his break and replaced Uchiha Shisui as the vigilant. Before I knew it, it was getting bright. Kurama Sanyang couldn't hold it any longer. Shisui, Shuaki. Uchiha Shisui said calmly, don't worry, Sanayo, don't forget the special kunao that Minato-sensei left for me last time. Kurama Sanayo nodded repeatedly after hearing this, took a deep breath to calm down, then looked at Hashida Shuaki, and said with a wry smile, Shuaki, your psychological quality is really amazing. Just as Hashida Shuaki was about to speak, Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared with a man in an awkward shape and with many scars. Minato-sensei. Hashida Shuaki and the 3 of them were all surprised. Namikaze Minato immediately said, Shuaki, heal his wounds, and then you take him back to the land of fire. After saying that, his figure disappeared from the place. Hashida Shuaki dodged to support the intelligence officer who had been rescued by Namikaze Minato, and then quickly checked his injuries. There were many wounds, but thankfully most of them were not deep. Hashida Shuaki immediately asked Kurama Sanayo to help and directly bandaged the shallow wounds with medical bandages, while he was responsible for a few deeper wounds. But it's just to stop the bleeding first and do emergency treatment. Thank you, my name is Haneda Koichi. The intelligence officer thanked him weakly. Hashida Shuaki smiled, took the military food pills, and then gave Haneda Koichi his own sugar water. This was his habit. He always brought salt and sugar with him when he went on long missions. Adding a kettle could easily turn it into salt water and sugar water to quickly replenish his body's needs. 10 minutes later, Haneda Mitsuichi stood up and said, "I can do it." Uchiha Shisui immediately shouted, "Let's go." He led the way, followed closely by Haneda Koichi, while Hashid Shuaki and Kurama Sanayo followed behind, one on the left and one on the right. At this moment, Hashida Shuaki entered a state of 100% concentration. Uchiha Shisui at the front also opened his Sharingan at this time. The four people quickly shuttled through the mountains and forests, and a large mountain was quickly crossed. Suddenly, Uchiha Shisui in front warned, "Be careful, an enemy is coming." Hideka Hashida looked to both sides, his gaze sweeping. The forest trees that were flying backwards quickly became slower, and he also captured the figure leaping rapidly in the forest. Hashida Shuaki immediately reminded, "There are many enemies. We're surrounded." Behind them, on both sides of them, there were pursuers. It is very likely that this group of people has been ambushing in the mountains and forests for a long time. "Sanyang, you take Senior Guanji and leave first, Zaihuyi and I are behind." As soon as Uchiha Shisui's voice fell, the sound of metal and iron clashing sounded. He had already fought against the two enemies blocking him in front. "Understand?" In response, Kurama Sanayo quickly formed seals with his hands to complete an illusion, assisting Uchiha Shisui to kill his first enemy first. Then, Kurama Sanayo led Haneda Koichi across the battlefield to break through without looking back. The enemies on the left and right quickly swarmed away, turning a blind eye to Hashixia. These two chapters are released regularly. Today, the author is going to take the exam for Subject 1. I hope everything goes well. In addition, pursuing reading is very important. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 The Real First Battle. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Hashida Shuaki didn't care about the enemies on both sides, but rushed forward, joined forces with Uchiha Shisui, and wiped the neck of the enemy who was fighting with Uchiha Shisui with a knife. Then the two of them both spared no effort in chakra, erupting from the soles of their feet, bringing the teleportation technique to its extreme. This was Uchiha Shisui's strength. He was also faster than Hashida Shuaki. He caught up with the two enemies in a few seconds. The clanking sound of gold and iron immediately echoed in the mountains and forests. Hashida Shuaki was a little slower. When he stopped the two enemies, he had a kunao in his left hand, a Tenkan chakra sword in his right hand, and a senbon in his mouth. "Kid, get out! If you're in the way, go to hell!" The enemy dressed as a wandering ninja roared ferociously, holding a tachi to kill Hashida Shuaki. Hashida Shuaki also stepped forward, but in his eyes, the movements of the two enemies quickly slowed down. Clang! Pft! Ah, my eyes! Three voices sounded almost at the same time. Shuaki Hashida avoided the knife and blocked it with a kunao. At the same time, his Amonbashi sword cut open a person's neck, and the senbon spit out of his mouth penetrated from the eyes of another enemy. Enter. After finishing the attack with his right hand, Hashida Shuaki turned around and chased after him. At the same time, he swallowed another soldier's grain pill, took out 1,000 sticks and held it in his mouth again. If it were someone else, taking Bingliang pills during battle would obviously not have much effect. But Hashida Shuaki has the entry strong body, and his body's recovery ability has been doubled, which gives him even more amazing digestion capabilities. Without sparing any physical strength or chakra, Hashida Shuaki quickly saw the enemy's back. At the same time, Shintakatsu and others in front were also surprised. A brat, a genin of Konoha, actually caught up with him? Although they are not the elite of the ninja village and are just one of many small ninja organizations in the Land of Rain, they can be said to be rich in experience. Judging from their age, Shoaki Hashida and the others may have just graduated. Konoha's genius? An idea flashed through Nobutakatsu's mind, and he immediately ordered, "Leave 2 people to stop that brat, and the others should speed up." Yes. The 5 ninjas behind took the order, and then the 2 at the end stopped, then turned around and pounced on Hoshixia Shoaki. Shhhhhhh. Shuriken Kunao breaks through the air. Hashida Shoaki blocked them with ease, and when they were about to engage in a hand-to-hand encounter, he spat out and Senbon flew out. 25. You underestimate me. The bearded man who was targeted by Qianben sneered, and just tilted his head to avoid Qianben. But when Xingxiaxiu opened his mouth, another line of fire spurted out. Fire escape fire bullet. The distance was so close and so unexpected that Hoshixia Shoaki had no time to spare, and there was no sign of a joint seal. He never thought that a ninjutsu would be released. The bearded man was hit by a fire bomb in the face without any reaction, and his whole body was blown up. Flying, there was no time to even scream. The other person was startled at first, then delighted. He took the opportunity to deceive him and slashed at Hoshixia Shoaki with his sword. He believed that this kid would not be able to dodge this swift blow, the knife he had wielded for 10 years. However, in Xingxiaxiu's glance, this knife was very slow. With a short body, he put his arms on the ground and kicked his legs violently, hitting the enemy's abdomen and sending him flying completely. Hashida Shoaki immediately turned over and jumped up, throwing out the kunao in his left hand. However, this man was also quite powerful. In this situation, he was able to bear the severe pain and slash the kunao with a knife. Then he landed on the ground, rolled a few times and jumped up. But at this moment, Hoshixia Zaiwichi came to kill him, and his still short body threw himself into the enemy's arms. He stabbed at high speed with the tenkong knife in his hand, then lifted him up and disemboweled him. The enemy fell to the ground, but Hashida Shoaki took advantage of the enemy's body to fly into the air with his feet, chasing forward without stopping. Human blood is warm and smells fishy. However, Hashida Shoaki didn't bother to wipe the blood spattered on his face, took out a new senbon, held it in his mouth, and held another kunao in his left hand. At this time, Uchiha Shisui caught up and quickly passed Hashida Shoaki. By the time Hashida Shoaki caught up, Uchiha Shisui had already stopped Shintaka and the 4 others, but he was retreating steadily under the siege of the 4, and there were still 2 scars on his body. Hashida Shoaki immediately threw out the kunao in his hand and directly defeated the strongest Shinta. Then he swiped his left hand from the ninja tool bag, and when 3 shurikens flew out, he opened his mouth and spit out, and the flames flew out and were stained on the 3 shurikens. Fire release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Shin Taiketsu easily avoided Hashida Shoaki's kunao, which did not affect his attack on Uchiha Shisui. But the other 3 had to dodge in the face of Hashida Shoaki's Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Although Shoaki Hashida, a ninja tool thrower, doesn't know how to do tricks, his talent for using ninja tools has been doubled, and with the blessing of dynamic visuals, his accuracy has been greatly improved. Although it still failed in the end, Uchiha Shisui's siege had been solved. Seeing this, Nobuta wins and retreats. Hashida Shoaki also joined Uchiha Shisui, standing side by side, panting and asking, "Are you okay?" Uchiha Shisui shook his head, "It's just a minor injury." Shin Taiketsu's eyes fell on Hashida Shoaki and said secretly, "It seems that this kid's physical strength is almost exhausted, so let's kill him first." "No, kill these 2 brats. Call out." Shin Taiketsu casually threw a shuriken and shot it at Hashida Shoaki, shouting, "Up!" The 3 of them rushed forward. Shin Taiketsu saw Uchiha Shisui forming the seal, and immediately knew that he was going to release the fire escape ninjutsu. He immediately inserted the tachi into the ground and quickly formed the seal. Water escape water formation wall. A curtain of water lay in front of the 3 charging ninjas. However, Uchiha Shisui seemed to be a beat slower, and did not use the powerful fireball technique. Cunning little devil! Nobuyoshi was secretly angry that he was deceived into a ninjutsu, but just when he was about to remove the water curtain, Shoki Hashida threw out 3 ninja tools one after another. The first item is a shuriken, the second item is a grenade, and the third item is a kunao. The 3 are connected in a line, and the distance between them is extremely small, so that the speed of the grenades and shurikens behind them does not drop much after passing through the water curtain. Smart kid, but such tricks are of no use to me. Nobu Taketsu secretly sneered. That brat thought that this would force him to withdraw his water escape, and then that Uchiha brat could use fire escape. That's too much to underestimate him. Maintaining the water release ninjutsu, Shin Taketsu raised his foot and kicked the tachi in front of him. The tachi flew up and accurately hit the kunao, knocking it away. The shuriken at the front, because it passed through the water curtain and consumed its potential energy, fell before it reached him. Opposite me, Xingxia Zaihuyi smiled, back off. Hashida Shoki and Uchiha Shisui ducked and hid behind the tree. The next moment, the grenade exploded in the air, and the moment the fire started, a large number of tiny iron beads flew everywhere. Puff puff! Shinta Masaru, who was the closest, had his head smashed, and the water curtain lost control and immediately fell with a crash. The other 3 enemies didn't know what happened, but their bodies were pierced by iron beads flying from behind. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 The True Profession of the Third Kazekage. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Walking out from behind the tree, Uchiha Shisui looked at the corpses on the ground with astonishment. This was the first time he had seen the power of a grenade. Hashida Shoki was very satisfied with the first battle with the grenade, and smiled and said, "It's a small design, Shisui, you will know about it later." Uchiha Shisui understood immediately and nodded without asking further questions. Stepping forward, Xingxia Xiu opened his mouth and fired a ball of fire, covering the entire body and setting it on fire. With his amount of chakra, although he couldn't melt those iron beads, it was enough to destroy the traces of the battlefield, making it impossible for anyone to see through the mystery of the grenade. After doing this, Hashida Shoki and Uchiha Shisui turned around and chased Kurama Sanayo. 10 minutes later, Hashida Shoki and Kurama Sanayo met up with Kurama Sanayo and returned the same way. After entering the Land of Fire, they were supported by an ANBU team. Unlike the previous Sarutobi Shinoshuke, all members of this ANBU team wore animal masks. If you are not a familiar person, it is difficult to tell their identity. And these people did not talk to Hashixia Shoki and the others, but were distributed on the periphery to protect Hashixia Shoki and the 4 others. Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo took the time to rest. Hashida Shoki took another soldier's food pill, and then continued to treat Haneda Koichi's injuries. He is not very proficient in palm senjutsu, and it will take longer to heal the deep wounds on Haneda Koichi's body, which means more chakra will be consumed. As for Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Shinoshuke, the latter Hashida Shoki didn't know the specific strength, but he believed in Namikaze Minato and the Flying Thunder God. Time passes little by little. An hour later, those ANBU ninjas suddenly made some movement, and 2 of them headed west. Hashida Shoki and Uchiha Shisui looked at each other, both showing joy. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Namikaze Minato to appear in everyone's sight. Minato-sensei. Hashida Shoki and the other 2 people all came forward to greet him. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "You have completed this mission very well." Over there, Sarutobi Shinoshuke also came over after handing over to the ANBU team, and said to Shoki Hashida, "Shoki, I'm sorry, you couldn't bring back your kunao." After hearing this, Shoki Hashida hurriedly spat out the beautiful words, "Ninja tools are only consumables, but companions are not." This sentence made everyone raise their eyebrows. While Namikaze Minato and the others were thinking about it secretly, Kurama Sanayo was already shouting excitedly, "Shoki's words are so right. Sarutobi Shinashuk also nodded appreciatively, feeling from the bottom of his heart that his father had seen the right person. Namikaze Minato patted Hoshida Shuki on the shoulder and said with a smile, "You guys are doing a good job. Let's rest first, and then we can set off back to Konoha." Hoshida Shuki and the other three nodded, they really needed to rest. However, after the handover with Sarutobi Shinashuk, the ANBU team took Haneda Koichi back to Konoha first. In the woods, while taking a rest, Kurama Sanayo couldn't help but ask, "Minato-sensei, are you a Suna ninja?" Namikaze Minato glanced at Sarutobi Shinashuk, then nodded, "It's the Suna ninja. Related to our last mission, there are signs of Suna ninja and Hanzo joining forces, and it's because of the river country." Uchiha Shisui quickly asked, "Minato-sensei, are the Suna ninja planning to join forces with the Rain ninja to fight for the kingdom of the river with us? What's the benefit of doing this to the Sand ninja? Even if we join forces with the Rain ninja to take over the river country, the benefits still need to be distributed." Namikaze Minato nodded, "Shisui, your analysis is correct, but the Suna ninja have the upper hand when facing the Rain ninja, but they are at a disadvantage when facing us Konoha. Secondly, the river country has not turned against us, Konoha." "What?" Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo were both stunned and couldn't understand. After all, the evidence from the last mission was complete. Could the daimyo of the river country turn a blind eye to the evil deeds of the Sand ninja? Hoshida Shuki thought, "Minato-sensei, there shouldn't be more than a competition for the river country's mission, right?" Sarutobi Shinashuk was surprised, but Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "As expected of Shuki." And Hoshida Shuki looked at Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo, "For the daimyo of the river country, that village actually doesn't matter. Being caught between major powers, the best situation is to swing from side to side and gain benefits, rather than completely surrendering to one side, unless that side has absolute strength." Having said that, Hoshida Shuki doubted whether Danzo was involved. "It's not that he's Black Danzo, it's that this guy is a radical." Sarutobi Hiruzen left the dirty work to Danzo, and at the same time gave Danzo the opportunity to accumulate his own strength and ambition. What happened in that village last time? Would Danzo throw the evidence in front of the daimyo of the river country, and then kindly convince the daimyo of the river country to completely abandon the Suna ninja? Now, Hoshida Shuki even believes that Danzo will use a tough attitude to force the river country. Or even, if you make some malicious speculations, could Danzo intentionally use this to stir up disputes? After hearing Hoshida Shuki's words, Uchiha Shisui fell into deep thought, while Kurama Sanayo was puzzled. He doesn't understand politics. Hoshida Shuki doesn't understand it very well, but he understands a little. After resting for about 2 hours, Hoshida Shuki and the other 5 people set off back to Konoha. It was already night when they arrived. After handing in the mission at the Hokage building, Namikaze Minato announced a 3-day holiday. After disbanding and going home, Hoshixia Zaiuyi took a nice bath and then went out for a big meal. When I came out of the hotel, I happened to see Tianyun wearing a kimono. Her graceful figure was pleasing to the eye. She immediately stepped forward and said, "Sister Tianyun." Tianyun turned around and looked at Hoshixia Zaiuyi in surprise. "Zaiuyi, didn't you say it would take half a month?" Hoshixia Zaiuyi smiled and said, "The mission ended early." He looked up and down at the bumpy Tianyun, and joked, "Sister Tianyun is dressed so beautifully, are you going on a blind date?" A red cloud appeared on Tianyun's face, and then he snorted softly, "Am I the one who needs a blind date?" Then he added, "I came out with my sister, who is about to get engaged." "Elder sister? Got engaged?" It was the first time Hoshixia Zaiuyi knew that Tianyun had a sister, and he quickly smiled and congratulated her. 26. Tianyun put his arm around Hoshixia Zaiuyi's shoulders and said, "If you are in the village then, you must come as a distinguished guest of our family." Xingxia Zaiuyi agreed, and he didn't mind getting closer to Tianyun's family at all. After returning home, he threw the bags on the ground and Xingziaxiu threw himself on the sofa. Sure enough, no matter where you are, shopping with women is the most tiring. After spending an hour shopping with Tianyun, he felt even more tired than when he was on a mission. But Tianyun also bought him a lot of things. Clothes, shoes, Megatama pendants, etc. After taking a rest, Hashixiaxiu packed up the things Tianyun gave him and then fell asleep. Go to bed early today and start a 3-day assault training tomorrow. As for vacation, does not exist. However, when Hashida Shuaki fell asleep beautifully, the Hokage building was still brightly lit. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu, and Mito Kaden were gathered together at this moment. Danzo, you shouldn't force river country like that, that is a daimyo after all. Mito Kabuto complained. Danzo said calmly, but facts have proven that our methods are still too weak. If the third Kazekage can help the river country find iron ore, it is inevitable that the river country will fall to the sand ninja. Unless we let the daimyo of river country know that without Konoha, they will not be able to mine iron ore with peace of mind. You know, there are a lot of ninja organizations in the Kingdom of Rain now. Since Suna Ninja and Rain Ninja can hire them to deal with us, it is natural for these ninja organizations to enter the Kingdom of River. So, it's not going to be that hard to get this thing sorted out once and for all. After turning to bed, Koharu said, what Danzo said makes sense. We are not talking about whose responsibility it is now. She looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, what are you going to do about this? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and said solemnly, the tasks of the river country must not be thrown away. Besides, Hanzo and Suna Ninja cannot be allowed to join forces. Danzo, leave this matter to the roots. Although he was a little disappointed, Danzo still nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, as for the cooperation between River Country and Sand Ninja, I will let Sakumo investigate this matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 34-1. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Konoha 39, April 4th. Xingziaxiu spent an early morning together. After washing and putting on his black training uniform, he trotted out the door. Let's do a 10 kilometers run around the village first. With brisk steps, Xiaoyi disappeared under the stars into the morning light. 10 minutes later, a familiar voice came. It's Metkai. Sure enough, Hashida Shuaki soon saw Metkai turning the corner and coming towards him, standing upside down. When Metkai looked up, he also saw Hashixia Shuaki, and he stood up in surprise. Shuaki, you're back. Hashixia Shuaki stopped, smiled, and said, yes, I returned to the village last night. How about it, Kai, let's have a competition. Metkai didn't want it and immediately agreed, this is what I want to say. If I don't win, as punishment, I will have to do another frog jump around the village after school this afternoon. Shuaki Hashida continued, if we don't win, then punish me and Kakashi by having a taijutsu showdown. Then let's get started. Metkai was so passionate that he turned over and stood on his head. Shuaki Hashida also immediately turned over and stood side by side with Metkai. Then they all used their hands as legs and feet to move in the air. The two walked around the village, sweating under the morning light, like the most beautiful scenery. 20 minutes later, the two returned to the starting point one after another, and then leaned against the wooden wall to breathe heavily. Shuaki Hashida lost. But he felt very clearly that his physical strength had greatly improved. It's great to have doubled your physique. After digging and digging, it won't be a problem to not only double the chakra, but at least increase it by 2/3 on the original basis. Hashida Hyde chatted with Metkai while taking a rest. 10 minutes later, Kai went to school and Hashida Hyde went home to have breakfast. After breakfast, he went to the place where he often trained to continue his practice. Walking on the river holding a big stone. Walking on the cliff holding a big stone. This is physical training and chakra control training at the same time. After training in the morning, he went back to the village's shopping street to eat and drink. Hoshide Shuaki needed a lot of nourishment. And when he came to the place of practice again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he saw Kakashi hanging with one hand on the cliff. Xingxia showed a smile for a moment. Taijutsu expert, this entry depends on Kakashi. So when Kakashi climbed to the top of the cliff, he saw Hoshide Shuaki's invitation with a smile on his face. Kakashi, let's have a taijutsu showdown to see if you have slacked off in your practice during this time. Kakashi was a little helpless, although I'm happy to, at least wait until I have a rest before coming again, right? Of course. Hoshide Shuaki smiled and took out some salt water from his bag and threw it to Kakashi. Kakashi was not polite, took it and drank it in a big gulp. The two of them were sitting side by side on the edge of the cliff. Hoshide Shuaki asked casually, "Have you learned any new ninjutsu recently?" Kakashi said, "The nature of thunder chakra changes." Hoshide Shuaki was slightly surprised when he heard this. "So, your earth release has completed the practice of changing its nature?" Kakashi nodded lightly, "Yet." Hoshide Shuaki gave a thumbs up. Kakashi was born with 2 changes in chakra properties, earth release and thunder release. This means that when practicing earth release and thunder release ninjutsu, you can use the corresponding earth release and thunder release ninjutsu without first undergoing special training to change the nature of chakra. For example, Kakashi mastered the ninjutsu earth release, earth style wall very early and used it many times in practical classes at the ninja school. But the same ninjutsu has different powers when performed by different people. There are 2 main influencing factors, the amount of chakra and the change in chakra properties. For example, the technique of wind release spiral shuriken is the dual ultimate expression of the changes in the nature of wind release chakra and the change in form. This is also the reason why Shuaki Hoshide was able to practice fire escape before without specifically training the changes in fire escape chakra properties. Because he was born with the change of nature of fire escape. Of course, by practicing 5 fire release ninjutsu in a row, Shuaki Hoshide actually completed the practice of changing the nature of fire release chakra during this process. But he hasn't started the fang escape yet. After resting for half an hour, Hoshide Shuaki and Kakashi set up their formations to start a taijutsu showdown. For a time, dust was flying and sweat was splashing. The two of them fought from the top of the cliff to the ground and then to the river. The more he beat Kakashi, the more frightened he became. Suppressed, completely suppressed. Although he focuses on ninjutsu, physical skills are the most basic and he has never relaxed. He has not slacked off at all during this period and has made a lot of progress. After all, there is Kai, the overly enthusiastic guy, supervising me, and there is the overly self-disciplined guy in front of me for comparison. It's the nerve reaction speed. This guy Shuaki's nervous reaction speed has become faster again. Kakashi soon realized the mystery, and the weight of his fists and kicks immediately increased, and the frequency of attacks continued to increase. However, Shuaki Hoshide took it completely. And it seems a little relaxed. 10 minutes later, Kakashi fell weakly to the grass. His energy was exhausted, not a drop left. Even though Hoshide Shuaki was sweating profusely and gasping for air, he was still standing. Happy. This was the first time he won the taijutsu duel with Kakashi, and he finally took a big step towards the entry of taijutsu expert. In the evening, Hoshide Shuaki, who had worked hard all day, lay in the bathtub and took a bath. He closed his eyes in great comfort and thought about the next practice plan. The entry Ninja Tool Expert has been obtained. Taijutsu Expert needs to defeat Kakashi 50 times in taijutsu duels. This is the first time today, and it will take a lot of time. Moreover, after today, Kakashi will only work harder, and he will definitely not slack off. So, which direction should we focus on next? Which entry did you get? Medical Expert? Wind Escape Expert? Doppelgangers expert? Instantaneous expert? Hashixia Shoaki's eyes wandered over the grey leaves of the entry tree. For ninjutsu experts, basically the condition for lighting up and activating is the number of ninjutsu. If Shoaki Hashida is from the ninja clan, he has ninjutsu resources. Of the previous fire releases, 2 were left behind by his father, 1 was learned from Obito Uchiha, and the remaining 2 were from Tianyun. At present, Shoaki Hashida has mastered a basic clone technique and a shadow clone technique, and is still short of 3 clone techniques. He possesses fire escape and wind escape, which means that he needs to develop another change in chakra properties in order to practice the corresponding clone technique. The situation is similar with the technique of instantaneous body. Ninjutsu resources. Hashixia Zaihuyi sighed. Then specialize in medical expert, followed by wind escape expert. 27. Hashida Shoaki has made a decision. The medical ninjutsu resource is Yakushi no Yuari, and the wind release ninjutsu resource can be obtained from the teacher Minato Namikaze. Besides, his position in the team is that of a medical ninja, so his personality cannot be ruined. Wow! Shoaki Hashida finished taking a bath, got dressed and immediately went out to the orphanage. Tonight, he planned to sleep with the dean, pharmacist Nono, and learn about medical ninjutsu. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Sword Expert. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. The 3 days of vacation passed in the blink of an eye. January 39, Konoha 4. Hashida Shoaki and Uchiha Shisui met at the same place. After waiting for a while, Namikaze Minato appeared. Shoaki. Namikaze Minato raised his hand and handed out a scroll. Minato-sensei, this is... Hashida Shoaki reached out and took it. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, I specially applied for Konoha-style swordsmanship from the 3rd Hokage. I see Shoaki that you are already proficient in using a short sword. This is just right for you. Hashida Shoaki was immediately overjoyed and bowed quickly, thank you Minato-sensei. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, I have never practiced swordsmanship specifically, so I can't give you guidance on specific practices. However, the swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan is also very powerful in Konoha style. Shisui will be a very good opponent for you. Uchiha Shisui immediately smiled and said, if Shoaki needs anything, just ask. Xingxiaxiu thanked him repeatedly. He won't be polite. After putting away the scroll, Namikaze Minato announced, this mission is to go to the Daming Mansion. It will take about 7 days. You should make preparations and meet at the entrance of the village in half an hour. Understand? Hashida Shoaki and the others immediately dispersed. When he got home and packed his things, Hashixia Shoaki looked at the entry tree in his mind. On the entry tree, the entry sword expert appears. It didn't trigger after I mastered the use of the dagger before, but I didn't expect it to happen now. Entry, knife expert. Acquisition conditions, master the Konoha-style swordsmanship specified by Namikaze Minato, and win the swordsmanship duel with Hitaki Kakashi. Effect, the sword skill talent is increased by 100%, and the quality of designated ninja tools is increased by 100%. Looking at the acquisition conditions, Hashixia Shoaki couldn't laugh or cry. It's Kakashi again. Fortunately, although it is a duel of swordsmanship, the competition is not pure swordsmanship. Shoaki Hashida felt that he was not sure if he could beat Kakashi simply with sword skills. After all, Kakashi was taught by Hitaki Sakumo, and his talent was absolutely amazing. As for the sword, why is it swordsmanship? In fact, in the ninja world, swords include swords. At the same time, the sword will be called a real sword. Therefore, whether it is a knife or a sword, it is called swordsmanship. In fact, Konoha-style swordsmanship covers a very wide range, and it is just a general term in itself. For example, the Uchiha clan's swordsmanship, Hitaki's swordsmanship, and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's flying thunder god / all belong to it. There are also films such as Dance of the Three Suns and Moon, Moon Shadow, Konoha Ryu Willow, which are all very representative. Putting the scroll into his backpack, Hashida Shuaki went out and went straight to the entrance of the village. After meeting with Minato Namikaze and others, he left the village and went straight to the Daming mansion along the road. However, this mission has plenty of time, so the speed is not very fast. On the way, Namikaze Minato introduced the mission to the three of them. This time, I actually went there at the invitation of the daimyo. Daimyo. Kurama Sanyang's eyes widened suddenly, and he asked quite excitedly, "Does the daimyo already know about us?" Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "No, it is the daimyo who wants to form his own ninja guard and has already recruited a few people. He wants to ask the village to send ninjas to communicate, so the third Hokage gave us this task." Kurama Sanyo was slightly disappointed, but then he doubted, "Isn't Konoha a ninja village in the Land of Fire? Why does the daimyo need to form his own ninja guard? Can't he just ask the village to send people there?" This was what Uchiha Shisui was confused about, and he couldn't help but look at Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato looked at Hashida Shuaki. "Shuaki, what do you think?" Hashida Shuaki pretended to think for a moment and said, "The Hokage is the Hokage, and the daimyo is the daimyo. The Land of Fire is the Land of Fire, and the daimyo is the daimyo." Anma Shanyang was confused. Uchiha Shisui was thoughtful. Namikaze Minato said, "Although the village can send out ninja teams to take turns guarding the daimyo, for the daimyo, after all, it is not as useful as ninjas who directly take orders from themselves." Hashida Shuaki continued, "It's like the Hokage has an ANBU directly under him, instead of giving orders to use the roots." Anma Shanyang suddenly realized, "That's it." Namikaze Minato was secretly surprised. What a keen sense of touch. There was nothing before the Second Ninja War. After the war, the Hokage's orders to the roots were indeed only through Danzo, the leader of the roots, rather than issuing orders directly. Of course, this is normal under normal circumstances. Just like the Hokage would not directly order Hashida Shuaki, Uchiha Shisui, and Kurama Sanyo to perform a certain task, but would give orders to him, the leading jounin, unless the leading jounin was absent. But now Northeast by East and Danzo. Namikaze Minato frowned secretly. At this time, Uchiha Shisui thought, just like a ninja tool, borrowing someone else's is naturally not as good as having your own. Xingxiushu nodded and said, "That's right, and people have thoughts, but they are more difficult to master than the tools of endurance." Namikaze Minato smiled and changed the subject. "Okay, this is the mission situation. Behave well when you get to the Daming mansion. Let the daimyo know that Konoha's ninjas are the best. Understand? Don't worry Minato-sensei, no one will look down on us." Although the topic has changed, Hashida Shuaki's thoughts are still there. The daimyo wants to train his own ninja, so is this the beginning of the 12 Guardian Ninja? This reminded Hashida Shuaki of Sarutobi Asuma. Then he thought of Yuanfei Shinashuk. Compared to his brother, Sarutobi Asuma does seem quite rebellious. When he was in the ninja school, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to preach about the will of fire, but this guy contradicted him several times. But for someone who is only 5 or 6 years old, it is normal. Kakashi didn't pull too. Maybe I'm the outlier. Hashida Shuaki laughed secretly. At noon, Hashixia Zaihui and 4 others arrived at Daming Mansion, the largest and most prosperous city in the Fire Country. The sky is clear and the streets are very lively, making people dizzy. Namikaze Minato was not in a hurry to see the daimyo, so he took Hashida Shuaki and the others shopping and bought a lot of snacks. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hashida Shuaki and 4 others entered the daimyo's official residence and met the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was slightly dissatisfied when he saw Hashida Shuaki and the others. "The Hokage just asked you to come. a young man who looked no more than 20 years old, and the other 3 were children. The Hokage was looking down on him and perfunctory him. At this time, Hashida Shuaki and the 4 others were kneeling on one knee. After hearing this, Namikaze Minato raised his head slightly and said, "Don't worry, Daimyo Dano, Shisui and the others are all very good genin. They have killed several times in the land of rain to one's own enemies. As for me, I am also a jonin of Konoha. I am willing to accept any test from you, and I will never let you down." The name of the fire country was noncommittal and said calmly, "In that case, let's give it a try." After saying that, he covered his mouth with his fan and gave some instructions to the attendant next to him. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 is too slow. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Daming Mansion, an extremely spacious training ground. Hashida Shuaki and the others saw several ninjas recruited by the Fire Country Daimyo. There were 6 people in total, all men. 2 of them were older and looked to be 40 years old. The other 4 were slightly younger, but looked older than Namikaze Minato, probably over 20 years old. The eyes are fierce. Wandering ninjas recruited from nowhere? Hashida Zaiwichi secretly cursed. A young man wearing a black robe across from him curled his lips and said, "There is no one in Konoha anymore, so just let a few brats come to test us. There are hundreds of millions of arrogant people." The middle-aged man with a goatee next to him smiled and said, "Don't underestimate these brats. They are from the great ninja village. If you underestimate them on the battlefield, you will die miserably." He clearly said not to look down upon him, but Hashida Shuaki saw contempt, evil bloodthirsty, and excitement in this guy's eyes. "What happened to the child? Has the child eaten your milk powder?" Kurama Sanayo couldn't help but harden his fists. These 2 guys are really infuriating. Namikaze Minato comforted him, "Sanayo, please be patient." At this time, another young man on the opposite side spoke, "By the way, how do we start the assessment? There are 6 of us. If we go together, it would be a bit too bullying, right?" The young man in black robe shouted, "Hey, boss, if we beat them to death later, Konoha won't come to trouble us, right?" As soon as these words came out, the other 4 people also turned their heads to look. The man called the boss is a middle-aged man with a scar on the left and right sides of his face. His expression was stiff, and most of the time his gaze fell on Namikaze Minato opposite. 28. At this moment, when he heard the inquiry from his subordinates, he said calmly, "If you don't want to die, I advise you not to do that. It's okay to be arrogant, but don't be stupid." At this time, the waiter of the Fire Country Daimyo spoke loudly, "Minato Jounin, Kenichi Jounin, this exchange is divided into 2 stages. First, individual duel. 4 people on each side, taking turns to duel 1-on-1. Second, team battle, 4 versus 4. 2 Jounin, do you have any opinions?" Namikaze Minato said, "No." Gujianyi also said immediately, "No." The waiter nodded, "Very good, let's get started. Your Excellency the Daimyo has already said that for every victory, the winner will receive a reward of 100,000 taels. And each victory is worth 1 point. The Daimyo Dano will also reward the winning side with a treasure. It is a kusanagi sword handed down from ancient times. It cuts iron like clay and has excellent chakra conduction. Sex." As soon as he said this, a serious look finally appeared on Gujianyi's stiff face. Money is important, but a good weapon can save your life. And having money may not necessarily buy you a kusanagi sword, which can be used to guide chakra. So, Gujianyi looked at his 5 subordinates with cold eyes and said, "Get serious and don't be careless, otherwise I don't mind making him look good." The 5 young men in black robes were immediately frightened and stopped their playful attitude. "Boss, let me take the lead." The young man in black robe spoke. Gujianyi nodded slightly. On the opposite side, seeing the young man in black robe moving forward, Minato Namikaze looked at Uchiha Shisui. However, Hashida Shuaki raised his hand and said, "Minato-sensei, let me do the first one." Namikaze Minato did not refuse, nodded, and said, "Okay, Shuaki will go first, don't worry too much about the outcome." "Understand?" Hashida Hyde nodded and stepped forward, taking out the kunao at the same time, holding a senbon in his mouth, and pulled out the Tienkong sword with his right hand. "A kid who's good at close combat." The young man in black robe stared at Hashida Shuaki, but at this age, even a genius, how much chakra does he have to release ninjutsu? Before the battle even started, the young man in black robe had already positioned Hashida Shuaki. It's really Hashixia's gesture that goes too far. The three of them, Namikaze Minato, were already used to it. This was Hashida Shuaki's style. Everything he exposed was to confuse the enemy. Although Shuaki Hashida is indeed good at close combat, for Uchiha Shisui, if it weren't for his super-fast nerve reaction speed, Shuaki Hashida's physical skills and use of ninja tools would be his younger brother. However, there is no but in reality. Super-fast neural reaction speed is Shuaki Hashida's talent, which cannot be ignored. "You're just a brat, you don't know how to hide your information." The young man in black robe laughed secretly, but decided to use his full strength to give the kid in front of him a little shock. Of course, also for the reward of 100,000 taels. "Hey kid, don't cry later." The young man in black robe shouted loudly, and then he stepped forward and rushed forward. His hands reached out from the wide sleeves of his robe, and several shurikens flew towards Hashida Shuaki. Hashixia Shuaki raised his hand to block easily without moving his body at all. At this moment, the young man in black robe suddenly turned and threw the shuriken around the side. Then when Hashida Shuaki blocked the shuriken, he quickly inserted it from the blind corner of his sight and directly hit Hashida Shuaki. At this moment, two sharp long swords were protruded from the broad sleeves of the black-robed young man. Hashixia Shiu fell on one side, and the two sharp swords almost missed his ears. Bang bang! Hashixia Zaiuyi put one hand on the ground and kicked the black-robed young man's wrist with both feet. Although the black-robed young man's sword was not released, it still caused him pain and his body fell back. Xingxia Zaiuyi stood up and rushed forward to the young man in black robe. His arms were as fast as after images, and the light of the sword enveloped the young man in black robe. Ding 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 ding! The sound of gold and iron clashing came and went, and sparks shot out. Too slow! Too slow! Hashida Shuaki beat faster and faster, and kept taunting him. The speed of this kid! The young man in black robe widened his eyes and sweat broke out on his forehead. "We can't go on like this." The young man in black robe felt something was wrong. He shook his sleeves and two waves of black energy surged out, covering both himself and Zaiuyi Xingxia at the same time. "Poison gas! You kid, go to hell!" The young man in black robe laughed ferociously, and two chains whizzed out from his sleeve robe, entangling Zaiuyi Xingxia. Because the antidote had been hidden in his mouth for a long time and had been bitten, he was not afraid of the poisonous gas at all. Looking at Hashixia Shuaki, who was holding his breath and his hands were restrained, the young man in black robe slowly stepped forward. Outside, Kurama Sanayo looked surprised. "Shuaki." Namikaze Minato held Kurama Sanayo's shoulder. "Be patient, don't forget that Shuaki is a medical ninja." In the black poisonous gas, the young man in black robe suddenly stopped, because Shuaki Hashida, who was entangled in chains, suddenly turned into a rabbit and got rid of the chains. But even though his hands were tied, how could he perform the transformation technique? Before the young man in black robe could react, Rabbit had already jumped into the air with his legs, tearing away the black poisonous gas, and then released the transformation and returned to his human form. Hashida Shuaki, who was in the air, chewed on senbon, took a commonly used antidote pill, opened his mouth, puffed up his cheeks, and then spit it out. Art fire escape ho fireball. On the ground, the young man in black robe also completed the seal almost at the same time. He opened his mouth and spat out, and dragon-shaped flames rose into the sky. Rumble! The fire exploded, heat waves of flames spread out, and the poisonous gas completely dissipated. But then the young man in black couldn't help but exclaimed, "How is that possible? I saw a large number of flames falling from the sky." Fire release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Boom boom boom. The young man in black robe fled in panic. After Hashida Shuaki landed from the air, the bitten Qianbon suddenly shot out, hitting the neck of the young man in black robe who had just avoided a ball of flames from the side with great precision. The young man in black robe covered his neck, looked at Hashixia Shuaki, and quickly shouted, "I give up." Hashida Shuaki stretched out his hand, "Antidote." Although he had only inhaled a trace amount of poisonous gas and had taken antidote pills, there were no obvious signs of poisoning in his body at the moment, but he still planned to get the antidote just in case. Although the young man in black robe was unwilling, he honestly took out a box and gave it to Hashida Shuaki. Hashida Shuaki took it and opened it. There were 2 pills. He immediately took one and threw it to the young man in black robe. The young man in black robe looked ugly, but he still had to open his mouth and swallow. Seeing that nothing happened to the young man in black robe, Hashida Shuaki nodded with satisfaction. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Shisui's Instantaneous Technique. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. The first show Under the Stars got off to a good start and won 100,000 taels. But what surprised everyone was that the young man in black robe was rubbed on the neck by Gu Jianyi when he returned. Kurama Sanayo was so surprised that he was speechless. Namikaze Minato reminded solemnly, "Shisui, Sanayo, you should be careful next time. If the Jonin on the other side is so ruthless, the remaining people will definitely fight tooth and nail." Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo nodded in unison, "Understood." At this time, the middle-aged man with a goatee from across the street came out. Namikaze Minato immediately said, "Shisui, you are going to fight this time?" "Yes, Minato-sensei." Uchiha Shisui stepped out, then leaned forward, walking faster and faster, and ran straight towards the middle-aged man with a goatee opposite. Shhhhhhh. The middle-aged man with a goatee launched a series of exploratory attacks with shurikens, but was easily blocked and avoided by Uchiha Shisui, without even opening his Sharingan. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Shisui collided with the middle-aged man with a goatee. Kunao and Kunao kept fighting, and sparks flew everywhere. The two of them leaped forward and moved quickly on the battlefield of Nyuta. Hashixia Zaihuyi and others followed closely. Although he did not open his Sharingan and did not draw out the short sword on his back, Uchiha Shisui was still on par with the middle-aged man with the goatee. Suddenly, the middle-aged man with a goatee quickly retreated from the attack, formed seals with his hands, and then stomped the ground hard. Centered on the middle-aged man with the goatee, the ground suddenly cracked and spread rapidly in all directions. 2 of the cracks sandwiched Uchiha Shisui. The next moment, starting from the crack, a large number of sharp stone pillars emerged from the ground and spread rapidly towards the center where Uchiha Shisui's fighting strength was. However, Uchiha Shisui obviously knew a lot about seals, and he had already noticed that the middle-aged man with the goatee was using earth release ninjutsu, and he jumped up first. But at this moment, the middle-aged man with a goatee clasped his hands together, and those sharp stone pillars grew again. This caused Uchiha Shisui to lose his place to stay. The upward momentum was exhausted, Uchiha Shisui's figure fell, but his hands also completed the seal. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Boom! The fireball shattered several sharp stone pillars. Uchiha Shisui fell, his Sharingan opened, and he pulled out the short sword from his back. But the middle-aged man with a goatee made another seal, "It's not over yet." On the original stone pillars, more smaller sharp stone pillars proliferated and rushed towards Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui's eyes moved, his body moved at high speed, and he waved the short knife in his hand, cutting off the stone pillars that were thrust at him. At this moment, he seemed to be dancing on the tip of a knife. Hashida Shuaki, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but sweat for Uchiha Shisui. This middle-aged man with a goatee turned out to be a ninja who was proficient in earth escape. With this earth escape ninjutsu, his strength was at least among the best among Choyunin, and could even be said to be a special jounin. Soon, Uchiha Shisui broke out of the cracks and stone pillars. And even with the Sharingan, he was inevitably injured, with several scratches on his body and blood flowing out. Uchiha Shisui, who broke out of the range of earth release ninjutsu, immediately put away his sword and formed seals with his hands. 29. The Art of Instantaneous Body. Uchiha Shisui's figure immediately split into two, and then moved around the earth release ninjutsu range at high speed, and more Uchiha Shisui appeared at once. Hashida Shuaki was shocked when he saw it. It was the first time he saw Uchiha Shisui use this technique. Could this be the technique that originated from the title Shunshen Shisui? Has it been developed so quickly? However, Kurama Sanyang next to him was surprised and said, "Shadow clone, no, it's an illusion." Namikaze Minato said, "It is indeed a genjutsu, a very powerful genjutsu. It actually creates a genjutsu clone. What a genius idea! Illusion clone?" Even Kurama Sanayo, a person from the Genjutsu ninja clan, couldn't understand it for a while. Shouldn't the figure created by illusion be an illusion? Hashida Shuaki thought for a moment and asked, "Minato-sensei, do those clones have chakra reactions?" Namikaze Minato nodded, "That's right. Among the three, he is the only one who has the sensory ninjutsu, so he can sense that the phantoms that Kurama Sanayo thinks are illusions are filled with chakra. This is not only different from ordinary phantoms, but also different from ordinary clone techniques." On the stone pillar, the middle-aged man with a goatee was also observing the figures of Uchiha Shisui, and he quickly made a test and threw a shuriken. One shuriken passed through the bodies of Uchiha Shisui one after another, without causing any damage, passing directly through, and at the same time, those Uchiha Shisui did not disperse. It's not a shadow clone, it's a brat from the Uchiha clan. Is it a genjutsu? The middle-aged man with a goatee snorted coldly. At this time, Uchiha Shisui entered the range of earth release ninjutsu one by one. The middle-aged man with a goatee clasped his hands together again and sneered, "Although I can't tell which one is the main body, but, just attack them all." The stone pillars were activated again, piercing through each Uchiha Shisui, but their attacks kept failing. The middle-aged man with a goatee broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. How is that possible? Each one a phantom. His true body is hiding. I'm still in his illusion. Is this to consume my chakra? He had attacked every Uchiha Shisui, but all of them had no effect. At this time, 3 Uchiha Shisui had already reached the middle-aged man with the goatee and struck down with their swords. The middle-aged man with a goatee let go of his hand and used his kunao to resist. Clang! The attack is totally quality. The middle-aged man with a goatee was in disbelief. How is that possible? Another Uchiha Shisui dagger fell, and he raised his other hand to resist. There was a clang, and the attack was also real. The third Uchiha Shisui's hand was immediately placed on the neck of the middle-aged man with the goatee. The cold touch made the latter's hair stand on end, but he still shouted, "Impossible! It's all an illusion! Ha ha ha, I won't admit defeat!" Uchiha Shisui looked at the middle-aged man with a goatee and said, "In that case." Puff! Uchiha Shisui drew his knife. The middle-aged man with a goatee dropped the kunao in his hands to the ground, and then covered his neck that was bleeding continuously. It is actually true. Kurama Sanyang was equally shocked when he saw this scene. How was this done? Could it be that Shisui can also control the 5 senses and make genjutsu attacks materialize? Namikaze Minato couldn't answer this question, because even he couldn't fully understand Uchiha Shisui's teleportation technique. Illusion and clone and instantaneous body technique? Namikaze Minato wasn't entirely sure. Hashida Shuiki's knowledge reserve cannot be compared with Namikaze Minato, but from Namikaze Minato's answer, coupled with Uchiha Shisui's performance of the teleportation technique, he also feels that this teleportation technique has a huge difference with illusion relationship. But no matter what, Uchiha Shisui won the second game. After returning, Hashida Shuiki immediately treated his wounds. And next, Kurama Sanayo appeared. His opponent was a young man with a sword on his waist who looked more like a samurai than a ninja. PS4 1120210410192413019301816325731605212302230652123022365661. 3. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Eightfold Wall Sword. Please recommend monthly ticket to follow up. Compared to Hashida Shuiki and Uchiha Shisui, Kurama Sanayo can be said to be a pure illusion ninja. Therefore, his battle was different from the two of them. Before his opponent rushed in front of him, he had already formed a seal with his hands to cast the illusion. Illusion, this is not the right art. This is a visual illusion that blinds the enemy's eyes and makes everything the enemy sees covered with a layer of false illusion. However, the Tato youth was obviously very experienced in combat. After missing the first blow, he decisively closed his eyes before Kurama Sanayo could attack. Clang! Relying on his hearing, the Tato young man blocked Kurama Sanayo, who came from behind with incomparable precision. Kurama Sanayo retreated even if his attack failed, and did not engage in close combat with the enemy. The young man with the sword also stuck the sword on the ground decisively, and then formed a seal to release the illusion. But Kurama Sanayo, who was retreating, was not idle. Two shurikens were already flying out, so that although the Tachi youth had dispelled the illusion, he had to stay away from his Tachi to avoid the shurikens. Then Kurama Sanayo completed the second illusion. Shuiki didn't recognize this jutsu, it was probably an illusion from the Kurama clan. Just looking at the body reaction of the Taita young man, this technique is obviously all-round. It is not a visual illusion like this is not here that was performed before, but it affects people's five senses at the same time. The young swordsman was running around, muttering to himself, attacking non-existent enemies. After finishing the operation, Kurama Sanayo couldn't help but gasp. After taking a pill, he did not rush to attack, but waited silently for the opportunity. Suddenly, the young swordsman stopped running around and fixed his gaze on Kurama Sanayo with extremely precise eyes. Hashida Zaihoyi looked at it and was slightly shocked. This is pretending to be under an illusion. At this time, Namikaze Minato said, "We surrender in this battle." The technique just now was already the strongest genjutsu that Kurama Sanayo mastered. This technique was seen through by his opponent and used in turn, so there was no need to continue fighting. Fortunately, Kurama Sanayo himself lacked chakra and did not attack immediately after casting the genjutsu, otherwise he would have been hit by the Tato youth. Kurama Sanayo stepped back and lowered his head a little guiltily. "I'm sorry, I was the one who held me back." Hashida Shuiki finished treating Uchiha Shisui and said with a smile, "It's not that you are holding back Sanayo, it's that the enemies you encountered are stronger." Uchiha Shisui nodded in agreement. Namikaze Minato patted Kurama Sanayo's shoulder, he smiled and said, "Shuiki is right, the opponents are different. Besides, we are still one game ahead. It depends on the teacher next," said Namikaze Minato stepped forward. On the opposite side, Hashida Shuiki and the others saw the Jounin Go Kenichi moving out. Jonin vs Jonin. Xingxiu couldn't take his eyes off it, looking forward to it. He had already seen Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God, but he had not seen the other iconic ninjutsu, and he didn't know if it had been created yet. Suddenly, the two opposing people started moving at the same time, so fast that only after images could be seen. So fast! Hashida Shuaki secretly exclaimed. If he hadn't gotten the entry ninja tool expert, which would have fully improved his nerve reaction speed, he might not have been able to catch the two of them at all. Next to him, Uchiha Shisui also opened his Sharingan, otherwise it would be difficult for him to catch the figures of Namikaze and Minato. At this time, Kurama Shanyo exclaimed, "It's too fast, I can't keep up." Hashida Shuaki and Uchiha Shisui were moving their gazes. Ding! Clang! The collision of gold and iron was not very frequent, but Shuaki Hashida could see that Namikaze Minato had the upper hand. Suddenly, Gu Jianyi took the initiative to retreat a long distance, forming seals with his hands to complete the ninjutsu. Water escape, water dragon bullet. Hashida Shuaki raised his head, and the water flow formed a water dragon that soared into the sky, then swooped down and bombarded Minato Namikaze. And Namikaze Minato threw out the kunao in his hand and went straight to Gu Kenichi. This was obviously an unexpected attack, but Gu Kenai had already completed the ninjutsu, so he could easily avoid this kunao. But the next moment, under Gu Kenai's shocked eyes, Namikaze Minato disappeared from where he was. "Where did you go?" Gu Kenai looked around, looking up and down, and then a cold touch appeared on his neck, and Namikaze Minato's voice sounded, "You lose." His body froze. Gu Jianyi slowly turned his head, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "It's so fast." "What do you call me?" "Namikaze Minato." "I understand." Gu Jianyi gave up and didn't even want to fight the last team battle. He just left with the people and corpses without even bothering to say hello to the Fire Nation daimyo. He was not a fool. Although Namikaze Minato and others did not kill anyone, they did not give the Fire Country daimyo face. If you don't know what's interesting, you might die here. Watching Gu Kenichi and others leave, the Fire Country daimyo's expression darkened slightly, and then his fan covered half of his face, with only one pair of eyes looking at the four people from Namikaze Minato. Then he ordered the waiter next to him, "Come to Konoha." While asking for their information, especially those three children. Although the daimyo of the Land of Fire is not a ninja, he can still tell that Namikaze Minato is the strongest. But obviously, it was impossible for Namikaze Minato to be won over by him. But not necessarily those three children. After the waiter responded, the Fire Country daimyo ordered, "Entertain them well." After saying that, the Fire Country daimyo was carried away. Half an hour later, Hashixia Zaihuyi and four others received a grand reception after taking a bath. Not only were there sumptuous delicacies, but there were also bands playing music and graceful dancers dancing. It's a pity that the dance was shown to four blind men. Hashixia Zaihuyi and the others only had food in their eyes, and the storm swept away all the food. After removing the empty cups and saucers, the band and dancers also left, and the waiter from the Fire Country daimyo arrived with someone holding the previous reward. In addition to Kurama Sanayo, Hashixia Hideichi and three others each have 100,000 taels. Of course, the most important thing is the Kusanagi sword promised by the daimyo. 30. Namikaze Minato reached out and took it, thanked him, and drew his sword. Zhang! The sound of the sword clears the sky. Hashishida Shuaki and the others looked at it and saw that it was a single-edged, straight-edged sword about 80 centimeters long. The blade of the sword is silver-white, and the light can tell the difference. But the sword body above the blade is dark in color, not even reflecting the slightest light, and it is clearly distinguishable. The daimyo attendant of the Land of Fire said, "This Kusanagi sword is called the Yigaki sword. It is said to have the power to control the earth, but no one has been able to exert its power so far." Namikaze Minato nodded slightly and then injected chakra. Buzz! The Yigaki sword trembled slightly, and a light green light appeared on the blade. The sharpness suddenly increased sharply, making the hairs of Hashixia Shuaki and others stand on end. However, Namikaze Minato did not sense the unique power in this sword, and it seemed to be just an ordinary chakra sword. Sheathing his sword, Namikaze Minato said to the waiter, "Please thank the daimyo for us. In addition, we have completed this mission." Before Minato Namikaze could finish speaking, the waiter hurriedly said, "Minato Jounin, there is no need to rush back to Konoha. The daimyo Dano has ordered that we stay here temporarily and return to Konoha when the originally planned time is over." Namikaze Minato had no choice but to nod. "That's troublesome." End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Daimyo, please invest in me. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. The waiter leaves. Namikaze Minato held the Yigaki sword and looked at Hashida Shuaki and the others. Uchiha Shisui first said, "Minato-sensei, I am more suitable for short swords." Namikaze Minato then set his sights on Hashida Shuaki. Hashixia showed his hands and said, "Minato-sensei, my Tenkan sword is also a chakra sword. Besides, you deserve the greatest credit this time, Minato-sensei." Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo nodded. Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly. It's not good for subordinates to be too sensible. It's a pity that he doesn't use the sword, so he thought for a moment and said, "Then let me put it away first." Then Minato Namikaze changed his voice and said, "The next period of time should be relatively leisurely. Starting from tomorrow, I will continue my previous practice." "Yes, Minato-sensei." Back at his residence, Hashida Shuaki took out the scroll that Namikaze Minato had given him before and spread it out. Konoha-style swordsmanship came into view. The first is the most basic sword moves, with pictures and explanations, very detailed. Hashida Shuaki concentrated on recording this move into his memory palace. Soon his eyes fell on the last move. Mystery, Dance of the Three Suns and Moon. This move is very familiar to Shuaki Hashishida. In the future, Gekko Hayate's famous stunt, he used this move to kill Maki, the Jounin of Tsunagakure village, but he was counter-killed by Maki, who was good at wind escape. Obviously, the most critical secret of the Konoha-style swordsmanship in this scroll is this move. Use two shadow clones to cooperate with the main body to attack at the same time. It seems like a simple description, but the explanation behind it is very complicated. It's not that the secret of performing this move is complicated, but the timing of the attack, the speed of the attack, the angle of the attack, the shadow clone's cover for the main body, and many other details. Xingxiashu was fascinated by it. The next day, Hashida Shuaki officially began to concentrate on practicing Konoha-style swordsmanship. During his free time, he continued to harm various small animals to improve his medical ninjutsu level. Before going on the mission, he learned a new medical ninjutsu from the pharmacist Nono-yu. B-level art of extracting minor troubles. This is a technique that can remove toxins and organs from the body and transplant them. The days of practice are not boring at all for Hashixia Shuaki, because he can feel his progress every day. Not only Konoha-style swordsmanship and medical ninjutsu, but also chakra volume, strength, and attack speed. Even Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shisui could clearly feel the increase in strength and attack speed. What's more, the daimyo of the Land of Fire entertains me with delicious food and drinks every day without spending a penny on my own. Time flies and 7 days are about to pass. The night before he was about to leave the Daiming mansion, Hashida Shuaki was suddenly summoned by the daiming of the Land of Fire. This shocked everyone. Namikaze Minato immediately smiled and said, "Since the daimyo has summoned me, Shuaki, go ahead." Xingxiashu nodded and left with the waiter. He had already guessed what the daimyo was going to do when he summoned him. Among the four, his identity and background were the best to win over. After all, Namikaze Minato was already a Jonin and had a deep mark on Konoha. And Uchiha Shisui came from the Uchiha clan, and Kurama Sanayo's origins are also extraordinary. The Kurama clan was also a famous clan. Only Hashida Shuaki, whose parents died young and grew up in an orphanage, seemed to be a very easy target to win over and brainwash. Really? After meeting the name of the Fire Country, Shuaki Hashida was praised highly. A kid would probably be blown away. Moreover, the daimyo of the Land of Fire did not go directly to recruit. After praising Hashida's Shuaki, he talked about the current one country one village system in the ninja world. He told Hashida's Shuaki overtly and secretly that Konoha village was guided by the daimyo palace and that Naruto was its decided by the daimyo is the best one. Hashida's Shuaki nodded repeatedly as he listened, but he was complaining in his heart, it is better to rely on Danzo than to rely on you. After explaining a lot of truth, seeing Hashida's Shuaki nodding obediently, the Fire Country daimyo left with great satisfaction. The waiter who stayed next extended an olive branch to Hashida's Shuaki. Hashida's Shuaki, are you willing to become the daimyo's direct guardian ninja? Hashida's Shuaki nodded without hesitation, of course I am willing. Your Majesty, the Daiming can directly give the order to the third Hokage to transfer me to the Daiming mansion. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then emphasized, what I mean is that you leave Konoha and become a guardian ninja directly under the daimyo. Hashida's Shuaki shook his head and asked, with my strength, can I stop a strong man like Jainin-ku Kenichi? The waiter shook his head. Hashida Hidechi said, then even if I become the guardian ninja directly under the daimyo, I will not be able to protect the daimyo. The waiter frowned, but your talent is very good, you are Konoha's genius. Hashida's Shuaki asked again and again, can the daimyo give me ninjutsu? The waiter shook his head. Hashida's Shuaki asked again, does the daimyo have a jounin like Minato-sensei to guide me in my practice? The waiter shook his head again. Hashixia showed his hands, if that's the case, then what's the use of me joining the daimyo's command now? It is impossible to bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the daimyo. The waiter nodded, that makes sense. Before he could ask what to do, Hashida's Shuaki continued, so, you should fully support my development and growth in Konoha and become a jounin who can stand alone. At that time, I can better serve the daimyo. And at that time, when I become a jounin, I can train more ninjas for the daimyo. You know, to train a ninja, in addition to money, the most important thing is various ninjutsu resources. The waiter nodded solemnly, what you said is very good. I will report this matter to the Lord, please wait a moment. After saying that, he left in a hurry. In the palace of the Fire Country daimyo, the daimyo smiled after hearing what the waiter said, he is indeed a genius. What he said is absolutely correct. Then give your full support to Hashida's Shuaki. The waiter hesitated for a moment and said, Your Excellency, Hashida's Shuaki is very smart. It is difficult to determine the future. Will he betray you? The Fire Country daimyo said calmly, so what? All I paid was some money. Can 30 million buy a jounin who will completely obey my orders? Can 100 million buy a jounin who will completely obey my orders? Even if he betrays me in the future, it will only be 30 million or 100 million less. Compared with what was given to Konoha, it is nothing. The waiter said quickly, Your Excellency is wise. The Fire Country daimyo smiled and said, however, we cannot stop recruiting ninjas from outside. Besides, the kid's advice is pretty good. From now on, notify Konoha every once in a while and ask them to send young ninjas to Daiming Mansion. It better be a genius. The waiter quickly bowed and nodded, yes. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 The Pioneer. Please recommend and vote for monthly votes to follow up. In Namikaze Minato's room, there was a stack of large money bills on the table. This is what Shuaki Hashida brought back. Namikaze Minato looked at the money ticket, then looked at Hashida's Shuaki, the daimyo wants to recruit you. Xingxiushu nodded, and then explained the process again. Namikaze Minato was stunned when he heard this. He thought for a while and finally said, double agent. After hearing this, Hashida's Shuaki pinched his chin and thought, it looks good. He really wasn't thinking about double agents. He just defrauded the daimyo's investment, and then took some resources from Sarutobi Hiruzen after returning to Konoha. This is because he borrowed Konoha, or the secret confrontation between the Hokage and the daimyo, and profited from it. Namikaze Minato's political sensitivity is not low, and he is thinking like a Hokage. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would probably not miss this opportunity and let him be a double agent. Namikaze Minato thought, put this money away and don't tell anyone else. When I return to Konoha, I will personally explain it to the third Hokage. Clear. Hashida nodded, put away the money but did not leave. Instead, he took out a scroll and opened it, smiling, Minato-sensei, this is a technique I designed. Because it involves the brain, I don't dare to try it easily. Technique? Namikaze Minato was surprised, then took the scroll and looked at it carefully. 31. The technique is not complicated, even simple for him, but the concept is quite clever. Looking up at Shuaki Hashida, Namikaze Minato was even more surprised. I didn't expect you, Shuaki, to be good at seals and sealing techniques. Hashida Shuaki said shyly, I learned it when I was making detonating talismans. I've developed a unique memory technique that I call the Memory Palace. Shuaki Hashida explained to Namikaze Minato, because of the training of shadow clones, I came up with the idea of developing this technique. Namikaze Minato nodded, so I want the memories brought back by the shadow clone to directly enter your memory palace through this technique without causing impact and confusion on the brain. Do you want to accumulate training experience through shadow clones? Hashixia nodded. Namikaze Minato immediately reminded, the various memories brought back by the shadow clone are only one aspect. There is also fatigue and we need to be vigilant. There is an upper limit to what a person can bear. Hashida Shuaki said quickly, don't worry Minato-sensei, I will pay attention. He still recognized Hashida Shuaki's calmness, so he didn't say anything more. He just asked about the details of the memory palace and looked at the spells on the scroll again. Shuaki, you actually used the entire Konoha as a container for memory. What a genius idea! In this case, it would be better to add illusion. Well, it also needs to be based on chakra and supplemented by sealing techniques. It's like building a library. Shuaki, your technique is simple, but you can achieve this level just by learning the detonating talisman. You have extraordinary talent in sealing techniques. Minato Namikaze wrote, drew, and revised. Hashida Shuaki's original simple technique became complicated to the naked eye. About 2 hours later, Namikaze Minato put down his pen and said with a smile, hey, it should be almost done. With Shuaki's chakra, there should be no problem in using it. Of course, in order to maintain the seal, you still need to use chakra all the time, which is also a consumption for you. In Hashida Zaiwichi's eyes, the technique had changed drastically and became several times more complicated. Scratching his head, he said helplessly, Minato-sensei, I'm afraid it will take me a while to understand this. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, sorry, it happened on a whim. But it doesn't matter. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. Well, it's too late today. I have to rush on my way tomorrow. Let's study it when we get back to Konoha. Hashida Hyde nodded, then packed up his things and said goodbye to Namikaze Minato and returned to his room. Lying on the bed, Hashida Shuaki's attention was focused on the entry tree. Just now, 2 entries were triggered in a row. Entry, Seal Expert. Obtain conditions, complete the practice of the secret technique Memory Palace perfected by Minato Namikaze. Effect, sealing skills and curse seal talents are increased by 100%, and memory is increased by 100%. It seems that it is not difficult to obtain the conditions, and the entry effect is not bad. As far as memory is concerned, although Hashida Shuaki claims to have an extraordinary memory, it is still far from photographic memory. The Memory Palace technique is very important. If your memory is doubled, you might be able to achieve photographic memory. And this is obviously also conducive to improving insight capabilities, enhancing learning, and even reaching the upper limit in actual combat. Having a talent for sealing requires serious study. After all, it is an omnipotent ability. But Hoshida Shoaki is very clear-headed. At present, the sealing technique does not have a high priority. First of all, sword skills and medical ninjutsu are what he currently relies on to protect himself and establish himself. Look at the second entry. Entry, Pioneer. Acquisition conditions: develop at least 5A level and above ninja skills, including but not limited to ninjutsu, sealing, illusion, taijutsu and other ninja skills. If someone assists, I must at least play a key role in pioneering. Effect: a flash of inspiration once a year, lasting 10 minutes. During the time when the flash of inspiration is activated, your understanding is maxed out and your creativity is maxed out. Hoshida Shoaki stood up suddenly. 2 max, full of temptation. However, 5A level or above ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and illusion techniques, this is not easy. Chidori is A level difficulty, and Raise Nan is A level difficulty. Tisk, it's not easy. Even if Minato-sensei hasn't developed the Raise Nan yet, if I want to copy it, it's not easy to register the copyright. And that guy Kakashi's Chidori, he must first master the changes in the properties of Thunder Release Chakra. Well, the Wind Release Spiral Shuriken can also be counted. Shoaki Hoshida thought, the key role of groundbreaking. I wonder if it counts if I come up with the idea and have others assist me in completing the development. It seems that it needs to be explored slowly. Hoshida Shoaki lay down again and slowly fell asleep. The next day, the group left Daiming Mansion and returned to Konoha village at noon. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Namikaze Minato's report, including what Hoshida Shoaki said on the way to the Daiming Mansion. Of course, the most important thing is the daimyo's recruitment of Hoshida Shoaki and Hoshida Shoaki's response. After the report, Minato Namikaze said that Kid Shoaki is very smart and has an extremely keen political sense. After hearing the content of the mission, he noticed the differences between the village and the Daiming Palace. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, which can be seen from Hoshida Shoaki's words and deeds. Not only that, but he is also a staunch supporter of Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very satisfied with this and said with a smile, Shoaki dealt with it very well. It is really rare for someone at this age to be able to deal with it so flexibly. Let Shoaki keep the money. As for the double agent thing, Minato, what do you think? Now Hoshida Shoaki can be said to be a subordinate of Namikaze Minato. As the Hokage, he also needs to listen to Namikaze Minato's opinion. Of course, he also had great cultivation intentions for Namikaze Minato. It is obvious that Tsunade has no intention of succeeding the 4th generation, and Jiraiya is even more of a prodigal son, still lost in his destiny. He has not come back since the Second Ninja War. I heard that he is being collected in the Land of Rain. Got several disciples. As for Orochimaru, he was originally a very suitable candidate, but since the Second Ninja War, too many things have changed. Various reasons forced him to think more about it. Namikaze Minato had already anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry and had a plan in mind, saying, I think Shoaki is qualified for this task. He is a very self-disciplined person with a firm will. He has always followed the will of fire and protected Konoha and Hokage. Although he is very young, his thoughts are very mature and he does not have to worry about betrayal in the process of serving as a double agent. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and immediately said, in this case, it is up to you to convey this mission to Shoaki, and you are also his contact person. Namikaze Minato immediately accepted the order, yes. There is one more chapter that will be delayed. I caught a cold after cleaning yesterday, and I had to dress up in the evening. The second chapter needs to be revised, please wait a moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Tsunade's Amazing Idea. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. In the bathtub, Shuaki Hashida closed his eyes and thought quietly about the mission of a double agent. As a double agent, the most important thing is to gain the trust of both parties. It shouldn't be a problem on Konoha's side. After all, he will be a Konoha ninja for a long time, and with his teacher Minato Namikaze as a guarantee, he is still upright and has the right thoughts. So how can he gain the trust of the daimyo for a long time? Not to mention the task itself, the daimyo's investment in him is also very important, which can give him another source of wealth that he can work hard to build. Introduce some geniuses to the daimyo. For example, Kakashi, charging 30 to 50% of the introduction fee shouldn't be much, right? But, if Asuma Sarutobi is lured away by the daimyo, will he blame me? Hashixia Zaihoyi's thoughts were flying around. And he didn't get his thoughts back until he finished taking a bath. My current positioning is mainly melee combat, and then medical ninja. Not to mention the direction of medical ninja, after close combat, sword skills will definitely be the main focus. The Dance of the Three Moons is not bad, but it is almost impossible to become a jounin through this, let alone an elite jounin. Hashida Shuaki thought while getting dressed. Even though he was only a genin, he still had to think about his future path. For example, how should we take this route of swordsmanship? After the Dance of the Three Suns and Moons, I should first master the changes in the nature of the wind escape chakra, and then apply it to sword skills to create my own secret of sword skills. In the direction of fire release, it seems like either stacking chakra or combining ninjutsu, such as wind release. People's energy and time are limited. If it weren't for the entry, Hashida Shuaki would definitely pursue the path of combining wind escape and sword skills. After getting dressed, Hashida Shuaki went out and went straight to Konoha Hospital. When he was practicing the art of extracting minor troubles in the Daiming Mansion, he accumulated several questions, and he had to find the medicine master Nanoyu to get the answers. However, when they arrived at Konoha Hospital, they didn't see the pharmacist Nunoyu. Instead, they bumped into Tsunade, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. "Tsunade-sama." Hashixia Zaihoyi quickly greeted him. "Kid, are you here to see Nanoyu?" Tsunade stopped. Hashixia nodded and said, "Yes, I'm here to learn medical ninjutsu." Tsunade nodded, then stepped forward, but stopped after taking 2 steps, turned around and said, "Hey, have you ever thought about further developing your memory palace into a sealing technique?" Hashida Shuaki's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he turned around and asked, "Does Tsunade-sama also have this idea?" "I have tried it before. I wanted to fix the memory palace in my mind with a curse seal, so I developed a technique. I then consulted Minato-sensei and got further improvements." Tsunade frowned slightly after hearing this. That guy Minato, his sealing technique is not bad at all. Of course she knew about Namikaze Minato. He was Jiraiya's disciple and Uzumaki Kushina's lover. She also learned the sealing technique from Uzumaki Kushina. If that's the case, then it'll be fine. Tsunade waved her hand and turned to leave. Hashida Shuaki quickly stepped forward to stop her. "Tsunade-sama, although we have the same idea, we may not take the same path. It is very necessary to exchange each other's ideas. Maybe we can gain more." Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Then go to my office." In the office, Hashida Shuaki copied the sealing technique perfected by Namikaze Minato under the gaze of Tsunade. Tsunade crossed her arms and looked at it. After Hashida Shuaki finished, she nodded and said, "This technique has been very perfect. Spatialize the memory palace illusion, use sealing techniques to shape and reinforce it, and freely control the input and output of memory. So this sealing technique is specially prepared for certain memories." Hashida Shuaki gave a thumbs up, as expected of Tsunade-sama. The original idea was to prevent the impact of memory on the brain after the shadow clone is released. Tsunade listened thoughtfully. "Shadow clone? Do you want to practice with shadow clone? Then you have to be careful. In addition to memory, there is also fatigue. If you are not careful, you will tire yourself to death. But that Minato guy should have warned you, right? 32. Hashida nodded, and then asked, Tsunade-sama, do you have any ideas? Tsunade did not answer, but asked, what do you think ninjutsu is? This. Hashida Shoaki frowned, thought for a moment and said, use energy like chakra to release it outward in different forms. Such as wind, such as fire, such as thunder and lightning, or illusions, etc. Tsunade nodded, very good description. There are many spells, including but not limited to curses and seals, that can be set on the body in advance and then used at any time. Hashida Shoaki immediately thought of the Hyuga clan's caged bird sealing technique. This sealing technique includes active and passive triggering modes. Automatic, that is, the Zone family can control and activate the caged bird at any time, damaging the brains of the family members and making the white eyes blind. Passive triggering means that once the separated family members are killed on the battlefield or captured, and the enemy digs out their eyes, the sealing technique will be triggered, damaging the white eyes. In addition, Hashida Shoaki was deeply impressed by Danzo's old guy's Uri 4 symbol seal. The binding seal that immobilized Uchiha Sasuke's body during the battle with Uchiha Sasuke should have been prepared in advance and could be activated in an instant. However, such sealing techniques and curse seals are not simple, otherwise they would have been ruined long ago. Hashida Shoaki thought, Tsunade-sama wants to use it to seal medical ninjutsu. Tsunade nodded, the original memory palace is just a method of memory. Most people should be able to learn it. After being transformed into a seal, the illusion of the memory palace is spatialized, and the seal is spatialized to create an existence like a library. The memory is turned into a book or even a person. Then the medical ninjutsu can be stored in the same way and can be recalled at any time when needed, without the need for seals. Hashixia Shoaki was secretly shocked when he heard this. Is this an idea that indigenous people should have? But if you think about it carefully, it is not uncommon in the ninja world to set up the curse seal in advance and then use it instantly. There are even ninjutsu scrolls that contain ninjutsu, which Shikamaru Nara used when he fought against Kakuzu. But it was obvious that Tsunade's idea was systematic and large-scale. And it has to be done in the human brain. After thinking for a moment, Hashixia said, Tsunade-sama, there is a huge difference between simple memory and spells, seals, and ninjutsu. The original memory palace was a systematic, associative memory trick. To put it simply, it is to achieve the effect of quick memory, long-term memory, and even permanent memory by associating the items to be remembered with well-known places. Hashida Shoaki is now using the familiar Konoha, and it is precisely because of this that he had the idea of turning this memory trick into a sealing technique. And did it. But ninjutsu and memory are different. Memory is just human thinking, and ninjutsu also requires chakra energy. As Shoki Hashida previously answered Tsunade, the process of performing ninjutsu, if you do not consider the seals, can be simply described as controlling the energy of chakra to be released in different ways and properties. Of course I know that. Since Tsunade came up with the idea, she had naturally thought about it. Hashixia Zaihoyi smiled and said, this is indeed a very amazing idea. This is equivalent to solidifying a certain medical ninjutsu in the brain. Not to mention the difficulty of solidifying medical ninjutsu, once there is a problem with the seal, even if the medical ninjutsu breaks out, the consequences will be very serious. Tsunade said nonchalantly, what kind of ninjutsu is not dangerous? The memory palace can store memories in a systematic way. If it can also store medical ninjutsu in a systematic way. For example, with the technique of yin healing and injury destruction, there is no need to predict the enemy's attack. The transmission of thinking consciousness and nerve signals is faster than any movement. Ninjutsu can be launched the moment before the enemy hits. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Chuyunin Assessment. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Hashida Shoaki knew very well that if it could really be done as Tsunade envisioned, there would be too many benefits. But how to achieve it? Hashida Shoaki thought, Tsunade-sama, if you want to systematically store medical ninjutsu, you need to seal the chakra together. In layman's terms, it means to seal a release technique, and then open the door and release it when needed. As he said this, he couldn't help but think of Tsunade's S-level medical ninjutsu of creation and regeneration in the original novel. This is a technique that allows cells to regenerate quickly, and even injuries that pass through the chest can be healed quickly, but it requires a large amount of chakra accumulation. So there is the Baihao technique, which can cause a large amount of chakra to explode instantly, increase the output power, and at the same time, the output can be stable and refined. With these two techniques, it is almost equivalent to immortality. The Yin seal is a sealing technique that can seal and store chakra. It is inherited from the Uzumaki clan. However, the current Tsunade obviously has not pioneered the art of creative regeneration and Baihao, otherwise she would not have such ideas. Of course it's difficult. Tsunade said, if ninjutsu, including chakra accumulation, can be sealed in advance, serious injuries can be cured at critical moments. You know, many injuries require extremely powerful chakra to be effective, but often it is not possible to have such powerful chakra to explode and finally control it during treatment. As she said that, she looked a little sad, thinking of Duan who died in front of her eyes. For Hashida Shoaki, when it comes to sealing ninjutsu, it actually has no much connection with the memory palace itself. It was just the memory palace technique that inspired Tsunade. But even if he wasn't good enough at the sealing technique, Shoaki Hashida knew how difficult it would be to complete Tsunade's idea. Looking at Tsunade who looked gloomy, he thought for a while and said, Tsunade-sama, your idea is amazing, but I think we can solve it step by step. The first is medical ninjutsu. Yin healing and wound destruction are naturally not bad, but many injuries may not be able to be recovered in a very short time, especially large open wounds and even damaged internal organs. So, first we should develop a powerful enough medical ninjutsu. The second is the curse seal, which is used to build chakra channels. Medical ninjutsu is different from other ninjutsu and is more refined, but at the same time it requires stable and large chakra output, so it is necessary to develop a separate jutsu to deal with it. Finally, there is a huge amount of chakra. There needs to be a way to store the chakra that is not usually used and release the seal when needed. Tsunade fell into deep thought after hearing this, and after a moment she looked up at Hashida Shoaki, Xiao, Zaiwichi, your idea is indeed more likely to succeed. Finally I stopped calling him kid. A simple title hides a lot. Hashida Shoaki knew that his relationship with Tsunade had taken a further step. This is also normal. Nothing in the world is good for no reason, and he is not so handsome that he is miserable, let alone a 6-year-old kid. After receiving the approval, Hashida Shoaki immediately smiled and said, since you have approved it, Tsunade-sama, let's work hard from these 3 points. Tsunade-sama is the most powerful medical ninja in the ninja world. I believe it can be done. Tsunade's mood improved and she hummed, of course. However, it's my hard work, but your words, whether it's sealing or medical ninjutsu, it's not enough. Ruthless. Hashida Shoaki looked sad, Tsunade-sama, you are trying to burn bridges by crossing the river. Although my medical ninjutsu and sealing skills are mediocre, it is undeniable that my thinking has no constraints. Tsunade also felt sorry and waved her hand, okay, okay. Your contribution is indeed great. If the technology is developed, you will also have a share. In addition, after hesitating for a moment, Tsunade said, if you need anything about medical ninjutsu, you can ask me. Hashida Shoaki was pleasantly surprised and quickly bowed, thank you, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade waved her hand, and then thought, the sealing technique to store chakra already has a yin seal inherited from the Uzumaki clan. Hashida Shoaki asked cooperatively, is it passed down by Mito-sama? It was indeed left by my grandmother. Tsunade nodded, I will pass it on to you after I master it. You can go now. I need quiet time to think about the new technique. After getting the promise, Hashida Zaiwichi immediately resigned and went to find the pharmacist Nanoyu. Alas, the dean is still gentle. When he and the pharmacist Nunwoyu returned to the orphanage in the evening, Shuaki Hashida bought 2 chickens on the way. Then at the orphanage he successfully swapped the eyes of 2 chickens. The art of extracting minor troubles has been mastered. Well, the chicken soup is also very delicious. In the next 2 days of rest, Hashida Shuaki stayed at Konoha Hospital with the pharmacist Nono from 9 am to 4 pm to further familiarize himself with the art of extracting minor diseases. In addition, I got up at 5 am to practice, and after 4 pm, I went to practice with Kai and others. In the evening, I continued to consult the pharmacist Nunoyu for medical knowledge. It was a pity that Kakashi was not here and could not have a taijutsu duel with him. 2 days flew by and the team continued their mission. Or escorting a caravan, protecting a certain noble of the fire country, or guarding the border, or exchanging information with other ninja villages, or even a certain ninja organization, escorting certain information. Each mission is at least sea level. The mission experience of Xingxia Zaihuyi and others is increasing at a rapid rate. Time flies from April to July. On this day, Namikaze Minato did not bring a mission, but 3 registration forms. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, Now, as the leading jounin, I have recommended you to take the Chiyunin exam. I'm finally going to become a Chiyunin. Kurama Sanayo was very happy and immediately reached out to take the registration form. What? Kurama Sanayo, who handed Hashishida Shuaki the registration list, suddenly said, Speaking of which, if Shuaki passes the exam, you should have become a Chiyunin at the age of 6, right? Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shisui both looked at Hashida Shuaki. Hashida Zaiwichi was startled. His birthday is March 3rd. In terms of 1 year old, he is indeed still 6 years old now. Kakashi's birthday is in September, and he's not yet 6 years old. So he stole Kakashi's youngest Chiyunin achievement? It's a little exciting to think about it. But will that guy Kakashi take the Chiyunin exam this year? As I was thinking about it, there was movement in the entry tree in my mind. Shuaki Hashida didn't check immediately, and said, My birthday is in March, and I am still 6 years old indeed. If there is no one younger than me who takes the Chiyunin exam, and I succeed, then I will indeed be 6 years old. Promoted to Chiyunin. Namikaze Minato was confident, with your abilities, it's not a problem at all. Shuaki Hashida is the youngest among the 3, having graduated less than half a year ago, but he has made extremely rapid progress and is fully capable of being a Chiyunin. After filling out the registration form, submitted to the Hokage building. The first written test will be held in 3 days. Don't be late. Namikaze Minato warned. Hashida Shuaki and the other 3 nodded in unison, understood. 33. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Sealing Expert, please recommend and vote for monthly votes to follow up. After the team disbanded and returned home, Hashida Shuaki immediately checked the newly triggered entries in the entry tree. Entry, Konoha Genius. Conditions for obtaining, become a Chiyunin at the age of 6, breaking the lower limit for promotion of Konoha Chunin. Effect, comprehension increases by 50%. Hiss. Improved understanding. It's not just the improvement of fire escape talent like fire escape expert, but all-round and various comprehension abilities. Must take it. Hashixia Shuaki hardened his fist. Although Genin, Chunin, and Jounin are not levels that measure strength, they are also based on strength. He has Chiyunin strength, but he may not be able to pass the test. For example, Uchiha Obito. There will definitely be no problem in the first written test. In the second personal battle, there shouldn't be anyone who participates in the assessment who is stronger than Shisui, right? Shuaki Hashida's self-assessment. For more than 2 months, there is still a gap between his sword skills and Uchiha Shisui. However, his superb thinking speed and nerve reaction speed make him extraordinary in close combat, whether with bare hands or with swordsmanship. Kurama Sanyo has long been no match for him. Even Uchiha Shisui, without using the teleportation technique, is still a 50-50 opponent. Shuaki Hashida's insight and attack speed are not as good as those of Uchiha Shisui, but his reactions are faster. Fast reaction ability does not mean fast attack speed. In addition to chakra, the burst of speed also has a huge relationship with physical fitness and power generation skills. Uchiha Shisui is very threatening to Hashida Shuaki, whether it is teleportation or illusion. At least in the past competitions, he had not cracked Uchiha Shisui's teleportation technique. He could only rely on his superb reaction speed to deal with it, but he would still lose in the end. Of course, in individual battles, you generally won't encounter people from the same team. However, we still have to guard against genin who are strong in genjutsu. Hashida Shuaki thought to himself. Of course he knows how to use illusions. He is in the same team as Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanyo. They usually compete against each other and have rich experience in dealing with illusions. Realize that you are under an illusion, and then cancel the illusion. However, illusions are often difficult to prevent, and most of the time you are not aware that you have been hit by an illusion in the first place. If it is not detected immediately, it will be extremely dangerous. When facing the Sharingan, it is difficult to remove the genjutsu after being possessed by it. Generally, other people are needed to help remove the genjutsu. There is also a type of illusion known as body fixation. This is a type of illusion in which one is aware that one has fallen into an illusion and is conscious, but cannot control one's body. For example, the magic shackle technique, Orochimaru was killed by Uchiha Itachi using this technique. There is also the immortal technique, Toad singing, which is an auditory body fixing technique. Sharingan. I have become accustomed to fighting Shisui without looking at each other, but there is no way to be foolproof. Not all Sharingan's illusions can be activated unless we look at each other. Hashida Shuaki couldn't help but think of Danzo. Orochimaru went to ANBU, and maybe he was already studying wood escape. I don't know if Danzo has a Sharingan transplant now. The original sneak attack on Shisui used Izanagi. It's okay Izanagi, he can't die once, he just needs to kill him a few more times. But Izanami's technique is particularly disgusting. It is said to be a technique that can restrain Izanagi and make people accept their original fate. This doesn't mean letting people accept their own death without Izanagi. Who wants to take it? What Hashida Shuaki is most afraid of now is the jutsu of Izanami. If Danzo masters Izanagi, will he also master Izanami? He didn't know, but he couldn't help but be on guard. Look at Kabuto Yakushi who has been tricked. This cannot be done by just saying I was wrong. Under the infinite loop scenario, Yakushi Kabuto may have been driven crazy and forcibly brainwashed. Its effect is no less than that of other gods. If Danzo were to attack him, wouldn't he have to kneel down on the spot, get into his roots, and plan for him to become the Hokage? His thoughts were diverging a little too fast, so Hoshixi Azuoyi quickly restrained himself and returned to himself. Based on the powerful nerve reaction speed, Muji fire escape, sword skills, and taijutsu, unless there is someone more perverted than Uchiha Shisui and him in this Chunin test, it is impossible to lose. There is no need to worry about team battles. Two people who are good at illusions, plus him who is good at Muji fire release and melee combat, have a great advantage. Finally, Hashida Shuaki returned to himself and took out a scroll. Sealing Technique Memory Palace. In the past 2 months, he had completely mastered this sealing technique perfected by Namikaze Minato. Today he will complete this technique and win the entry sealing expert. He got a large blank scroll and started drawing the spell. After about half an hour, the spell drawing was completed. Shuaki Hashida put down his pen and sat down in the center of the scroll. Surrounded by dense spells were spells. Then he formed a seal with his hands. There are a total of 12 seals before and after. After completion, the spell drawn on the scroll was immediately activated. Like tadpoles, it quickly climbed up Hashixia Shuaki's body, and finally gathered on the top of the head and disappeared into the scalp. Memory Palace, done. Hashixia Shuaki immediately felt that there was an additional sealed space in his brain. In other words, it is memory space. Now the memory palace is worthy of its name. But the shape of the memory palace is that of an entire Konoha village. Every building in the village is where he stores his memories. Beyond the building, there is a person. Kakashi, Mat Dai, Ui Hong, Sarutobi Asuma, Shizuan, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Obito, Kurama Sanayo, etc. This is also Hashida Shuaki's memory, the sample he collected. These people represent their abilities, behavioral habits, fighting methods, etc. Looking at his own memory palace, Hashida Zaiwichi secretly thought, this kind of memory palace is most suitable for use as an illusion. Yes, illusion. In other words, a combination of illusion and sealing. However, at the moment, Hashida Shuaki has not yet had time to study illusions, so this is just an idea. Shifting his attention from the memory palace, Hashida Shuaki looked at the entry tree. Light up seal expert. The sealing and curse talents are increased by 100%, and the memory is increased by 100%. Hashida Shuaki immediately felt as if his brain was overcharged and his consciousness went blank for a moment. When everything was restored, he immediately stood up and fetched another scroll. Sealing Technique Yin Seal. This was given to him by Tsunade 2 days ago. There is no doubt that this technique is far more complex than the memory palace he just used. He had briefly gone through it before and found it quite difficult, so he did not continue to study it. Instead, he planned to wait for further accumulation of knowledge on sealing techniques before talking about it. Looking at it now, I have a different feeling. It doesn't seem to be particularly difficult. And, as expected, he has a photographic memory. Hashida Shuaki smiled. Without cheating, he was praised by Namikaze Minato for his talent in sealing techniques and curse seals. Now it has doubled. I wonder if he can be compared with Namikaze Minato and Tsunade. It seems that I will have to ask them more about sealing techniques in the future. Putting away the scroll, Xingxia showed off a pair of hand seals. Bang! A shadow clone was created, then nodded to the main body and jumped out. This shadow clone is to practice the changes in the nature of wind escape chakra. At present, with his chakra, if he uses a shadow clone to practice, a shadow clone is more suitable and can last longer. PK continues. Please read and support me. 3. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, A New Year's Letter to Book Friends. I wish you all good luck in the Year of the Dragon. I hope all readers will have a lot of money, a lot of happiness, and a lot of votes for soybeans in the new year. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Tsunade takes action. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Shadow clones were sent to practice the changes in the nature of wind release chakra, and Hashida Shuaki himself went to Konoha Hospital to follow the pharmacist No Yu. Although the Chuunin examination was coming soon, it did not affect his training plan. 3 days passed in a flash. On July 39, Konoha 7, the first written test of the Chuunin examination started at 6 a.m. Before leaving, Hashida Shuaki still separated a shadow clone to practice. After meeting Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo, they entered the examination room. Hashida Shuaki did not see Kakashi until the beginning of the examination. Obviously, Kakashi did not participate in this Chuunin assessment. Gathering his thoughts, Hashida Shuaki concentrated on the exam. 10 minutes later, he and Uchiha Shisui handed in the test papers in no particular order. After leaving the classroom, the two looked at each other and smiled. Uchiha Shisui said, "Wait a minute, Sanayo, let's go to training together later." Xingxiushu nodded, "That's exactly what I meant." Taking advantage of the waiting time, Hashida Shuaki asked Uchiha Shisui for knowledge on illusions. Uchiha Shisui naturally answered all questions, but he was also very curious. "Shuaki, do you plan to develop into illusions?" Hashixia Zaihuyi smiled and said, "I think the best way to fight against illusions is illusions." 34. 20 minutes later, Kurama Sanayo walked out of the examination room. Then the three of them went to the training ground together. Individual battles and team tactical drills will be held until the end of the game at 12 o'clock. At noon, Hashida Shuaki and the pharmacist Nono had dinner at Konoha Hospital. "Zaiwichi, you must have no problem with the assessment this morning." The bespectacled pharmacist Nono gently handed the beef on his plate to Hashida Shuaki. Xingxiuxiu took a big bite and said with a smile, "Of course. There will be no problem with the assessment tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Dean, I've almost finished practicing the art of extracting minor troubles. Can I practice other medical ninjutsu?" With his high concentration, he does have amazing advantages in medical ninjutsu. Not to mention 10 times concentration, even if it is 100% concentration, few people can achieve it and maintain it for a long time. But Shuaki Hashida can do it, as long as his physical strength and mental strength can support it. After hearing this, Yakushi Nono couldn't help but feel a little helpless and fond. "Shuaki, you are obviously very calm, but sometimes you are always so anxious. Although you have mastered this technique, there is still a lot of room for improvement." Hashida Shuaki was also helpless. The entry medical expert required him to practice at least 5 medical ninjutsu, which was level C or above. Except for the most basic healing technique, which is C level, there are no simple medical ninjutsu. The palm immortal technique is A level, the art of extracting small trouble is B level, the yin healing injury destruction is A level, and the chakra scalpel is A level. He had harmed countless small animals before he became proficient in the art of palm magic and the art of extracting subtle troubles. And if he didn't have high concentration, high neural response, and high memory ability, the time it would take for him to master these two techniques would at least be several times longer. Moreover, at present, I am only familiar with and mastered its use, but I am still far from being proficient. But mastering it proficiently is enough. Once you get the entry medical expert and your talent improves, further improvement will save a lot of time. It would take years for a mediocre person to master a technique, but for a genius, it might only take a month. However, although the pharmacist Nanoyu complained, he said, "Next, let's learn the art of yin healing and wound destruction." "Thank you, Dean." Hashixia gave a pop and kissed the pharmacist Nanoyu. It makes sense for a 6-year-old kid to act like a spoiled brat. Pharmacist Nunwoyu didn't mind being kissed with a greasy face, and said with a gentle smile, "I hope Shuaki can come back intact from every mission." Hashida Shuaki vowed, "Don't worry, I won't leave you alone, Dean." On the other side, Tsunade, who was also eating, saw all this and couldn't help but curl her lips. What a cunning little fox! This kid has completely different faces in front of Medicine Master Nanoyu and in front of her. In the afternoon, Hashixia Shuaki officially started practicing yin healing and injury destruction. The key to this medical ninjutsu is to be able to predict in advance where the enemy will attack one's body, and to concentrate chakra on the part about to be attacked before the attack arrives. Once the attack is in place, the ninjutsu activates and heals quickly. And there is no doubt that a high neurological response is extremely beneficial. In a complex combat environment, if there is an attack that Shuaki Hashida cannot dodge or block, his quick neural reaction will be very helpful for him to predict where the attack will land. Therefore, although this is an A-level medical ninjutsu, the difficulty of practicing it is actually easier than the art of extracting minor troubles. Of course, this is also relative. This technique requires proficiency and requires someone to cooperate as the attacker. Therefore, in the afternoon, Yakushi Nono created a shadow clone and trained with Hoshida Shuaki at the training ground next to Konoha Hospital. I just don't know when Tsunade will appear on the sidelines of the training ground. Nanoyu, let me practice with him. Your attacks are too non-threatening to him. Tsunade suddenly spoke, interrupting the two people who were practicing. Seeing Tsunade, Hoshida Shuaki suddenly had a bad feeling. However, Medicine Master Nanoyu was very happy and quickly bowed and thanked, "Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Then Shuaki will trouble you, Tsunade-sama." After saying that, she pulled Hoshida Shuaki and said, "Shuaki, thanks Tsunade-sama." Hoshida Shuaki bowed, "Thank you, Tsunade-sama." Looking at Shuaki Hoshida, who was as well behaved as a little white rabbit, Tsunade suddenly smiled, "Don't worry, I will train him well. Then it's up to you." Medicine Master Nanoyu bowed again, and then released the shadow clone. Tsunade lowered her arms across her chest and looked at Shuaki Hoshida with a half-smile, "Are you ready?" Hoshida Shuaki felt the strong malice and entered 100% concentration without hesitation, saying, "Ready." Swish! As soon as the afterimage flashed, Tsunade was already in front of Hoshida Shuaki, and she pointed directly at his forehead with a snap of her fingers. So fast! Except for Minato Namikaze and the Jainin-ku Kenichi he met in Daming Mansion, Shuaki Hoshida had never seen anyone else so fast since he graduated. Fortunately, his nerves reacted quickly enough and he tilted his head back to avoid it. But Tsunade's hand suddenly grabbed Hoshida Shuaki's neck. Hoshida Shuaki immediately retreated. The response is very quick. Tsunade hummed, letting a brat dodge her attack, which made her a little unhappy. Cheating! Fist! The ground exploded, and deep pits appeared on the training ground. Hoshida Shuaki tried his best to dodge. After avoiding it from a distance, he looked at the big pits and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If he was hit, could his small body withstand it? "You're not even 30 yet? Are you going through menopause early?" Hoshida Shuaki couldn't help but secretly complain. Tsunade on the opposite side shouted, "Don't forget the purpose of your training. This kid's reaction speed is so fast. This level is almost the same as some jounin." Tsunade was secretly shocked, and then used the teleportation technique to attack quickly again. Hoshida Shuaki dodged while saying, "Tsunade-sama, of course I have not forgotten the purpose of training. If the technique of yin healing and injury destruction is not performed under helpless circumstances, it will obviously be meaningless." Tsunade hummed, "Then get ready. It seems that we must be more serious." Tsunade immediately increased the frequency of her attacks and at the same time restrained her strength to conserve more energy. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 One Move. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Hoshida Shuaki left the training ground next to Konoha Hospital with a grin on his face. Pain. It hurts so much. Tsunade received a dozen blows. This bitch is really capable of ruthless actions, and she is very despicable. She relies on her physical strength to be far better than him, and then she will be ruthless when his mental and physical strength declines and his reaction slows down. Except for his face, his body was bruised and purple in dozens of places. When I grow up, I will definitely find my place again. Hoshida Zaiwichi secretly swore while taking a soldier's food pill. On the training ground, Tsunade watched Hoshida Shuaki limping away, but she couldn't help but smile and felt refreshed. So it's so good to hit people. But wouldn't it be too much? Definitely not, I'm helping this brat practice. Tsunade muttered to herself, then decided, continue tomorrow. When he arrived at the training ground of the ninja school, the bruises on Shuaki Hoshida's body had basically been removed, but it was a combination of medical ninjutsu and his own recovery ability after being improved by the entry. "Hey, Kakashi!" Hoshida Shuaki saw Kakashi on the cliff looking at the sun that was gradually setting to the west, and immediately stepped forward. "Kakashi, why didn't you sign up for the Chunin exam?" Hashida Shuaki asked after sitting down next to Kakashi. Kakashi didn't look back. Teacher Akamoto, who led the team, felt that we had just graduated not long ago, so he didn't recommend it. Sarutobi Akamoto, the Jonin of the Sarutobi clan, Kakashi's teacher, Hashida Shuaki has met twice before. "Since we can't compete during the assessment, Kakashi, let's have a taijutsu showdown first." Hashida Shuaki extended an invitation. Before today, he had defeated Kakashi 12 times in taijutsu duels. Kakashi turned around. "Compared to a physical duel, I want an all-round duel." Hashida Shuaki smiled. "Of course there is no problem with this, but let's warm up with a physical battle first. Then don't waste time, let's get started." With that said, Kakashi jumped up and the battle broke out. Having surpassed Kakashi in physical strength, accumulating combat experience, and possessing superior reflexes, Shuaki Hashida won again without any surprises. After recovering their strength, the two started the second battle. This time there are no restrictions on the use of any means. Kakashi tried his best with all kinds of techniques, including physical skills, sword skills, ninjutsu, and illusion skills, but found that he was still at a disadvantage. Shuaki's sword skills have improved greatly compared to last time. The two swords collided intensively, but Kakashi's crazy offensive was completely taken over by Hashida Shuaki, and every counterattack would disrupt his fighting rhythm, putting him in danger. When he was a sparring partner more than a month ago, Hashida Shuaki's sword skills were not as powerful as they are now. There has been so much progress this month. Suddenly, Shuaki Hashida retreated a distance and raised one hand, separated two shadow clones and attacked Kakashi from 3 directions at the same time. Shadow clone, the secret of the 3 sun and moon dances in the swordsmanship of Konoha style. Kakashi looked at the 3 Hashida Shuaki who were charging towards him, and quickly made a judgment, and immediately had a kunao in his left hand. But Hashida Shuaki was too fast, and he had no time to use his shadow clone to share the attack. Clang! 35. Kakashi blocked Shuaki Hashida who was attacking from the left and right at the same time, but Shuaki Hashida who attacked from the middle easily avoided his kick and put the knife on his neck. The battle is over. After putting away his sword and sitting down to rest, Kakashi couldn't help but said, "You guy, your sword skills have improved so quickly." Hashida Shuaki shook his head. "It's because my reaction and speed are fast, and my simple sword skills are worse than yours." His sword skills have indeed improved rapidly. After all, the entry ninja tool expert has improved his talent in using ninja tools, and swords are also a type of ninja tool. But to say that he surpassed Kakashi in a few months is not the case. The key is concentration and nerve reaction speed. But Kakashi said, speed is also included in sword skills. After hearing this, Hashida Shuaki stopped saying comforting words and said, "I heard that Yun Ninja has the secret technique of thunder escape. He uses thunder escape to activate muscles and nerves, making the speed and reaction faster. I don't know if we in Konoha have such a secret technique." Kakashi listened thoughtfully. Hashida Shuaki thought for a while and said with a smile, "Kakashi, I thought of a safer way to train speed and reaction." Kakashi quickly asked, "What method?" "You'll find out later." As he spoke, he showed off the cliff under the stars. Just at this moment, Shizuan and Kai and the others arrived. Hashida smiled at the sight. "Just in time, the effect will be better if there are more people." Soon Hashida Shuaki took Shizuan and others to make mud balls by the river. After one person had rubbed a dozen clay balls, Hashida Shuaki said, "From now on, clay balls are shurikens and kunao. Kakashi, your task is to avoid the clay balls' attacks." Everyone was suddenly enlightened after hearing this. Sarutobi Asuma said, "It is indeed a very good training method. Using mud balls instead of kunao and shurikens can reduce the danger of training." Shizuan and others nodded. This kind of training method is actually very common. For example, Namikaze Minato set up traps in the forest and used shurikens and other hidden weapons to attack Shuaki and others. One of the purposes was to train speed and reaction ability. Now Hashira's Shuaki has replaced the kunao and shuriken with Niwan, and the mechanism has been replaced with a human. Just like that, the clay ball throwing training began. Starting from Kakashi, Shizuan, Yui Kurane and Guy took turns enjoying Niwan's attacks, leaving mud spots on their bodies, and a series of laughter falling under the sunset. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, at the indoor assessment point, the genin who participated in the Chiyunin assessment gathered together, a total of 36 people. At 9:10, the second game officially started. After watching 4 duels in a row, Hashira's Shuaki already knew what was going on. Most genin are mainly based on taijutsu, and ninjutsu is often only released at critical times. Those who can participate in the assessment are naturally not bad, but compared with Uchiha Shisui, they are still far behind. In the 6th game, Uchiha Shisui came on the field. His opponent was a genin from the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Shisui won easily. In the 10th game, Kurama Sanayo came on the field, but due to bad luck, his opponent turned out to be a genin of the Hyuga clan, and he was defeated. In the 11th session, the examiner announced, Hashira Shuaki, Uchiha Yugi. It turned out to be the Uchiha clan. Hashira Shuaki was slightly startled, and then heard the voices of Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo asking him to cheer. The two of them nodded, and Hashira Shuaki entered. Opposite him was a boy about 10 years old, carrying a knife. The examiner glanced at the two of them and immediately backed away. Start. Hashira Shuaki immediately raised one hand, separated 2 shadow clones, and then drew his sword at the same time and charged at the fastest speed. So fast! Uchiha Yujito was startled, his contempt disappeared instantly, his black eyes turned into scarlet Sharingan, he could clearly see Hashira Shuaki's movements, and he threw out 3 shurikens with his left hand as fast as possible. Shuaki Hashira blocked it easily. But at this time, Uchiha Yujito discovered that he could not use the Sharingan to activate Genjutsu. Because Hashira Shuaki never looked at him. This guy got it from Shisui. Uchiha Yujito was shocked and angry, but Shuaki Hashira's attack was already in front of him. Clang! Uchiha Yujito blocked 2 attacks with his sword and kunao, but Hashira Shuaki couldn't block it and could only watch the knife fall on his neck. Defeat the enemy with 1 move. The examiner immediately announced, Hashira Shuaki wins. The shadow clone was released, Hashira Shuaki put away his sword. Uchiha Yugi snorted coldly, glanced at Uchiha Shisui on the other side of the stand, turned and left with a gloomy face. It was so embarrassing to be killed by a brat who was so much younger than me. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Not wearing anything? Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. In a room in the examination room, Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the battle between Hashira Shuaki and Uchiha Yugi through the surveillance screen. Being able to fully use the dance of the 3 suns and moons in such a short period of time, it seems that Shuaki also has a good talent in swordsmanship. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded, yes, Lord Third Hokage, Shuaki has indeed made great progress in swordsmanship, and his talent in nerve reaction speed gives him a great advantage in close combat. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, if you have perception and sensitivity to time and space, then you are the most suitable candidate to practice Flying Thunder God. Namikaze Minato nodded, indeed, I have also considered this aspect, but it is still too early for Shuaki at the moment. Although Shuaki Hashira's chakra volume has improved a lot recently, he has not yet reached the stage of practicing Flying Thunder God. After the second exam, Shuaki Hashira and the others still went to the training camp. At noon Hashira Shuaki went back to Konoha Hospital to have lunch with the pharmacist Nono, and in the afternoon he was beaten by Tsunade. Looking at the panting Hashira Shuaki, Tsunade shouted in a wicked voice, "Hey, kid, Are you okay? Woman, you have messed with the wrong person. Hashixia Zaihuyi secretly gritted his teeth, took out the military food pills and ate them. Feeling the rapid recovery of his physical strength, Hashida Shuaki took a deep breath, moved like a rabbit, and rushed towards Tsunade. Are you taking the initiative to attack? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, not really caring. But the next moment she was shocked, because Shuaki Hashida performed the powerful fireball technique without any seals. The fireball came towards me, and Tsunade immediately jumped back to avoid it. It seems that I don't have enough information about you. Of course, Tsunade-sama, there are many places worth exploring in me. It's my turn to attack next. In real combat, it is impossible to defend all the time and always think about how to prepare medical ninjutsu in advance. As Hashida Shuaki spoke, he soared into the air, opened his mouth and spat out, and a large amount of flames enveloped Tsunade. Fire release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Boom boom boom. Tsunade dodged again and again, but in the air she had lost sight of Shuaki Hashida. Behind. Tsunade turned around in midair and punched, but it missed. Not good. Tsunade sensed something happening behind her, but it was too late. Hashida Shuaki clamped Tsunade's waist with his legs, wrapped his arms around Tsunade's arms, and clasped his hands, just on the tall peaks. Tsunade's figure immediately froze. Hashida Shuaki took the opportunity to exert force, causing Tsunade's body to turn upside down, head down and feet up, and fall at high speed. What? Chakra exploded from Tsunade's body, and she broke free of Hashida Shuaki. When she fell to the ground, she stood up with both hands, threw herself in front of Hashida Shuaki, and struck out quickly with both fists. Bang bang bang! Hashida Shuaki raised his hand to resist, but Tsunade's strength was too great. After a few punches, his movements were deformed, his arms went numb, and then he exposed his flaw and was punched in the abdomen. Fortunately, Zaiwichi accurately predicted this attack and used the unskilled yin healing and wound destroying technique. But even so, the impact made him hunched up like a shrimp, and Tsunade's next punch fell on his cheek, and then the punch went straight from bottom to top, straight to the chin. 200% concentration. The mind is running at full speed. Shuaki Hashida eliminated all interference, twisted his body, and avoided the blow. He kicked Tsunade's chest with his legs and flew out with the help of elasticity. The figure flipped in the air, and when Xingxiaxiu opened his mouth, a flaming bullet hit his face. The distance was close and the speed was fast. Tsunade could no longer avoid it. Chakra light appeared on her arms and she was crossed in front of her. Boom! Tsunade was blown away and turned around several times before landing. There were large areas of burns on her exposed arms, but they were recovering quickly. It was obviously a yin healing injury killing technique. This guy. Fire escape doesn't even require any seals. Staring at Shuaki Hashida, who was panting across from him, Tsunade was panting heavily, her chest heaving, and her physical strength was a bit too much. Opposite him, the left side of Hashida Shuaki's face was swollen. He used yin to heal the punch to the abdomen, but the punch to the face was too late. That is to say, Tsunade withdrew her strength, otherwise this punch would definitely make his head buzz, and he would lose his ability to think, and would be unable to use ninjutsu at all. Just like Uchiha Shisui was attacked by Danzo with Izanagi, he was hit several times on the head, and his eyes were taken away without any time to react. After taking another soldier food pill and forming seals with his hands, Shuaki Hashida used a healing technique to reduce the swelling on himself, and then walked towards Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, I promised not to slap you in the face. Tsunade blushed. She had indeed promised before, but then she snorted and said confidently, in a real battle, any part of the body is a target. Especially the head, which is the part that is most likely to disrupt the enemy's thinking and attack capabilities. Hashida Shuaki was speechless, then looked at the two footprints on Tsunade's chest and raised his hand to point. Tsunade looked down, then casually patted it, causing a raging wave. Xingxiaxiu glanced at nothing. That's it for today. Tsunade ended today's training and said, although your reaction is very fast, you are not yet proficient in the technique. We will continue tomorrow. I almost overturned my car in front of a genin today. It seems that I will resume training recently. After not fighting for a long time, my speed and reaction ability have declined. 36. Looking at Tsunade's leaving figure, Hashida Shoaki couldn't help but reminisce about the past. It seems, not wearing anything? Subconsciously wanting to move his hand, Hashida Shoaki quickly stopped his thoughts. Abnormal. So perverted. Turning around and leaving the training ground, Shoaki Hashida went to find Kakashi. While you don't have to go on missions, you must get more points from Kakashi and get the entry Taijutsu expert as soon as possible to improve your physique again. Physique is the basis of everything. Before sunset, Hashida Shoaki not only won a Taijutsu duel from Kakashi, but also won the victory needed for the swordsmanship expert entry. However, he is not superior in swordsmanship, or swordsmanship skills, but in his reflexes. But the result will not change, and the entry tree admits that this victory is valid. Next, Hashida Hidachi needs to be proficient in using the dance of the three suns and moons, and then he can get the entry sword expert. Konoha, July 39, 8 o'clock in the morning. In the third game of the Chuunin examination, Shoaki Hashida and 3 others faced off against another team. What was a very coincidence was that the team on the opposite side was the team of Uedo Uchiha, who lost to Shoaki Hashida in the second game. Enemies were not considered enemies, but Uchiha Uchiha stared at Shoaki Hashida and Shisui Uchiha fiercely. Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo, I'll do it. You have to be careful about that guy named Hashida Shoaki, he's very fast. Uchiha Uedo said to his 2 teammates. The 2 of them nodded in unison, don't worry. They watched the battle between Hashida Shoaki and Uchiha Yugi yesterday, and they clearly knew Hashida Shoaki's strength. On the other side, Uchiha Shisui said, leave it to me to solve it, Yujito. Neither Hashida Shoaki nor Kurama Sanayo had any objections. Sharingan vs Sharingan, there's nothing better. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, The Youngest Chuunin in Konoha. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. The third assessment site was in the forest. The 2 sides were facing each other more than 10 meters apart. The examiner looked at the 2 prepared teams and then retreated. Start. After the words fell, both sides launched at the same time. Hashida Shoaki pretended to form 2 seals, opened his mouth and a large number of flames flew out, covering everyone. Fire escape, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. This release of ninjutsu was so fast that it completely exceeded the expectations of the 3 Uchiha heroes. Before, they thought that Shoaki Hashida was completely following the path of close combat. For a moment, the formation of the 3 people was disrupted, and they all dodged. Taking advantage of this time, Kurama Sanayo had completed an illusion, covering the 2 people except Uchiha Uedo. However, there is an Uchiha who is good at illusions as a teammate. Although he may not be proficient in illusions, he has rich experience in dealing with illusions. Both of them released the illusion in the blink of an eye and faced Kurama Sanayo. The 3 of them were fighting in close combat, 2 against 1, and Kurama Sanayo was kicked away in the blink of an eye. But at this time Hashida Shoaki also completed the preparations for the dance of the 3 suns and moons. Draw your sword, charge forward, 3 against 2. In the flash of lightning, 2 figures flew out and fainted without saying a word. After taking care of their opponents, Hashida Shoaki and Kurama Sanayo looked to the other side. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Yugi fought together, gold and iron clashed, sparks flew everywhere, it was extremely fierce. When Uchiha Shisui saw Hashida Shoaki and the 2 of them defeating their opponents, a smile appeared in his eyes, it seems that I will be faster. Seeing the right opportunity, Uchiha Shisui retreated to retract the sword, and then formed the seal, the technique of instantaneous body. The body shape differentiated, Uchiha Shisui moved around Uchiha Yugi at high speed, and there were more and more figures. Shadow clone. Uchiha Yugi tried with his shuriken, but found that the attack passed through him. After image. Illusion. Suddenly, Uchiha Shisui arrived one by one. Dang 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 dang. Uchiha Yugi waved his sword and kunao to resist, and was shocked. They are all physical attacks. Before he could see through this technique, Uchiha Shisui knocked him out with a hand knife from behind. Done, call it a day. The examiner announced, Team Minato wins. Outside the examination room, Minato Namikaze looked at Shuichi Hashida and the others who came out, and said with a smile, well done, the teacher will treat you to barbecue at noon, so consider it an early celebration. The four of them left gracefully, but the other teams continued to fight. In the afternoon, Shuichi Hashida did not go to train with Tsunade after dinner. Instead, he and Minato Namikaze and the other two waited in front of the Hokage building for the results of the Chuunin examination. Today happened to be the weekend, and Shizuan, Kai, Ui Kurane, Asuma, and others also gathered together, waiting for news. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the list of people promoted to Chuunin was posted. Hashida Shuichi, Uchiha Shisui, and Kurama Sanyo are on the list without any surprise. There are only 5 people promoted to Chuunin this time. Shuichi, you are now the youngest Chuunin in Konoha. Kurama Shanyang looked at the names on the list and said excitedly. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. The youngest. Hashida Shuichi, seems to have just graduated this year. Hey, I remember there was a guy who graduated at the age of 5. Could it be him? No. The 5-year-old is the son of Konoha White Fang. There was a lot of discussion around. Kurama Shanyang and Yorong Yan said proudly, Shuichi is not yet 7 years old. Great! I became a Chuunin before I was 7 years old. How on earth did he do it? I watched his fight yesterday. His speed was astonishing. He defeated his opponent in one move. His opponent was from the Uchiha clan, and he even had his Sharingan opened. There were more people talking, and many of the female ninjas gathered here looked at Hashida Shuichi with their eyes shining. Hashida Shuichi quickly pulled Kurama Sanyo and walked towards the Hokage building. 10 minutes later. After receiving their Chuunin vests, Shuichi Hashida and the others walked out of the Hokage building. After saying goodbye to Minato Namikaze and the others, Shuichi Hashida walked towards Shizuan and the others. Congratulations Shuichi for being promoted to Chuunin. The youngest Chuunin, probably the entire ninja world. That's amazing, you deserve to be Shuichi. Everyone was talking. As expected of Shuichi, he is so popular no matter where he goes. Kurama Sanyo looked at Hashida Shuichi and couldn't help but sigh. Uchiha Shisui smiled and said, excellent people are always attractive. However, Namikaze Minato noticed Shizuan next to Hashida Shuichi, and couldn't help but think of Uzumaki Kushina, and said with a smile, Shisui and Sanyo should also be liked by girls, right? When Kurama Sanyo heard this, he blushed and ran away immediately. On the contrary, Uchiha Shisui was very calm. I don't have a girl I like yet, but it seems that Minato-sensei already has one, and he can't wait. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly awkwardly after hearing this, since you know everything, then the teacher won't be here to accompany you. Patting Uchiha Shisui's shoulder, Namikaze Minato disappeared. After making an appointment with Shizuan and others to practice together at 5 o'clock, Hashida Shuichi went to Konoha Hospital. Yesterday, I made an appointment with Tsunade to continue today. However, after taking only a few steps, Hashixia Zaiuyi saw a figure waiting for him with a smile. Sister Tianyun. Hashida Shuichi walked up quickly. Congratulations to Shuichi for being promoted to Chuunin. He is also the youngest Chuunin in the history of Konoha. Tianyun smiled like a flower, bent down slightly and handed over the gift he had prepared. "Thank you." Hashixia thanked him and took the gift with both hands. "A ninjutsu scroll?" Hashishida Shuaki didn't open it immediately to check. He and Tianyun walked and chatted. It wasn't until Konoha Hospital that the latter hugged Hashida Shuaki and turned around to leave. Xingxia Zaihuyi watched Tianyun leave and was about to turn around when a voice sounded in his ear, "It seems that you have a good luck with women." Turning around, Hashida Shuaki said calmly, "If Tsunade-sama doesn't slap you in the face, this sentence will be more convincing." Tsunade raised her lips after hearing this and said sternly, "This is not acceptable. Since it is training, it must be taken seriously." Hashida Shuaki couldn't help but curl his lips. Tsunade smiled a little more and waved her hand, "Let's start quickly. The beating officially begins." About an hour later, Hashida Shuaki collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Not far away, Tsunade held her thighs with both hands, panting, sweat rolling down her forehead. "This brat is really annoying. Super strong reflexes, super high concentration, and faster recovery than ordinary people. He is truly a natural ninja." After catching her breath, Tsunade stepped forward, "Hey, are you okay?" Hashixia Shuaki, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but roll his eyes. "He has already taken Bing Liang pill twice." "Tsunade-sama, I'm not even 7 yet." Hashida Shuaki emphasized. Tsunade hummed, "On the battlefield, the enemy won't care if you are under 7 years old." After saying that, her expression softened, "Then that's it for today. By the way, congratulations, you have become a Choyunin, and you are the youngest Choyunin since the founding of Konoha." Hashida Shuaki got up from the ground, and then stretched out his hand to Tsunade. 37. Tsunade was startled. Hashida Hidechi said, "Shouldn't Tsunade-sama prepare a congratulatory gift in advance?" Tsunade's face turned dark, "Let's wait and see when you become a Jonin." After saying that, he turned around and walked away on high heels. End of this chapter. Chapter 49. Let's dance. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Entry, Konoha Genius. Conditions for obtaining: become a Choyunin at the age of 6, breaking the lower age limit for promotion of Chunin in Konoha. Effect: comprehension increases by 50%. Before training with Tsunade, Shuaki Hashida quietly checked out this entry. During the training process, he also truly felt the effect of improving his talent. Even if it is 50%, there is a more obvious improvement compared to yesterday. The overall 50% improvement means that my talents for using ninja tools, fire escape, and sealing techniques have also increased by 50% on the original basis. The fire escape talent was originally 1, then after taking fire escape expert it was 2, and now it is 2 plus 1, 3. There are also talents in sealing and curse seals. In this regard, his starting point is already higher than that of fire escape, which means that the percentage increase will be greater. Try the sealing technique tonight. Thinking about it, Hashida Shuaki picked up his backpack and went to join Shizuan and the others. When they arrived at the place, they saw that Shizuan and others were already practicing, and the one being besieged was Sarutobi Asuma. But this time the clay balls are not used, but completely recyclable plasticine. Seeing Shuaki Hashida's arrival, everyone stopped temporarily. Shizuan explained, "This idea is Asuma's, it can better simulate various ninja tools." Hashixia Shuaki's eyes lit up after hearing this, "It's a very interesting idea. I think it will be more interesting and exciting if everyone competes together," Metkai said. "Then let's compare." Shuaki Hashida looked at Kakashi with a malicious look. "For example, if Kakashi loses, then pull down the mask and let everyone see your true face." Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on Kakashi's face. Shizuan immediately raised her hand, "I agree with Shuaki." Noharolin also whispered support, she also wanted to see it. Others also raised their hands in approval. Kakashi was helpless. Although he wanted to refuse, Hashida Shoichi's side was outnumbered. Then Uchiha Obito jumped out. "Kakashi, let me compete with you." Kakashi said calmly, "You are no match for me." Uchiha Obito snorted, "Kakashi, you look down on people, but I am an Uchiha." Kakashi replied, "Let's wait and see when you open your eyes." Looking at the two people arguing, Hashida Shoichi immediately took control. Then it's decided, Kakashi vs Obito. Whoever is hit by the plasticine more times within the specified time will lose. Kakashi is defeated, pull down the mask. Obito is defeated. Hashixia paused and said with a smile, "Obito is defeated, let's dance in front of everyone." Uchiha Obito was sluggish, "Dance, dance?" After reacting, he quickly shouted, I can't dance." Xingxia Zaihuyi smiled evilly, "It doesn't matter, just dance as you like. Unless you think you can't beat Kakashi." Uchiha Obito was immediately tricked and agreed bravely. So everyone moved to the forest, and Shoichi Hashida served as the referee to count the number of times Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were hit by plasticine. Currently, he is the only one who has this ability. Shizuan, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurane Ui, Kai, and Rin Nohara were responsible for throwing the plasticine as shurikens and kunao at Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. After getting ready, the competition begins with Kakashi. Figures jumped up and down in the forest, throwing plasticine at Kakashi from time to time. Kakashi used a short sword in one hand and a kunao to either dodge or split the flying plasticine in two. After 5 minutes, everyone stopped and Hashida Shoichi announced the result, 5 times. "Kakashi, it seems you are not very good either." Uchiha Obito was full of confidence, "Look at me next." Everyone collected the plasticine and kneaded it into clay balls, then threw them at Uchiha Obito. Also 5 minutes later, Uchiha Obito walked out of the forest dejectedly. He was hit 10 times. So, under the eyes of everyone, Uchiha Obito started to dance coquettishly. Everyone laughed suddenly, and Uchiha Obito simply closed his eyes and danced wildly. When he opened his eyes, Haranolin was already beside him, and Uchiha Obito immediately smiled. Watching this happy scene, Hashida Shoichi couldn't help but regret not bringing a camera. Moreover, such a scene should become a beautiful memory in the future. At night, in the study, Hashida Shoichi concentrated on studying the sealing technique of yin seal. Compared with before, learning is indeed easier. Talent and understanding are really important. The gap between humans is sometimes bigger than the gap between humans and pigs, especially in terms of IQ. The time flashed to 10 o'clock. Hashixia Shoichi put away the scroll and was about to go to bed when he remembered the gift from Tianyun and quickly took it out of his backpack. After unfolding the scroll, Hashida Shoichi was quite surprised. It's a storage scroll. It is a sealing scroll specially used to seal items. It seems like I can just memorize this scroll when I go on missions in the future. Shoichi Hashida took his backpack and tried sealing the entry scroll, which was pretty good. And the size of the scroll is just right for him to carry on his back. After tidying up, Hashixia Shoichi went to bed and fell asleep. In the past, he would not go to bed until 12 o'clock, but after being asked to go to bed at 10 o'clock by the pharmacist Nono, he changed his habit back in a few days at the orphanage. Silent all night. The next day, a new mission arrived, and this time it was to go to the bear country, passing through the rain country and the bird country on the way. After still saying goodbye to the pharmacist Nanoyu and Tianyun, Hashixia Zaiwichi gathered at the entrance of the village and then went straight to Daming Mansion. This mission is to escort the daimyo's envoy to the bear country. We still arrived at Damingfu at noon, but we didn't leave immediately for the bear country that day. After walking around the bustling Damingfu, Shoichi Hashida returned to the hotel and asked Minato Namikaze about sealing techniques, while Uchiha Shisui discussed genjutsu with Kurama Sanayo. The afternoon passed in a blink of an eye, and it was time to eat. At the end, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but sigh, "Shoichi, your talent in sealing techniques is even better than what I knew before. Well, it should be similar to him. Hashida Shoaki put away the filled notes and said with a smile, "It's Minato-sensei, you taught me well." Namikaze Minato laughed happily after hearing this, and then stood up, "Let's go, let's eat first." After the meal, the 4 members of the team strolled around the night market in Daming Mansion, and then went back after eating. Hashida Shoaki first took Uchiha Shisui to practice swordsmanship, and then learned the sealing technique from Namikaze Minato, and began to rest at 10 o'clock in the evening. And when he saw Hashida Shoaki starting to rest, Kurama Sanayo let out a sigh of relief. Although he has become accustomed to Shoaki Hashida's self-discipline and craziness, he is still under pressure. And Hashida Shoaki's talent is amazing. Physical arts, sword arts, fire escape, sealing arts, will there be illusion arts in the future? Uchiha Shisui patted Kurama Sanayo on the shoulder and said with a smile, "This is genius." He also felt pressure, but more of it was motivation. Kurama Sanayo rolled his eyes, "Shisui, you are a genius too." End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Stand Alone. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. In the 39th year of Konoha, on July 7, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the team set off from Damingfu. It just seems very slow. Hashida Shoaki looked back at the slow sedan and the 6 warriors, feeling a little uncomfortable. How long will it take to go to Bear Country and back at this speed? 1 month or 2 months? Sure enough, after 3 leisurely days, the team arrived at the border of the Land of Fire. Before entering the Kingdom of Rain, Namikaze Minato reminded, "Be more vigilant after entering the Kingdom of Rain. Shisui, you are responsible for the front, Shoaki, you are responsible for the left, Sanayo, you are responsible for the right, I am in the middle." Hashida Shoaki and the other 3 nodded in unison. At 7 a.m. on July 12, the team officially entered the Land of Rain. The 6 samurai brought by the mission still followed the sedan, Hashida Shoaki and 3 others dispersed, while Namikaze Minato was in the middle. Of course, it was also because Namikaze Minato mastered the sensory ninjutsu. He senses it every once in a while, and the scope of his investigation will be much larger than Hashida Shoaki and the others. It's raining. As soon as Xingxiashu looked up, raindrops fell on his face. At first, they were droplets, and soon they became lines, and his vision was affected. According to the plan, Hashida Shoaki immediately shortened the distance from the team. After walking for another hour, the rain became heavier and the team stopped. It was not until the rain stopped around 1 p.m. that the team continued to move forward. Shoaki Hashida was still in charge of the left side. Although he was wearing a raincoat, he could not help but feel uncomfortable being wet. The weather is really crazy, it looks like it's going to rain again. Hashida Zaiuyi raised his head and glanced at the gloomy sky that seemed to be pressing down. Sure enough, half an hour later, the rain fell again. The warning zone shrank again, but Hashida Shoaki suddenly stopped and stared into the wind and rain, vaguely seeing a figure flashing past. "There's trouble." Hashida Shoaki raised his hand to form a seal and created a shadow clone to report to Namikaze Minato. On the team's side, Namikaze Minato immediately pointed to the ground after seeing Hashida Shoaki's shadow clone, and lowered his eyes to feel. Looking at this pose, Xingxia gave a lustful look, "So handsome." 1, 2. A total of 8 people, 2 teams, they don't seem to have any intention of attacking, are they just monitoring? After sensing it, Namikaze Minato stood up and said, "Shoaki, please inform Shisui, Sanayo and the others to stay vigilant. If the enemy does not attack, there is no need to contact the enemy." 38. Understand. Hashida Hyde nodded, then turned around to inform Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo. And this vigilance continued until nightfall, entering a town. Although they were quite tired, Hashida Shoaki and others still did not dare to be careless. After dinner, Namikaze Minato assigned tasks. Shisui and I will be responsible for the first half of the night, and Shoaki, you and Sanayo will be responsible for the second half of the night. Understand? The three of them nodded. Hashida Shoaki and Kurama Sanayo immediately went to rest, and in less than 2 minutes, they fell into a deep sleep. Hashida Shoaki had long been used to it, while Kurama Sanayo directly hypnotized himself. At 12 o'clock at midnight, Hashida Shoaki and Kurama Sanayo woke up on time to take over from Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shisui. Fortunately, the night was uneventful. At 5 o'clock, Namikaze Minato got up and took over from Hashida Shoaki and the others. At 9 a.m., the team set off. Less than half an hour later, the monitor appeared again. During the lunch break, Kurama Sanayo couldn't help but said, "These guys are so annoying, Minato-sensei, why not expel them?" Namikaze Minato shook his head, "In this case, maybe we fell into their trap." After saying that, he smiled and comforted, "Don't worry, it should be fine once we get out of the Kingdom of Rain." Just as Namikaze Minato expected, when he left the Country of Rain, the monitor disappeared. Xingxia Zaihui and others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "I have been mentally stressed these past few days, and my brain is far more exhausted than my body." However, Hashida Shoaki couldn't help but think about the identity and intentions of the monitor. In the Bear Country, they used to be younger brothers of the Earth Country, and they also belonged to the sphere of influence of the Iwagakure village. The most likely ones were the IWA ninjas. But it doesn't rule out that Suna ninja is causing trouble. Why just monitor and not take action? While Hashida Shoaki was thinking to himself, Kurama Sanayo also asked Namikaze Minato the same question. Namikaze Minato said, "No matter which force it is, if it is not to prevent the mission from going to the Bear Country, then it is for information." Hashixia Shoaki couldn't help but said after hearing this, "It seems we will be in big trouble when we come back." Kurama Shanyo clenched his fist, "I'll teach them a lesson then." On July 7, Hashida Shoaki and others finally arrived at the daimyo mansion of the Country of Bears, and then the team was divided into two, taking turns protecting the envoys of the daimyo of the Country of Fire. This process lasted for 2 days without incident. On July 7, Hashida Shoaki and others left the Country of Bears and arrived at the border of the Country of Rain 3 days later. Before entering the Land of Rain, Minato Namikaze solemnly said, "The next step is the battle mode. Everything is about the mission, not about killing the enemy." Hashida Shoaki and the other three nodded in unison, "Understood." Namikaze Minato continued, "Next, we will divide into 3 groups, Shisui and Sanayo, you are Group A, Shoaki, you are Group B, and I am Group C. Team B is responsible for guarding the mission target and must not leave the mission target. And any enemies that may appear should be handed over to Group A and Group C. If someone is injured, they will retreat to Group B and be treated by Shoaki." On July 7, Hashida Shoaki and others officially entered the Kingdom of Rain. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Namikaze Minato to sense that there was a ninja peeping at him. Half an hour later, a large number of enemies appeared on both sides of the team, seemingly trying to outflank them. Namikaze Minato said decisively, "Group B protects the target and continues to move forward. Group A meets the enemy on the left." Understand? Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo moved out, followed by Namikaze Minato disappearing to the right. Hashida Shoaki continued to protect the envoy. About 10 minutes later, Namikaze Minato and others returned one after another. Uchiha Shisui immediately said, "Minato-sensei, this is consuming us. These guys are all small ninja organizations in the Land of Rain. Someone hired them with bounty money." Namikaze Minato nodded, he also knew this from the mouths of those attackers. It seems that there will be no shortage of attacks in the future, and the original plan will have to be changed. Namikaze Minato decided, from now on, the 3 groups will take turns to attack until the real enemy appears. As he said that, he looked up at Hashida Shoaki. Shoaki, do you have any questions? Hashixia Shoaki shook his head, no. Namikaze Minato immediately took out 2 special kunao and handed them to Hashida Shoaki and Uchiha Shisui. Shoaki, your mission is to target the enemy on the left. If you lose, just contain Yuto. In addition, any group left behind will send out signal flares if a strong enemy attacks the mission target. Understand? After everyone nodded, Hashixia showed a burst of chakra under his feet, and his figure disappeared from the place. End of this chapter. Chapter 51 Harassment. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. The rain was pouring. Shoaki Hashida had been patrolling for less than 20 minutes when he noticed someone approaching. This place is not like the dense forests everywhere in the Fire Country. This area is completely bare. Once an enemy approaches, it will be difficult not to be discovered even if it is covered by a curtain of rain. 6 people. Hashida Shoaki looked at the person who stopped 10 meters in front of him. There was no ninja village wiping sign on his forehead. Konoha brat. He's the only one. So far it seems so. Hey, you really look down on us. The 6 people stared at Hashixia Shoaki, with bloodthirsty and cruel smiles on their faces. Then let's operate on this brat first. On. Kill this Konoha brat. The 6 people who originally stopped rushed forward and formed a crescent formation. Shoaki Hashida, who had 1,000 books in his mouth, flicked the ninja tool bag with his left hand and threw out 3 shurikens. 2 times in a row, the second time was stronger and faster, catching up with the 3 shurikens in front. The 6 shurikens collided and immediately changed their original flight trajectory. Puff puff. The 3 of them were hit, and their screams tore through the rain. Asshole! Hateful! Kill him! Screams, roars, and the sound of rain mixed together. Shoaki Hashida held the Tenboshi sword in his right hand and a kunao in his left hand. He rushed out fiercely and ran straight towards the enemy who was charging forward. Seeing this, the 2 enemies on the left and right immediately circled back and outflanked him. Dang dang dang! Gold and iron clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. Too slow! You are too slow! How dare you come out to eat at such a slow pace? Hashida Shoaki mocked mercilessly. The enemy was furious. You kid, stop looking down on others. Just as he was about to increase his strength, Hashida Shoaki's knife had already cut his throat first. Bang bang bang! 3 figures fell to the ground one after another, blood quickly staining the muddy ground red. The other 3 people who had dealt with being hit by the shuriken were stunned when they saw this scene. However, Hashida Shoaki moved as fast as a rabbit, and screams rang out one after another, and the remaining 3 people were killed by him one after another. From the beginning to the end, it didn't even take a minute. Neither the enemy nor Shoaki Hashida himself used ninjutsu. They are all cannon fodder. It doesn't look like this will be the last wave. Hashida Shoaki tidied up the battlefield and put away the useful kunao and shurikens. I don't know how many battles there will be next, and ninja tools are indispensable. Sure enough, within an hour, another wave of people came. His strength was still not that good. Hashixia Zaihoyi killed 2 people in a row, and the other one fled in fear, but he did not pursue him. There is no need to waste time and energy on cannon fodder. Before night fell, Hashida Shoaki and others experienced a total of 8 attacks. Because of the attack, the speed of the journey was also reduced, and they had to sleep in the wild at night. On the bare hill, 6 warriors and bearers were setting up tents. The reason why we chose to set up camp here instead of finding a cave was to broaden the field of vision and make it impossible for the enemy to approach quietly and make a surprise attack. Of course, if it was an IWA ninja, as speculated, the cave would be even more dangerous. The real enemy should appear at dawn, and the harassment will not stop tonight. Namikaze Minato analyzed the situation. During the day, they continued to harass with hired cannon fodder, and the enemy's tactics were already clear. Although they don't know why the enemy adopted such tactics, they are currently facing an extremely passive situation. So Minato Namikaze decided to change the situation, so he said, "Shuaki, your transformation technique is the best here. Later I need you to use your shadow clone to become a messenger." Hashida Shuaki immediately understood after hearing this. "Minato-sensei, you want to use the Flying Thunder God technique to lead the messenger away first?" Namikaze Minato nodded. "Yes, the messenger here not only puts us in a passive situation, but the enemy's target is also him. He has extremely high intelligence value. However, we also need envoys as bait to see who the real enemies are and then obtain intelligence from them. While I am leaving with the envoy, the most important thing is not to be seen through by the enemy. So Shuaki, you need to use your shadow clone to become the messenger, and I will leave the shadow clone as a cover. Once the enemy attacks, you have to stop it and not let the plan be exposed." At the end of the sentence, Namikaze Minato smiled again. "If the real enemy appears while I'm away, retreat immediately and the teacher's shadow clone will cover you." 39. If you can't withstand the enemy's harassment, retreat immediately. Of course, I will come back as soon as possible. After hearing this, Kurama Sanyo immediately patted his chest and said, "Minato-sensei, don't worry, if it's still the same thing during the day, we'll have no problem at all." Hashida Shuaki and Uchiha Shisui also nodded, but neither of them was as optimistic as Kurama Sanyo. The key is not combat power, but whether the mental and physical strength can support such harassment and consumption. But no matter what, Namikaze Minato's decision allowed them to have no worries. "Minato-sensei, why doesn't the enemy directly attack and snatch the messenger? We only have one ninja team, 6 warriors. Since we can hire so many ninjas to harass and kill them all at once, we can use the number of people to make it impossible for us to protect the messenger, right? Are you afraid that we will kill the envoy if we can't stop him?" "But this is the envoy sent by the daimyo." Kurama Sanyo asked the question in his heart. At the end of the day today, they had killed more than 20 enemies, and more than 10 had retreated. Hashida Shuaki heard this and smiled and said, "Perhaps the enemy knows Minato-sensei's strength and doesn't dare to attack and kill him directly. Number of people sometimes doesn't always help." Now Minato Namikaze has not yet gained the name of Yellow Flash, but as a young jounin of Konoha and has performed so many missions, how could the enemy not collect intelligence? The Flying Thunder God was created by the second Hokage, so it should be impossible for the major ninja villages not to have any corresponding information. Regarding Hashida Shuaki's compliment, Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "There is no need to think about why the enemy did this for the time being. When the real enemy appears, we will find out after taking it down and interrogating it." Arrangements had just been made and the camp had just been set up when another wave of attacks arrived, but they were quickly repelled by Minato Namikaze and Shisui Uchiha. After returning, Namikaze Minato immediately entered the envoy's tent, left a shadow clone and left directly with the envoy. After waiting for a moment, Namikaze Minato's shadow clone walked out of the tent. Hashida Shuaki and Kurama Sanyo entered the tent and began to rest. The 6 warriors were still surrounding the tent, but they didn't know that the messenger had left. The bonfire was beating, and Minato Namikaze's shadow clone and Shisui Uchiha were responsible for the vigil. An hour later, the night attack came again. Uchiha Shisui moved out and drove the enemy back. Another hour later, someone attacked again. Uchiha Shisui and 6 samurai went out to repel the enemy, but one of the 6 samurai died and 3 others were injured. While resting, Shuaki Hashida created a shadow clone to stay in the tent, and his main body left the tent to heal the injured samurai. It was a very restless night, with constant disturbances. Hashida Shuaki, Uchiha Shisui, Kurama Sanyo, and the 5 samurai became the main force to resist the enemy's attack, while Namikaze Minato's shadow clone sat outside the tent. This did not alert the enemy. Given the current situation, it makes sense for Minato Namikaze to save his energy. At 12 o'clock at night, Minato Namikaze returned to his tent. Hashida Shuaki was completely relieved and began to look forward to the final battle. After being tortured for a day, he was now very angry. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 Extreme Speed. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. July 7th, Dawn. On the bare mound, Namikaze Minato, who was on guard, suddenly spoke, "Shisui, Sanayo, Shuaki." The three people resting in the tent woke up immediately and filed out. Standing on a tall mound, without any trees to cover them, they could easily see figures appearing in all directions. At first glance, these people are different from those who harassed them yesterday, not only in their appearance, but also in their spirit. Is it the Rain Ninja? Anma Shanyang was shocked and confused. The visitor was wearing a forehead protector from the Rain Ninja village. Hashida Shuaki took out the military food pills and ate one. This may not be the case. In the country of Rain, everyone pretends to be you and me, real and fake. Namikaze Minato said, "Don't worry about their identities for the time being." Before he could finish his words, the ground shook. Immediately afterwards, Hashixia Zaiwichi and others saw that more than 10 meters away from the mound, the earth was raised and formed into a ladder shape, and soon the highest step surpassed the mound. Shhhhhhh. One after another figures appeared on the towering earth wall, looking down at Hashixia Zaihui and others on the mound. What an excellent civil engineer! Hashida Shuaki couldn't help but secretly complain, but he was also extremely wary. Be careful, these guys are probably IWA ninjas. Namikaze Minato reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, the ninjas on the towering earth wall launched an attack. Shhhhhhh. A large number of kunao and shurikens flew down, but they did not carry detonating talismans. It was probably because of fear of accidental injury that the envoy who was protected in the tent was blown up. Ding 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 ding. Hashida Hyde danced with his hands, one tenbeishi sword and one kunao, blocking all the kunao and shurikens that came intensively. Some of the attackers used this wave of attacks to rush down the high wall and rush towards the tent. When the first wave of attacks ended, the remaining attackers also jumped from the high wall. In an instant, Hashida Shuaki and others were surrounded by more than 20 people. Since graduation, it was the first time for Hashida Shuaki to encounter such a large number of sieges, and it was also the first time to fight on such a complex battlefield. Therefore, when the first wave of enemies came to him, he had already taken a soldier's food pill and activated his 10x concentration for the first time. At this moment, Hashida Shuaki felt that his originally high-speed thinking had become faster, his nerve responses had become sharper, and his 5 senses had also improved. The shouts of killing, the screams, the clanging of metal and iron, none of these had any impact on him anymore. Art fire escape ho fireball. Hashixia Shuaki had no seals, he opened his mouth and spit out flames. This was also the first time that he exposed Wuyan in front of the enemy. It was so sudden and so close. Only one of the 3 people who rushed towards him barely managed to avoid it. The other 2 were hit and flew away, screaming to the ground. It became 2 torches. Be careful, this guy doesn't need to use fire escape. The other person who avoided the fire escape was extremely shocked and angry, but before he could finish his words, an afterimage flashed in front of his eyes, and Hashixia Shuaki had already killed him in front of him. Puff! Blood splattered and the enemy fell holding his neck. Hashida Shuaki had already turned around and headed straight towards the 3 people facing Kurama Sanayo. Kurama Sanayo, who was at a disadvantage, immediately understood and retreated to Uchiha Shisui's side. Hashixia Zaihui's chest swelled, and when he opened his mouth, several balls of flame flew out. Fire release, Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Rumble. The flames directly hit a wall that had risen from the ground. The earth wall collapsed immediately, and smoke billowed. Hashida Shuaki immediately tore off his raincoat, threw the kunao from the right side, and tore away the smoke. This way! Someone shouted from behind the wall, but Hashida Shuaki raised one hand, and a shadow clone appeared on the left and right sides. Two shadow clones exploded with speed, one shot out from the left, and the other jumped from the top of the earth wall. Clang! The attacks of the two shadow clones were blocked. Obviously, the enemy did not swarm up to target Hashida Shuaki's bait. Those words he shouted were completely intentional. However, just as the three enemies were targeting Shuaki Hashida's two shadow clones, Shuaki Hashida came in from the right. The sword light passed by and the head flew up. Hashida Shuaki beheaded the enemy who had his back turned to him, and then when a shadow clone was killed, he rushed forward to kill him, fast and hard. The knife was fatal, and in the blink of an eye, blood spattered, screams rang out, and the killing continued. Two people. The remaining shadow clone was released, and Xingxiaxiu swallowed another soldier food pill. At this time, Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanyo had already eliminated the three people who besieged them. At the same time, among the dozen or so people who besieged Namikaze Minato and the others, a jounin finally broke through the blockade and entered the tent. In the tent, the messenger Hashida Zaiwichi turned into had a look of horror on his face. When the intruder rushed forward to knock him out, the hand hidden under his sleeve robe stood up. Bang! The shadow clone that was slashed on the neck by a palm knife exploded into smoke. The face of the person who entered changed drastically. When he lowered his head, he saw that it was a burning detonating talisman. Not only that, on the tent, the originally disguised detonating symbols also appeared and burned together. Asshole! The person who entered opened his mouth, and the next moment he was overwhelmed by explosions and flames. Outside the tent, the moment he saw the defense being broken through, Namikaze Minato gave the order to retreat without hesitation. Hashida Shuaki had released the 10x concentration state, and he, Uchiha Shisui and the others jumped onto the high wall. The next moment Minato Namikaze appeared beside them, and almost at the same time, the tent on the top of the hill exploded into a huge ball of flames that spread out in all directions. Several nearby enemies were thrown away, and the 5 warriors who did not retreat in time were also knocked to the ground by the shock wave of the explosion and rolled down the hill. Shisui, Shuaki, throw the kunao I gave you at the enemy. Namikaze Minato ordered, throwing out several kunao at the same time. Hashida Shuaki and Uchiha Shisui immediately followed suit and threw the kunao. And Namikaze Minato also disappeared from the place immediately. At this moment, Hashida Shuaki and the others saw what true speed was. Kurama Shanyang didn't even see clearly that the enemies had fallen one after another. Not even Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan could fully capture Namikaze Minato. Only Shuaki Hashida, who turned on 10 times the concentration again while throwing the kunao, saw the process of Namikaze Minato flashing, solving the enemy and disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Too fast. If it's just a kunao that appears next to me, and I'm mentally prepared, I might be able to react with 10 times the concentration. But if the mark is on your body, I might not be able to react. Hashida Shuaki swallowed secretly. If there is a kunao, the location where Namikaze Minato will appear will have a very small range. But if the mark is on his body, Namikaze Minato can appear on either side of him. In front of the body, behind the body, on the left side, on the right side, and even above the head. We must strive for the opportunity to practice this technique in the future. Hashida Zaihoyi secretly gritted his teeth. 40. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Muji Ninjutsu. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. At the end of the battle, everyone was killed except for one enemy who was deliberately left behind by Namikaze Minato. Hashida Shuaki killed 6 people, Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanyo killed 3, and the rest were all taken by Namikaze Minato. As for the 5 warriors, all of them were injured and killed 0 enemies. Shuaki Hashida was responsible for healing the 5 samurai. Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo used genjutsu to cooperate with Namikaze Minato to interrogate the enemy and obtain intelligence. The one left behind was a jounin, and his willpower was extraordinary. Half an hour later, Hashida Shuaki had finished healing the 5 samurai, and Namikaze Minato had also obtained the information. These ninjas are indeed IWA ninjas. Their purpose was not only to obtain information from the daimyo envoy of the Land of Fire, but also to capture the envoy alive and then frame the blame on the Sand Ninja. Because Konoha and Tsunagakura are currently in conflict over the river country, provoking a greater conflict or even war between Konoha and Tsunagakura would be of huge benefit to IWA Ninja. As for why they didn't directly siege, but first used the enemy weakening tactic, the reason was Namikaze Minato. Although IWA Ninja had 3 jounin this time, he was not sure. Although Namikaze Minato did not win the title of Yellow Flash, he has actually become famous in the ninja world and is also known for his speed. It's a pity that IWA Ninja still underestimated Namikaze Minato, Hashida Shuaki, and others' ability to withstand pressure, as well as their own combat effectiveness. Especially Hashida Shuaki, Muji fire release, high concentration and nerve reaction speed, allowing him to kill enemies faster than Uchiha Shisui. It just consumes a lot of money. After the treatment, even though his physical strength had begun to recover, Hashida Shuaki couldn't help but feel sleepy. 10 times the concentration, the sequelae are a bit big. Minato-sensei, leave Shuaki to me. Uchiha Shisui said and picked up Hashida Shuaki on his back. Hashixia showed a heavy eyelid. Shisui, thank you. Without the encumbrance of the messenger, the speed of return immediately increases after the enemy is eliminated. Of course, because there are 4 bearers, the speed is still not as fast as the ninja's pure rush. In the evening, a group of people entered the Land of Fire. Hashida Shuaki was carried all the way by Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo in turn, and he completely recovered and became vigorous again. While grilling river fish in front of a bonfire by the river, Shuaki Hashida thought about the battle during the day and couldn't help but ask, Minato-sensei, you seem to use almost no ninjutsu when using Flying Thunder God. He had seen before that when Namikaze Minato dealt with an IWA ninja Jonin, he did not kill him with one blow using the Flying Thunder God, but was blocked by the hardened skin of earth release. In the end, Namikaze Minato also chose to capture this man. Namikaze Minato listened to the inquiry and said with a bit of helplessness, because of the speed of Flying Thunder God, there is basically no time to form seals, and it is impossible to prepare ninjutsu in advance. Shuaki, teacher, you don't have the ability to escape from the Muji fire. So the teacher is also trying to create a Muji ninjutsu to coordinate with the Flying Thunder God jutsu to attack, but it has not been successful yet. Having said that, this was not actually the original purpose of creating the Muji ninjutsu currently being attempted. Musen ninjutsu, it's so powerful! Kurama Sanayo exclaimed, and then asked, Minato-sensei, can you take us with you next time you train? Namikaze Minato smiled gently and said, of course there is no problem. The next day, Hashida Shuaki and others returned to the Diaming Mansion of the Land of Fire, where they were received by the Diaming, and they also took a look at several new ninjas recruited by the Diaming. But this time the atmosphere was not as intense as last time, it was just a simple assessment. A few ninjas were a little worse than the last batch. They were basically all chunin in strength, and there was not a single jonin. Afterwards, Hashida Shuaki was summoned by the daimyo alone again. Hashida Shuaki recommended several young talents in Konoha to the daimyo. For example, Kakashi, the youngest genius to graduate from the Konoha ninja school since its establishment. There is also Asuma Sarutobi, son of the 3rd Hokage. The daimyo was very satisfied with Kakashi, and he had heard of this name. But he had doubts about Sarutobi Asuma. This is the son of the Hokage. But soon the daimyo was convinced by Hashida Shuaki. He only used one sentence, winning the son of Hokage would be more influential than recruiting 10 geniuses. So when Hashida Zaiwichi left, he had an extra 10 million taels. As expected of a famous person, he just has money. On the afternoon of July 7 St, Hashida Shuaki and 4 others finally returned to Konoha. After handing in the mission and receiving the money at the Hokage building, Namikaze Minato announced that he would have a week off, but made an appointment to see him develop a new technique tomorrow. After washing and having lunch, Hashida Shuaki went to Konoha Hospital as usual. This task took nearly a month, and it can be said to be his longest task. I haven't seen the pharmacist Nanoya for so long, so I naturally miss him. Arriving at Konoha Hospital, Hashida Shuaki quickly found the pharmacist Nonoyu who was treating the ninja. "Let me help." Hashixia Shuaki stepped forward. The pharmacist Nanoyu, who was sweating on his forehead, looked up and was very surprised to see Hashida Shuaki. "Shuaki." Hashida Shuaki smiled and used the palm immortal technique to take the place of the pharmacist Nono. However, there seemed to be more injured people today, and pharmacist Nanoyu did not take any time off. Seeing this, Hashida Shuaki also speeded up to help the pharmacist Nonoyu share the pressure. Before I knew it, the afternoon passed. When the treatment was over, Hashida felt a little exhausted. "Well done." A familiar voice rang in his ears, and then Hashida Shuaki saw a carton of milk in front of him. "Thank you, Tsunade-sama." Hashida Shuaki took it and thanked him, then asked, "Tsunade-sama, why are so many people injured today? And many of them are poisoned. Are they sand ninjas?" Tsunade nodded slightly, "It's the river country." "Really?" Hashixia Zaihoyi frowned slightly, but then let go. "It's none of his business. He hasn't reached that level yet. There's no need to worry about it. Improving his strength is the most important thing. Tsunade-sama, let's continue training today. Show under the stars." "No problem at all." Tsunade nodded curtly. If Shuaki Hashida wasn't beaten, she would feel a little bored while developing secret techniques. After saying hello to the pharmacist Nanoyu, the two of them went to the training ground next to them and started practicing. In addition to physical skills and fire escape, Shuaki Hashida also added sword skills, especially the dance of the 3 suns and moons. But Hashida Shuaki also felt that Tsunade was obviously stronger now than before. The reaction speed is faster and the attack speed is also faster. Sensing Hashida Shuaki's surprise, Tsunade hummed softly, "Kid, don't underestimate people. Although I am a medical ninja, I am not the kind of medical ninja who can only rely on my companions for protection." After hearing this, Hashida Shuaki said quickly, "I don't underestimate you, Tsunade-sama, I just think you are much stronger than before." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Better than before? So, wasn't strong enough in the past? Is this a compliment to me?" Tsunade couldn't help but increase her strength by 3 points. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Raise Nan. Please recommend and vote for monthly tickets to follow up. Misfortunes came from the mouth. Hashida Shuaki limped out of Konoha Hospital with pharmacist Nono. At night, Hashida Shuaki still stayed at the pharmacist Nono's place, working tirelessly to acquire medical knowledge. While sleeping, Shuaki Hashida coquettishly squeezed together with the pharmacist Nono, and then asked softly, "Does the dean have someone he likes?" Pharmacist Nanoya was startled for a moment, then smiled softly and said, "Yes, Shuaki, and every child in the orphanage." Hashida Shuaki continued, "Minato-sensei seems to already have a girl he likes." Pharmacist Nunwoyu turned his head, unable to see Hashida Shuaki's face clearly because he took off his glasses, and joked, "It seems that Shuaki also has someone he likes. But yes, Shuaki is very popular with girls." After hearing this, Shuaki Hashida couldn't help but think of Shizune's face, and then Tsunade. He turned to look at the pharmacist Nanoyu, feeling inexplicably melancholy. A 6-year-old body contains an adult soul. Pharmacist Nanoyu is more than 10 years older than him. Perverted, so perverted. Hashida Shuaki secretly despised himself, and then hugged the pharmacist Nono's waist. I want to be with the dean forever. Yakushi Nanoya didn't think much and patted Hashida Shuaki on the back. This is what I hope too. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Hashida Shuaki, Uchiha Shisui, and Kurama Sanayo followed Namikaze Minato to the place where the latter developed new techniques. Looking at the big pits, Hashida Shuaki was completely sure. Raise Nan. Looking at the pits, Kurama Sanayo couldn't help but get excited. Minato-sensei, this must be a very powerful ninjutsu, right? I can't wait to see it. Namikaze Minato said with a somewhat embarrassed smile, this technique has not been completed yet, but it can indeed be demonstrated. Having said that, under the gaze of Shuaki Hashida and the others, Namikaze Minato raised the palm of his right hand and spread it, and then the chakra quickly gathered to form a light blue chakra sphere. It's just that this chakra sphere is extremely unstable. The chakra rushes left and right, and seems to explode at any time. Kurama Shanyang exclaimed, it's amazing. 41. Just the huge amount of chakra gathered was extremely amazing. Uchiha Shisui also expressed surprise. If the development is completed, it will definitely be an extremely amazing ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato could no longer maintain the stability of his technique, and could only make a loud bang, leaving a big crater on the ground. Hashida Shuaki looked thoughtful. He didn't know whether the origin of the Raise Nan ninjutsu was Minato Namikaze being inspired by the tailed beast Jade, but the current Raise Nan and chakra were spinning like a whirlpool, being forcibly restrained by Minato Namikaze's powerful chakra control. Extremely unstable. This situation is obviously not suitable for use in actual combat, especially Namikaze Minato's fast attack style. So how can we stabilize the chakra gathered in our hands? Namikaze Minato's is a single helix, does he want a double helix? The inner layer of chakra rotates to the left, and the outer layer of chakra rotates to the right? It shouldn't be that simple. Hashixia Zaihuyi frowned slightly. After Kurama Sanayo noticed it, he couldn't help but smile and asked, is Shuaki thinking about how to help Minato-sensei complete this ninjutsu? Hashixia Zaihuyi came back to his senses, nodded and was about to speak, but an idea flashed in his mind, and he thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly said, Teacher Minato, I thought of it. Shisui, Sanayo, please come with me to find some canes. Kurama Shanyang was confused. Rattan. What does this have to do with Minato-sensei's ninjutsu? Uchiha Shisui immediately smiled and said, just do what Shuaki said. The three of them immediately jumped away. Namikaze Minato looked at the backs of the three of them and looked forward to it. There was obviously no shortage of rattan in Konoha. Shuaki and the others quickly collected a lot of them and returned. In front of Namikaze Minato, Hashida Shuaki picked up a cane and said, Minato-sensei represents the movement of chakra. As he spoke, he turned the cane in a circle and pressed it into a small ring, which he held with one hand. But it wasn't over yet. Shuaki Hashida picked up another rattan and circled it around the outside of the first ring. However, it was not wrapped in the same direction, nor in the opposite direction. Instead, the inner and outer rings were perpendicular. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato suddenly realized. Hashida Shuaki continued, the rattan represents the trajectory of chakra. The first layer is an orderly rotation in one direction, and the second layer is another orderly rotation, and at the same time suppresses the orderly rotation of the first layer. The chakra does not expand outward immediately. And then it just keeps adding layer upon layer. As he spoke, Hashida Shuaki quickly weaved layers of rattan on his hands, and soon a sepak takrav ball appeared in his hand, which he pressed firmly with his 5 fingers. He looked at Namikaze Minato and the others and said with a smile, use the outer chakra to suppress the inner chakra, and the last layer of chakra is suppressed by ourselves. This will greatly reduce the difficulty and at the same time, it is even more capable of stabilizing such compressed huge chakra. Then, Shuaki Hashida slowly released the power of his 5 fingers that were holding down the Takrov ball, and then Minato Namikaze and the others saw the Takrov ball expanding outward. As we attack the enemy and loosen the control on the outside, the chakra ball will expand from the inside out. Furthermore, this is expansion under high-speed rotation, which will increase the lethality. The most important point is that the direction of expansion is not the side that our palms hold, but the side that hits the enemy. Although the Sepak Takrov ball in Shuaki Hashida's hand is not a real rotating chakra ball, none of the 3 Minato Namikazes are mediocre, and Shuaki Hashida's words are so clear and vivid that they are completely able to use them in their own hands. In his mind, he simulated the situation Hashida Shuaki said. Kurama Sanyo was stunned, and then suddenly shouted, "Shuaki, how did you think of it?" Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shisui also looked at Hashida Shuaki curiously. Xingxia Zaihui smiled and said, "Have you seen the yarn ball? It's just for knitting sweaters." The 3 of Namikaze and Minato looked at each other, and then laughed awkwardly together. Then Minato Namikaze praised highly, "Shuaki, you have an amazing sensitivity to ninjutsu." Uchiha Shisui immediately said, "No wonder Shuaki, you don't need to seal at all when using fire release." Hashida Shuaki was a little embarrassed to be praised, but he was also quite proud. Because this idea did not come from the prophet in the previous life. In the previous life, he only knew that the Raise Nan was awesome, and he also knew the general steps of Naruto's training, but who knows how. He did get the inspiration from the yarn ball. When he was in the orphanage, the pharmacist Nunmoyo once knitted a sweater for him. "Minato-sensei, let's give it a try first. I don't know if it will work yet." Show under the stars. Namikaze Minato was very confident, "Shuaki, your method is absolutely correct. He has extraordinary sensitivity to ninjutsu." But as he said that, he also started to try. Along with the sound of howling wind, the blue chakra ball in Namikaze Minato's palm expanded rapidly. Unlike before, this time it is very stable. Looking at it, Hashida Shuaki couldn't help but secretly sigh that Namikaze Minato's talent was not blind. He just explained the principle once and succeeded immediately. At this moment, the entry tree in his mind also moved. End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Seriously Injured. Happy New Year to all! Although Namikaze Minato has not named the jutsu, the entry tree has already recognized this A-level ninjutsu. Although this technique was not developed by Shuaki Hashida, it still played a pioneering and key role. As for the last seal, the Memory Palace, it did not reach the A-level level. But now Hashida Shuaki has taken a big step. He is still 4 A-level ninjutsu away from obtaining the entry founder. At this time, Namikaze Minato appeared in front of a big tree, pressed the chakra ball with his right hand, and with a bang, the big tree was directly penetrated. Great! Kurama Sanyang said, "Musen ninjutsu, this ninjutsu is undoubtedly the most suitable for Minato-sensei. What should I call it?" Namikaze Minato stopped his hand, looked at Hashida Shuaki, and said with a smile, "Just ask Nimbus Popsicle to launch Shuaki Hairball no Maru." Hashida Shuaki raised his forehead after hearing this, while Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanyo were immediately stunned. Namikaze Minato looked at the expressions of the 3 and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. "What? Isn't this a bad name? It's very memorable, isn't it?" So Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanyo couldn't help laughing awkwardly. Hashida Shuaki coughed twice and suggested, "Minato-sensei, let's give it a simple name. For example, think about your original intention of creating this ninjutsu, sensei." Namikaze Minato was slightly distracted. He thought of Uzumaki Kushina and Kyuubi, and his expression darkened. But he soon showed a warm smile. "In that case, let's call it Raise Nan." Kurama Sanyo immediately raised his hand in agreement. "This is the most suitable. The spiral represents the way ninjutsu chakra operates." Uchiha Shisui also nodded quickly, fearing that Namikaze Minato would use some shocking name again. So, Rei's Nan was born in this way. The ninjutsu was completed so smoothly that Namikaze Minato immediately said that he would invite everyone to have a feast together, and Hashida Shoaki and the others would certainly not refuse. Must eat. But before that, the morning time cannot be wasted. So Minato Namikaze became the sparring partner of Shoaki and the others. Hashida Shoaki was able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He not only practiced the dance of the 3 suns and moons, but also practiced the medical ninjutsu of yin healing and injury destruction. However, if you want to master these 2 ninjutsu, you must rely on actual combat. The key to them is to master the timing. Time passed by noon, and the 4 of them had a big meal together before they separated. Hashida Shoaki went to Konoha Hospital and continued to look for Tsunade as a sparring partner. However, Namikaze Minato came to a place covered by a barrier. Kushina. Namikaze Minato came under a house. The window upstairs was immediately opened, and a red-haired woman appeared with an obviously unhappy expression. Didn't you say you were going to practice somewhere else? Why are you here again? Namikaze Minato didn't mind Uzumaki Kushina's attitude and said with a smile, because with the help of Shoaki, the new technique has been completed, so I came here to tell you. Shoaki. Uzumaki Kushina was confused. Is this the genius kid you mentioned? She knew how talented Minato was. Why was the jutsu that had troubled Minato for so long been solved by a 6-year-old kid all of a sudden? However, Namikaze Minato nodded and said with a smile, that's him, Hashida Shoaki, he has a very good ninjutsu mind. As he spoke, he stretched out his right palm and a raised nan quickly formed. Now, this is the technique. I call it the raised nan, specially prepared to protect you. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but be stunned when she looked at the raised nan in Namikaze Minato's hand. It looks so much like that guy from Kyuubi's tailed beast. Unknowingly, tears flowed from Uzumaki Kushina's eyes. Ever since Namikaze Minato spent a lot of time practicing new techniques, he no longer spent as much time practicing sealing techniques with her as he did in the past. She thought Minato Namikaze had changed his mind, but she didn't expect. Looking at Namikaze Minato with a gentle smile on his face, Uzumaki Kushina's heart instantly became extremely soft, and then suddenly jumped down from the window, paused for a moment, then took a leap, and mustered up the courage to crash into Namikaze Minato's door. Embrace. Namikaze Minato was stunned, but then he showed a bright smile, and after dispersing the raised nan, he hugged Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, I will protect you very well. Over there, Namikaze Minato was enjoying the beauty in his arms, but over here, Hashida Shoaki was being beaten. How can one master the art of yin healing and wound destroying without being beaten? This is what Tsunade said confidently. Hashida Shoaki felt that this hateful woman seemed to have found some kind of perverted hobby in him. Time passed slowly like this. For Hashida Shoaki, the holidays mean more time for his own cultivation. Medical ninjutsu, swordsmanship, basic taijutsu, physical fitness, and speed reaction training with Shizuen and Kai. Nearly a month has passed, and the training method originally proposed by Hashida Shoaki has been improved in several versions. First it was clay balls, then plasticine. Then Kakashi improved it, using different colors of chalk, special spherical chalk, to draw a circle, limit it within the circle, and then make a plan to capture the spherical chalk of a certain color. 3 days passed in a flash. On this day, Shoaki Hashida was practicing the medical ninjutsu of Chakra Scalpel in Konoha Hospital, but suddenly he learned that Minato Namikaze was seriously injured and was sent to the hospital. Minato Namikaze was seriously injured? Hashida Shoaki was stunned for a moment before he hurried over and saw that besides Tsunade, there was Sarutobi Hiruzen outside the ward. 42. Third Hokage-sama, Tsunade-sama. Hashida Zaiwichi quickly stepped forward to greet him. Shoaki. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and then comforted, don't worry, Minato will be fine. Hashida Shiu nodded and looked at Tsunade, who didn't look very good looking, and then looked at the ward through the glass. An entire medical team was inside, including pharmacist Nunwoyu. Moreover, there was a slug lying on Namikaze Minato's chest. Through the chest injury, Hashida Shuaki made a guess, and immediately thought of the Nine Tails and the Nine Tails Jinhyuriki. It seems that the seal of Kyuubi is not strong now. Hashida Zaihoyi sighed secretly. But it is indeed understandable. The current Uzumaki Kushina is only 14 or 15 years old, almost the same as Namikaze Minato. Whether it is the sealing technique, the level of one's own chakra, and the most important level of the King Kong sealing technique, it has definitely not reached its peak state. But I remember that Uzumaki Kushina seemed to have a mission record. Was it before she became a Jinchuriki? Or maybe later? Hashida Shuaki secretly guessed. Time passes little by little. 3 hours later, a medical ninja wearing a mask came out of the ward with Slug, the third Hokage, Tsunade. Minato is out of danger. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely relieved, nodded, and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Tsunade took the slug and said, "Since it's okay, I'll leave." After saying that, he turned around and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen was helpless and a little embarrassed. He took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Shuaki, please take good care of Minato." Shuaki Hashida, who was pretending to be blind, quickly bowed, "Yes, the third Hokage, please feel free to leave Minato-sensei to me." "Okay." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded happily, then turned and left. Hashida Shuaki withdrew his gaze, glanced at the ward, and immediately separated a shadow clone to inform Uchiha Shisui and Kurama Sanayo. End of this chapter. Chapter 56 Fire Escape Sword Technique. Good luck in the Year of the Dragon. Because of Namikaze Minato's serious injury, the original vacation time had to be extended. Hashida Shuaki was also happy about this. Anyway, in addition to Uchiha Shisui, Kakashi, and Gai, there was also Tsunade as a Jonin sparring partner. Time passed by on August 8, and Minato Namikaze recovered and was discharged from the hospital. But Hashida Shuaki and the others were soon told that Namikaze Minato had another important mission, so the three of them temporarily acted as a team alone, taking on some D-level and C-level missions, and almost never left the Land of Fire. Autumn arrives quietly. September 9, next to Konoha Hospital. Shuaki Hashida, who had just finished sparring with Tsunade, sat on the ground, focusing entirely on the entry tree. He finally mastered the profound meaning of the dance of the three suns and moons. In this way, he finally fulfilled all the requirements of the entry sword expert. Light up! As the leaves of the entry knife expert were rendered green, Hashida Shuaki immediately felt an extra power in his body, which seemed to be similar to chakra, but even more amazing. Sword skill expert has a total of 2 effects. The sword skill talent is increased by 100%, and the quality of designated ninja tools is increased by 100%. The talent improvement needs to be verified, and the energy appearing in the body is obviously used to increase the quality of designated ninja tools by 100%. Hashixia Shuaki immediately pulled out his Tenkong sword. This short chakra sword given by Tianyun should be said to be mediocre among the many chakra swords, but it is still very precious. In the ninja world, not everyone, even a jounin, can use this kind of ninja tool with high chakra circulation. High liquidity means less chakra loss. With a thought in his mind, Zaihui Xingxia controlled the flow of energy in his body towards Tienkong Dao. Very silky smooth. The energy immediately moved according to the heart and poured into Tienkong Dao. Hashida Zaiwichi immediately felt the Tenkong sword in his right hand tremble slightly, and heard the extremely subtle sound of the sword in his ears. Soon, all the energy poured into the Tienkong Dao and disappeared without a trace. Hashida Shuaki re-injected chakra, and his face suddenly showed joy. He could barely feel the loss of chakra. Then he took out a kunao and swung the Tienkong sword. He didn't hear any impact, but the kunao was already split into two. Looking at the incision again, it is extremely smooth. It's really like cutting iron into clay. Although his kunao is just an ordinary item, the ninja tools of most people on the battlefield are also ordinary items. My Tiankong Dao should be considered a famous weapon, right? Hashida Shoaki smiled secretly, then collected the kunao that was split into two and stood up to leave. I have almost mastered the yin healing and wound destroying technique. Next, I will master the medical ninjutsu of Chakra Scalpel, and then I can get the entry medical expert. It's September now. I'll try to win it by this time next year. With the help of the entries, I will soon be able to become a real medical expert. Hashida Shoaki secretly thought about his plan. However, medical ninjutsu should be a long-term practice like basic physical training. Right now, my focus should be on swordsmanship and swordsmanship. If his talent in swordsmanship was initially 1, then after the ninja tool expert brought improvement, it would be 2. Then there is the 50% increase in the entry Konoha genius, which is 3. Finally, the current sword expert entry has been improved by 100%, which is 6. Such talent should have surpassed Shisui, Kakashi, and the others, right? Although he was hesitant, Hashida Shoaki was very confident in his heart. After a while, he came to the woods. This is where he first trained with Kai, and now it can be used as a place for him to practice alone. Because next he has to find his own path of swordsmanship, a path to Jonin. First, he separated a shadow clone to grind the leaves and practice the changes in the nature of wind escape chakra. However, Xingxia Zaihuyi sat cross-legged under a tree, holding the Tiankong knife across his knees. Then he thought about a question: what kind of swordsmanship and swordsmanship secrets should be developed that would be at least A level? His initial idea was to use the wind to escape, using the cutting of the wind, which would be most suitable in conjunction with the Amon Kong sword. It would definitely not be inferior to the eight-tailed Kiribi's thunder sword. However, his practice of changing the nature of wind release chakra has not yet been completed. Although more than 2 months have passed, he didn't use too much energy before and just used a shadow clone to slowly accumulate experience. Now I have 2 choices. First, get the wind escape expert entry to get an improvement in wind escape talent, and then quickly complete the practice of wind escape chakra property changes, practice the wind escape property changes to the extreme, and then do it again, apply it to your sword skills. Alternatively, you can first complete the practice of changing the nature of wind release, and then quickly master the 5 wind release ninjutsu, obtain the wind release expert entry, and then apply it to sword skills. Another one, the shadow clone continues to change the nature of wind escape, and now, I should use what I have mastered to develop the secret of sword skills that suits me. Hashixia Zaihuyi thought about it and soon made a decision. For now, his talent in fire escape is undoubtedly better than that of wind escape. There is no need to sacrifice the near and the far. Then let's escape first. Is there a combination of fire escape and swords in the ninja world? How to combine them together to form an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2? After determining the direction, Hashida Shoaki started brainstorming and doubled his concentration. The nature of fire escape: high temperature, explosion. We can ignore the explosion for now. Hashixia Zaihuyi thought, high temperature. In fact, the lightning escape is applied to the knife. In addition to the paralysis effect of lightning itself, it also uses high-temperature cutting. He remembered the battle between the 8-tailed Kiribi and the Eagle Squad. Kiribi's thunderbolt was applied to the sword, and he cut through the decapitating sword forcefully. But it's the heat. Just like plasma arc cutting, high-current plasma arc cutting. In addition, Kiribi can also use thunderbolt to bless the pen and enhance its penetrating ability through high-frequency vibration. Hashixia Zaihuyi stood up and drew his sword, injecting fire escape chakra into the Tiankong sword. The blade of Tiankong Dao began to turn red little by little, and the surrounding air gradually became distorted. Suddenly, Hashida Shoaki stopped, looked down at the gradually fading red blade and frowned slightly. No. I shouldn't be heating the blade. The Tiankong knife is just fine. It is of good quality and has been improved by the entry. It is not afraid of high temperatures, but other weapons may not. Also, there's actually a huge amount of wear and tear involved in heating the blade, and it's also time-consuming. I should construct a high-temperature layer directly on the blade surface, or on the entire blade surface. Hashida Shoaki thought of the Raise-Nan technique. This is chakra that has no attributes and no changes in chakra properties. It first operates in an orderly manner and stacks on top of each other to form a chaotically rotating chakra ball. Then on the blade, an orderly movement track of fire escape chakra can also be constructed. Well, let's try covering the entire blade first, and then improve it in an orderly manner. Shoaki Hashida continues to try. A layer of flames covered the blade, but soon, under the control of Shoaki Hashida, the beating flames on the blade disappeared, leaving only a layer of red light wrapping the blade. Hashida Shoaki gradually changed, letting the fire escape chakra wrap around the blade like wire and keep spinning in circles. So the original red light immediately became a little darker. After the first circle, the second circle continues, compressing the fire escape chakra of the first circle. This cycle repeats, continuously superimposing and compressing. For a time, the color of the fire covering the blade also kept changing. Red, dark red, cherry red. By the time it reached the 10th level, the light covering the blade had turned orange-red. At this time, Hashida Shoaki was sweating profusely and reached his limit. He immediately stepped forward and dashed forward, his blade passing across the thick tree trunk. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 Remarks on the launch. It was put on the shelves during the Chinese New Year. This was the first time for the bride to get on the sedan chair. There is no way, my grades are not enough to go to Sanjiang. There is a way to save manuscripts. The author has to go on blind dates before and after the year, which is painful, so he consciously saves manuscripts. After 12 o'clock tomorrow morning, if you have a VIP volume, the author will save the manuscript first. Well, let's release the 5 saved chapters first so that everyone can enjoy the new year. 43. There shouldn't be many people working so hard in the new year, right? Laughing with hands on hips. So, please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Finally, the author wishes you all a prosperous career, a prosperous love, a vigorous life, and a flying dream in the new year. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 Jiraiya, New Idea. First update, please subscribe for a monthly ticket. Boom. The tree trunk fell, and Zhou Yixingxia took a few deep breaths. He looked at the cut, but there were traces of carbonization. It is indeed easier to cut, it also comes with high temperature burning damage. The direction is right, but further improvements and refinements are needed. After taking a soldier's food pill, Hashida Shoaki kept summarizing. He needs more efficient chakra properties changes, faster chakra operation efficiency, and more powerful chakra control. Recover your strength and continue. Try again and again and improve again and again. Such days passed so quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the 3-day holiday was gone again, and the mission continued. However, even during the mission, Hashida Shoaki did not give up the development of the secrets of swordsmanship. While taking a break from patrolling the northern border, Kurama Sanayo scratched the back of his head as he looked at Shoaki Hashida, who was concentrating on developing new techniques. He just had the idea of developing genjutsu, but found that his head was empty. I'm really not a genius. Anma Shanyang sighed dejectedly. Namikaze Minato smiled and comforted, there is no need to compare with Shoaki. The reason why Shoaki wants to develop a secret sword technique of his own is because he has the advantage of fire escape. Sanyang, you focus on illusions. The current illusions are enough for you to practice. Kurama Sanayo was persuaded by a word, and his feeling of depression disappeared instantly, and then asked, "Shuaki, if you want to use fire escape, how can you combine it with swordsmanship, or your sword skills?" In the tradition of the ninja world, swordsmanship includes the use of swords, and Shuaki Hashida is used to describing it in terms of swordsmanship. Hashida Shuaki raised his eyes and smiled. The combination of fire escape and swordsmanship is better said to be the combination of chakra, ninjutsu, and swordsmanship. Chakra is nothing more than the two directions of application, change in nature and change in form. For example, Minato-sensei's raised nan is simply the use of chakra's form changes. Now I focus on changes in properties, supplemented by changes in form. Changes in properties are changes in the properties of fire, and the specific manifestation is high temperature. The change in form involves the way chakra operates, allowing me to better superimpose fire escape chakra and increase the temperature, so that the knife has stronger cutting power. Namikaze Minato was very surprised when he heard this. What a clear development, thinking, "Shuaki, you have a higher talent in ninjutsu than me." Hashida Shuaki said modestly, "It's just fire release." Namikaze Minato shook his head slightly. "No, this kind of thinking can be applied to the development of any kind of jutsu." At this time, Uchiha Shisui asked, "So, Minato-sensei, your raised nan can also add property changes and continue to transform into a new jutsu?" Namikaze Minato nodded. "Indeed, I have also considered this. But we don't have much clue yet. Changes in the nature of chakra will make it more difficult to control the chakra. The raised nan technique is already very perfect at present. Adding changes in the nature of chakra will destroy the original stability." At the end, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but shake his head. The raised nan was originally a tailed beast jade as a reference, but now that it has gone further, it still has no direction. Of course Hashida Shuaki knew about the wind release spiral shuriken, but he didn't think through the theory clearly and couldn't explain it. Bad timing. Time passed so quickly, it was already October by the time Hashida Shuaki returned to Konoha after completing his border patrol mission. On this day, Hashida Shuaki came out of Konoha Hospital and went to the training ground next to him to look for Tsunade, only to find that there was one more person. "Jiraiya, he's actually back." At this time, Nagato and the others are only in their teens. Hashida Shuaki was secretly surprised, and then continued to step forward. "Tsunade-sama." Hashida Shuaki said hello, then his eyes fell on Jiraiya, and he greeted politely, "Jiraiya-sama, I am Hashida Shuaki." Jiraiya was talking about sex, turned around and looked down at Hashida Shuaki. "Hey! Where did this kid come from? You know me?" "Ha ha ha, it seems I haven't been back for a long time, but my name is still very loud." Hashida Shuaki was speechless. This was the first time he returned to Konoha. Instead of looking for his disciple Minato, he came to Tsunade. He is indeed a lustful immortal. And also very narcissistic. Although he was slandering, Hashida Shuaki had an innocent smile on his face. "Of course, you are one of the famous Sunin of Konoha and an outstanding ninja like Tsunade-sama." Jiraiya immediately became happy after hearing this, and then posed, "Compared to the title of Konoha Sunin, I prefer you to call me the Miyaboku Mountain Toad Spirit Sensu Taoist, commonly known as Toad Sage, Ginseng." Tsunade next to her looked at it and couldn't help curling her lips. "Idiot." Jiraiya's expression froze upon hearing this, and he couldn't help but feel discouraged. Tsunade hummed, "Did you forget to accept a disciple?" Jiraiya recovered instantly and said with a smile, "Minato doesn't have to worry at all, he is a rare genius in 10 years and a natural ninja." Hashida Shuaki said at the right time, "Jiraiya-sama, Minato-sensei is my current leading jounin. Leading a team of jounin." Jiraiya smiled and said, as expected of Minato, he has become a jounin after not seeing each other for a few years, and he has started to support his juniors. But he immediately reacted, "By the way, are you here to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade?" Hashida nodded, and Tsunade waved her hand impatiently, we're going to start training. Jiraiya nodded and left gracefully, saying, let's have a drink together tonight. Understood. Tsunade agreed casually. Jiraiya left, Hashida Shuaki and Tsunade began to practice, but it was not a medical ninjutsu, but a sealing technique called yin seal. On the other side, Jiraiya walked out for a short distance but then stopped and looked back at Tsunade with a smile. It seems the situation is not that bad. Of course, the first thing he did when he came back was to collect wind, and then he went to see Hiruzen Sarutobi. Only then did he find out that Tsunade was suffering from hemophobia, so he immediately came to see Tsunade. Tsunade seemed a bit lazy before, but now she is still very energetic. Slightly relieved, Jiraiya turned around to find Namikaze Minato. Because of his high talent, Shuaki Hashida learned the sealing technique very quickly. However, the technique of yin seal is very special. It is specially used to seal chakra, which also involves the refining and control of chakra. Shuaki Hashida, who practices medical ninjutsu, has naturally strong chakra control, but he still needs to ask Tsunade for details. Secondly, Hashida Shuaki's situation is different from Tsunade's. Tsunade now barely uses chakra most of the time except for sparring with him, so she can store chakra. Moreover, once the yin seal technique is activated, it must be continued until it is completed. If it ends halfway, it must be started all over again. If there isn't enough chakra stored, it won't mean much. Shuaki Hashida usually needs to use too much chakra for training and missions. There is no way he would waste 3 years for the yin seal. Hashida Shuaki remembered that Haruno Sakura had also encountered this problem, and Haruno Sakura's approach was to open a small pool in the seal to divert chakra. The large pond is used for storage, and the small pond is used for daily use. But Hashida Shuaki now has other ideas. Tsunade-sama, the yin seal gathers and stores chakra on the forehead, but it doesn't necessarily have to be on the forehead, right? The 3 major meridian circulatory systems of the human body, the forehead, heart, and abdomen and navel, can all reach the whole body. Hashida Shuaki asked, so, is it possible to set the yin seal on the abdomen? Tsunade heard this and thought about it. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Yin Seal Bagua Seal. Second update, please subscribe for a monthly ticket. The yin seal technique originated from her grandmother Uzumaki Mito. It can be said that this technique belongs to the Uzumaki clan. But in fact, before Uzumaki Mito, no one from the Uzumaki clan had ever practiced. Because the founder was Uzumaki Mito, and the reason for choosing it on the forehead, Tsunade naturally knew that the tailed beast in her grandmother was sealed in the abdomen. Even the yin seal technique itself was developed to target the Kyuubi, using huge chakra to fight against the Kyuubi. The 9 tails had no problems in Mito Uzumaki's body for so long and was completely suppressed. In addition to Mito Uzumaki's own strength, the yin seal also played an important role. However, these Tsunade naturally would not mention it to Hashida Hide, and said, there is no problem in placing the yin seal on the abdomen, but how do you plan to solve the problem mentioned last time? Although she had a solution, she still had to test Hashida Shuaki. Hashida Shuaki smiled and said, Tsunade-sama must know about the 4 elephants seal. I asked Mr. Minato about the sealing technique before, and he taught me this sealing technique. So, my idea is to use 2 4-image seals outside the yin seal to form a cycle, 1 in and 1 out, without interfering with each other. Tsunade was lost in thought as she listened, and had already begun to construct a combination of 3 sealing techniques in her brain. After a moment, Tsunade nodded and said, at present, there is no problem technically. And this design is indeed more suitable for you. However, this adds a lot of difficulty. In addition to the yin seal, you also need to learn the 4 elephants seal, which takes more time. Hashida Shuaki heard this and smiled and said, although I do feel that my chakra is very little and not enough, I am only less than 7 years old now, so there is no rush. After hearing this, Tsunade said nothing more and nodded, then let's do it. Just go ask Minato for help with the 4-symbol seal. After saying that, she moved her fingers and clicked them continuously. Since you no longer need to learn yin seal, let's continue the previous sparring. You're not very good at chakra bursts yet. Hashida's eyes twitched, and she quickly said, wait a minute, Tsunade-sama. Although placing the yin seal on the abdomen is also a good idea, it does not mean that we have to abandon the previous idea. Only adults make choices, children of course want them all. The residence of the nine-tailed Jinhyuriki. Jiraiya found Namikaze Minato here, who was studying sealing techniques with Uzumaki Kushina. Regarding Jiraiya's arrival, Namikaze Minato was very surprised. Jiraiya-sensei, you are finally back. Yes. Recalling those days in the land of rain, Jiraiya smiled with sincere joy. That was a very special trip. 44. Hey, it's been so long, Minato, have you completed the idea you mentioned before? After hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina, who brought the tea, said, Jiraiya-sensei is talking about the Raise Nan, right? Raise Nan. Jiraiya couldn't wait to say, as expected of Minato, it seems that it is completed, so let's show it quickly. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, if it wasn't for Shuaki, it wouldn't have been completed so quickly. Shuaki is the student I am leading now, a very talented and outstanding ninja. After hearing this, Jiraiya immediately thought of the polite, comely, and gentle kid, and suddenly realized, it turns out to be him. No wonder he got Tsunade's favor. It seems to be not easy. Hey, Jiraiya-sensei, have you met Shuaki yet? Shuaki is indeed valued by Tsunade-sama. His talent in medical ninjutsu is also very outstanding. Now he is a medical ninja who can stand alone. Namikaze Minato was full of praise. Jiraiya heard this and smiled and said, it seems that Minato you have the intention to focus on training. Students and direct disciples are still different. Indeed so. Namikaze Minato admitted, and immediately stretched out his right hand and spread his palm, but now let's see the new technique. The airflow was turbulent, and the blue spiral pill took shape rapidly. Jiraiya's eyes widened, it's a perfect ninjutsu, and it suits you very well. Uzumaki Kushina put her hands on her hips and interrupted, Jiraiya-sensei, this technique was developed for me by Minato, and it is the most suitable for me. Jiraiya didn't dare to offend this little pepper, and quickly smiled and said, of course, this technique can be used to deal with that guy Kyuubi. The power of this technique is completely determined by the amount of chakra. Uzumaki Kushina heard this and said helplessly, now all my chakra is used to suppress that Kyuubi guy. Otherwise, I can use the yin seal to store chakra. Namikaze Minato quickly comforted him, when you become more proficient in the secret technique of King Kong blockade, you can better suppress the Kyuubi. Also, your current chakra level has not reached its highest level, but the Kyuubi will not become stronger. Uzumaki Kushina immediately laughed after hearing this, that's true. I must teach that Kyuubi guy a lesson when the time comes. Jiraiya looked at the two of them and couldn't help but secretly sigh that they were made for each other. One is stupid and the other is real. After returning home from Konoha Hospital, Hashida Shuaki officially began to practice the yin seal technique. To put it simply, the yin seal technique is to open a place to store chakra in the acupuncture points on the forehead and between the eyebrows. It can be imagined as a reservoir, and chakra is water. Unlike Tsunade, Hashida Shuaki needs to open two reservoirs, one large and one small. The big one is specially used to store chakra for critical use. Small ones are for daily use. Although it is a bit troublesome, it can only be done before mastering the 4-symbol seal and Bagua seal. Different from the previous use of the sealing memory palace technique, now that the sealing technique has greatly improved, Shuaki Hashida no longer needs to draw the sealing technique before casting it, but uses the assistance of sealing to turn his chakra into a spell, forming a sealing technique. However, it took him a full minute to form the seal before and after. Yin seal. At the end of the seal, Hashixia Zaiuyi clasped his hands together, and dense tadpole-like charms immediately appeared on his body. Then the charms squirmed, converging on his forehead to form a curse mark, and then the curse seal disappeared. Afterwards, Hashixia lowered his eyes to refine chakra, pouring it into the two sealed reservoirs continuously. On October 39, Konoha 10, Shuaki Hashida officially started practicing the Yin seal. In order to better develop new ninjutsu and impact the entry of medical expert, Hashida Shuaki began to reduce the number of tasks outside the village. He spends most of his time practicing in Konoha Hospital or in the village, and occasionally goes out of the village to perform missions with Namikaze Minato and the others. Unconsciously, the temperature began to drop, and it was already late autumn. On this day, Hashida Shuaki, who had accumulated a lot of fatigue, invited Tsunade to take a hot spring bath to no avail, so he came to Konoha's hot spring street alone, ready to relax. What? Hashida Shuaki noticed that there seemed to be someone on the roof. Jiraiya, this old pervert. Xingxiashu stopped for a moment. It's so unethical to take a peek and must be severely criticized. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 is here, Master. 3 updates, please subscribe for a monthly ticket. How to criticize. Hashida Shuaki touched his chin and thought for a moment, then a smile appeared on his lips. The next moment, his figure quietly transformed into Tsunade's appearance. He was so familiar with Tsunade, even the size of the cup was exactly the same. Then he put his hands on his hips, raised his brows, raised his ponytails, and shouted, "Come on, come on!" Rooftop was watching Chi-Jin, and Jiraiya, who kept twisting his butt, turned his head when he heard the sound, and was shocked. Tsunade. Not good. Hashida Shuaki had already lifted Tsunade's leg, and then slashed it down. Click. The ground cracked, power was transmitted, and the house shook. Jiraiya's feet fell away, and he fell directly into the hot spring house amidst the screams of women. Immediately afterwards, Jiraiya rushed out of the hot spring room in great embarrassment, followed by a group of women in bathrobes. Hashida Shuaki once again used his transformation technique, blended into the crowd of women, chased Jiraiya, and beat him with old punches. Jiraiya was chased and fled everywhere, and finally escaped with his superb transformation, substitute, and clone techniques. Hashida Shuaki returned to the hot spring house refreshed, and as Tsunade, compensated the owner of the hot spring house for the cost of repairing the house, and then chose another place to enjoy the hot spring bath. I should come with Dean Nanoyu next time. Hashida Shuaki closed his eyes and thought. Jiraiya on the other side was already covered in hair. I didn't expect there to be ninjas. Jiraiya sighed, but then he laughed again, but this time's collecting is also very rewarding. It's a pity that Tsunade is not inside. Jiraiya felt a little regretful, but then he thought of the scene where he was almost killed last time and stopped thinking immediately. As for whether Tsunade was fake just now, he didn't think about it at all, because this was Konoha and because Tsunade's character was indeed like this. Time passed unknowingly during training and missions. It was Konoha 40 years ago, and Shuaki Hashida's 7th birthday also passed quietly during the mission. On the cliff. After a competition, Hashida Shuaki and Kakashi sat side by side watching the sunset. Under the cliff, Kai and the others were still practicing and it was very lively. Kakashi, how's your ninjutsu going? After taking a breath, Hashida Shuaki asked. Kakashi shook his head slightly. It is difficult to control the nature of lightning escape. What about you? Hashida Zaiwichi lay down on the ground. The first step has been completed, which is the use of fire escape properties on the blade. Of course, it also contains form changes, but it is a little short of the secret. But everything needs to be done step by step. You can push forward step by step. The key is to have a clear idea. What kind of result do you need, or what kind of effect do you need to achieve? What conditions or qualities should be possessed for this? Kakashi listened thoughtfully, then stood up. Thank you, but even though you walked in front of me again, the outcome is still undecided. After that, Kakashi jumped down the cliff. Hoshiki Azuyi stood up and looked at his back and smiled. Despite Kakashi's cold appearance, he is actually quite unwilling to admit defeat. Cold on the outside but hot on the inside, and a bit arrogant. However, it is indeed difficult to develop a new technique from scratch. Just look at Namikaze Minato. Hoshida Shoki himself also understands this deeply. He also has the blessing of entries, and his fire escape and sword skills have been continuously improved. The first step was only completed in half a year. Although this step can be used as a ninjutsu similar to the Chidori blade. Moreover, the entry tree did recognize that this was an A-level technique, or the secret of sword technique. However, what Hoshida Shoki is most concerned about right now is the term Taijutsu expert. More than a year has passed, and just today, he finally completed his 50th victory over Kakashi in the Taijutsu duel. The entry Hoshiki Azuyi had been thinking about for a long time was finally obtained. Focusing on the entry tree in his mind, Xingxia showed off a little of the leaves of the entry physical martial arts expert. Physical talent is increased by 100%, physical fitness is increased by 100%, and nerve reaction speed is increased by 100%. My brain went blank, my body felt numb, as if I was having an electric shock. When he came back to his senses, Hoshida Shoki felt that his body was stronger than ever. Cool. So cool. Leaving aside the improvement in physical skills, the improvement in physical fitness and nerve reaction speed can be felt immediately. Higher thinking speed, high neural reaction speed, coupled with high concentration. Hoshida Shoki finally saw clearly the flying insect's wings flapping at high speed. How does this dynamic vision compare to the 3 Megatama Sharingan? Hoshida Shoki smiled, and then released the high concentration state. Even if the dynamic vision is not comparable, how many people in Uchiha can match my neurological reaction speed? The evolution of Uchiha's Sharingan only strengthens the visual part. Other neurological reactions are definitely not comparable to what I have now. After adapting to the changes in his body for a while, Hoshiki Azuyi turned his attention to another entry leaf. Fire Escape Master. Acquisition conditions: based on the Fire Release Expert entry, create 5 at least A-level Fire Escape Ninjutsu, or create 1 S-level Fire Escape Ninjutsu. Effect: the Fire Escape talent is increased by 100%, the Fire Escape Chakra property changes are increased by 100%, and the Fire Escape form changes are increased by 100%, except for Blood Successor Fire Escape. There are no learning obstacles for any Fire Escape ninjutsu or secret techniques. This entry is obviously an upgraded version of Fire Escape Expert. 300% is quite tempting. However, it is not easy to obtain. Whether it is A-level Fire Escape or S-level, it is not something that can be created casually. 45. Especially Fire Release. Hoshida Shoki didn't even remember any simple Fire Escape ultimate move in the ninja world. Not to mention S-level, A-level ones were rare. Let's look at another newly triggered entry. Sword Master. Obtain conditions: defeat Hitaki Sakumo in a sword showdown, or create an S-level sword skill secret. Effect: the sword skill talent is increased by 100%, the physical fitness is increased by 100%, the quality of designated ninja tools is increased by 100%, except for the Blood Successor, there is no learning obstacle in any sword skill or sword skill. It's still 3%, especially the improvement in physical fitness, which is very tempting. But looking at the acquisition conditions, Xingxia couldn't help but jump. He didn't know what incident in the original book caused Hitaki Sakumo to commit suicide, but it was something that could cause heavy losses to the Fire Country and Konoha. But given his current status and strength, he doesn't interfere just because he wants to. Fortunately, it's a two-choice acquisition condition. Hoshida Shoki secretly breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Kakashi, and secretly frowned. Is it related to the incident in river country? Concentrating his thoughts, Hoshita Zaiwichi secretly thought, 2 master entries came at once. How do I need to trigger the Taijutsu master entry? In addition, after taking Seal Expert, more advanced entries have not been triggered. Forget it, these entries are enough to give me a headache now. After putting it down, Hoshita Zaiwichi immediately jumped up and ran down the cliff. As his physique has been improved, he also needs to gradually dig it out, especially now that he is practicing the Yin Seal. End of this chapter.